It's like creation. I told him, you remind me of a marshal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and he told him, look, your beard is beautiful. So he said, okay, let me cut it off. I I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you're doing the opposite of what I'm doing. So he said, no, I'm worried that people will see us and they'll say that the Allah is like the Shabbat. What's the difference? Because they still say you could also lay down. But since you were standing and then you lay down, so it looks as if you pass like Mishnah. So what is the halacha if you do like Mishnah? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're Yaitza. But according to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yaitza at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah like Beisila, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Beisila, it's fine. The Shammai say if you do like Beisila, you're not Yaitza at all. So if you reverse that, you say if you do like Beis Shammai, Beisila will hold you didn't do anything. And according to Rabbi Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you're Chayav Misa. You see the Mishnah, or Tarfon says, I once put myself in danger in order to be Yaitza like Mishamai. Chacham told him, if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, Sheva Bayoim Hilalticha, you should say 7 brachas, 7 previous Kriya Shema. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriya Shema and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, Emes Emunah is a very long bracha, and Ashkivenu, compared to Emes Emunah, is considered short. Anytime Chachamim were misaken a long bracha or a short bracha, a bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem, or doesn't finish, and you add or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we say in the morning, you don't use the word Noiga, because we want to say Cheshav, which is darkness, which is Laila. We want to mention the night during the bracha of the day. Just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, where we say Gadol Ar Mipnei Cheshav, Cheshav Miyah. According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? A Havarabba, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Nusach Sfar. So it says, therefore, one should say a Havarabba in the morning and a Havas Olam at night. Like Nusach Ashkenaz, I guess, places war, Chachmei, Tzarfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel says halacha that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkus HaTorah. And if he said the Kriya Shema with Birkus Kriya Shema, so a Havarabba hatters him from saying Birkus HaTorah. When do you say Birkus HaTorah? Machlokes. Rav says you only say Birkus HaTorah and Tosh Kisab. You learn Chumash, but not even a medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. Rav says even medrash. Rav says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Mishnah. And Rabbi says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Gemara. And Rashi says because that's the Ikar Torah. This is great for Dafyomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah. Because from that, Allah comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnah, and sometimes to add and take off words of the Mishnah. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make up in the Torah? Lazi b'divrei Torah. The version ends, Hara Rav you finish off with a bracha. And Rav Nuna says, which it says is considered the most important bracha out of the 3. Why? Because it gives a praise to Mishparuch and a praise to Klal Yisrael in the Torah. Therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all 3. After the Kohanim brought the carbon covenant in the morning and they salted the Ivarim, the Zgan Kohanim would announce, make 1 bracha. What is that 1 bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Havarabba, and according to Rav Shlakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, and then they would say Shema V'Yishmei V'Yomer, and then they would give 3 brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say Emes V'Yatzik, and they would say the bracha B'Avodah, which is similar to it say, just ends up Shais Chanavod or another bracha, and then they would say Birkus Kedah. Rav Zrika proved that you say Yotzer Ar and not Havarabba. Because Rav says, from here you see that brachas are not mad. In other words, if there's 2 brachas together and you see 1 out of the 2, you guys on that 1. Similar, let's say for Tefillin, you say just a bracha on Shliyad and on Shal Rosh. If you only have 1 pair, or you can't put on the other one, you guys it. How does he prove it? The fact that they said 1 bracha, and if that 1 bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Ar, then that's a great proof. Why? Because why did they say Havarabba? Havarabba you can say all night long. There's no Zman for it. But if they said Havarabba, then there's no proof. Because perhaps they said it when it was too early. Yotzer Ar is only when the light comes out. And maybe they said it later on. The Gemara says perhaps they said both prophets. We meant to say that it's not Ma'akim, that the Seder's not Ma'akim. You can say 1 before the other, and it doesn't matter in what order. That's a wonderful thing. Bracha is Dafyu Beit. Although the Beis Hamikdash, they would say Aser Sadibros, the Chacham was saying that outside of the Beis Hamikdash, we shouldn't say Aser Sadibros because the Medrash would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Kriya Shema and Aser Sadibros. Today, Aser Sadibros is so important that one should say it in private, but not in public. There were 24 Mishmaros of Kohanim. Every week, a different Mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming Mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing Mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, Misha Shikin Shmoy Bebayis Hazeh, V'yashkin B'nechem Ahava V'achva V'shalom B'reis. The Gemara goes through a series of questions regarding brachas. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris. He says, Yoitzer Or, but he finishes off Hamari Varobin. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Hamari Varobin, he finishes off Yoitzer Or. In both cases, he's Yoitzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris he started off Yoitzer Or, but he finished Hamari Varobin, and in Hamari, if he started off Hamari Varobin and finished Yoitzer Or, he's not Yoitzer. The person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying shahakal, and he finishes off the guffin, he's yotze. What about brocha achroina? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off birkas hamazon, but he finished off main sholish, the brocha achroina. He's yotze because even the birkas hamazon that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate him. But what happens, and this Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying Hagafin, but he finished off Shahaka. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he would be Yaitse. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha achroina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with Birkas Hamazon, the Gemara remains in a suffix. Now the Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Kriyish. Because according to Rav, since when it comes to Birkas Kriyishma, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamari Varobin, that's enough, that's the bracha in itself. According to Rabbi, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamari Varobin, or Yoitzer Or, is not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem, like Kevin Melech Ha'ilav, in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from Birkas Kriyishma, because Birkas Kriyishma, when a person starts a bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's Yoitzer. The person does not say the Yatzik in the morning and the Emun at night, he's not Yoitzer the mitzvah of Kriyishma to Tikkuna. He says in the pasuk, "L'hagid ba'avay chastecha emunascha b'neilas," you have to give Shach HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the morning and the evening. When you say Shemona Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Aton, you bend your spine and your head down, all your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch also, when you say Baruch Hu Es, Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he'd be like a snake, he'd pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. As soon as we make shubu, we know we say Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpat. What if one forgets and says Hamelech HaKadosh or Melech HaMishpat? So according to Rabbi, that's the halacha, he's not Yoitzer, and according to Rabbi Lazar, he's Yoitzer. If a person has the ability to daven for his friend, and he doesn't daven for his friend, he's considered a sinner. And if he has the ability to daven for Talmid Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. If a person is over an Aveira, and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, an amazing finish. Not only are they Moichlim on that Aveira, but they're Moichlim on all his Aveiras. And how we know this? We know this from Shaul. Shaul brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oiv. And Shmuel says, why did you bring me down? So he says, I tried this, I tried that. But he never mentions I tried the Urim Tumim. Because he's embarrassed by the Aveira that committed, that he killed the Oiv with Urim Tumim. So I don't know that Shaul was forgiven because Shmuel tells him, tomorrow you'll go to battle, and if you go to battle, you'll be killed, you and your children, and you'll be with me. It says, Gemara, with me means my mechitza. In other words, Shaul was Zoichet, the big Ganeda, with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous measure. Or, because the Gevinim, they said they'll forgive Shaul if Shaul gives them 7 of his sons that they can kill. Obviously, they hated Shaul. And the pasuk ends off saying that Shaul was a Bechir Hashem. Says the Gemara that it wasn't the Gevinim that said it was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim. Bechir Hashem, in other words, he forgave Shaul. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak in Kriya Shema, because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Parash Shofar Karyei Uchelavi. It's a beautiful pasuk, and it also includes the lashon of B'Shachtochov Kubecha. The reason why they didn't institute it is because the Tiferet Tzibura is very long. And to say one pasuk, you also can say because you can only say a full parsha from a pei to a pei to a samach. Why do we say parsha? Since this is because it includes these amazing concepts. It includes the concept of all mitzvahs. Who's hard than all mitzvahs. It includes parsha since it's Muslim tzitzis. The Yitzis Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzis Mitzrayim. The words Achri Levavkim comes to tell us that you shouldn't think about minus. Achri Elechem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Atim Zoinim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, this is the famous Mishnah we say in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time for tzitzis. Nevertheless, Rabbi Ben Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the Pasuk, all the days of your life. Yimei Chayecha are the days you made. Kol Yimei Chayecha, the extra kol means the night. So you should say parsha says that. If I'm saying no, Kol Yimei Chayecha comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of tzitzis. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dafid Gimel. The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geula from Bavel, Horas, and whatever, but we will be mentioning Mitzrayim, though it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geula from Gog and Magog. As the Pasuk says, Hineni Oisa Chadasha, I'm going to give you a brand new Geula. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. And Mashal, a person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and you're saying, later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story and tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake, forgets about the other two stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, defeated a snake. Klal Yisrael is going to be so busy, the Geula of Gog and Magog, they're going to forget about all the other Geulas that they have. We know that Baruch Hu changed Yaakov Avinu's name to Yisrael. Is it mutter to call him Yaakov? We see we do that every day. The answer is because Baruch Hu himself called Yaakov Avinu Yaakov after he changed his name. So there's no answer. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, the Torah tells us do not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means the father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. There's a Issa right, so Allah bin Asay to change his name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai, princess of her nation, Sarah, the princess of all nations. The Gemara tells us that Baruch Hu told Avraham Avinu, this is what you need to call him, but he didn't tell us. So therefore, if we call her Sarai, we're not Oiber, but Israel. Now we finish the first parent of Shas, which should be Soichel, to finish all the program of Shas together. Says the Mishnah, if a Soifer was fixing Sefer Torah, and the way you fix Sefer Torah, you say the words to yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, then he's not Yotze Kriya Shema, it's the time of Kriya Shema. But if he had intent to read it, he knew he was reading it, then it's Yotze. Unless you hold, like the Manora that says, Mitzvah is Tzrichos Kavana, and then you have to have Kavana, the Yotze, the Mitzvah of Kriya Shema. The Gemara is going to be discussing, the Mishnah that is, different cases of somebody stopping in the middle of Shema to say hello to his friend or to answer. Everybody agrees that the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy. That can kill him. Then obviously you let us say hello to him and answer him smack in the middle of the Kriya. If it's out of honor, kavod, so if it's between pragim, and we'll see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to the mayor, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody, anybody, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the parak, the middle between psukim, in the middle of the parak, according to the mayor, you're not allowed to answer, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What is bein ha-pragim? And a pragim means between the two brachas of Kriya Shema before Kriya Shema, between the second bracha of Kriya Shema and the pasuk of Shema, between the parsha of Shema, between the parsha of Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and the Yatzim. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and the Yatzim. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. In the Torah, the first parsha is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Om HaShemayim, and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is V'hayim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because V'hayim Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha of Vayomer is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriya Shema must be said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says V'hayim as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriya Torah in any language, it has to be in Lashon HaKodesh. But there's a Havamina that Rabbi would darshan like Chachamim. Chachamim say the word Shema. Shema is a Lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in. You can say Kriya Shema in English. Comes Rabbi and says, no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon Kodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is that you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. You're young to even if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word Vahayu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemoya im instead of im Shemoya, you're not young, it has to be in order. The Rabbi learns that from the Hay of Hadavar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavanah, the proper intent, in order to be young? If you don't have that proper intent, you're not young. According to Rabbi, it's just the first pasuk. And therefore, and Rabbi holds that's the halacha, and that's how we pass it. So a person just had kavanah the first pasuk, and he had some minus, and he didn't say the rest of Krishma, he's going to say halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first three psukim of Shema, the kavanah, as it says, ba'ela. And therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like Priscilla, you realize say Krishma while you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have the proper kavanah. Rabbi Akiva holds that the entire first parasha you must have kavanah because it says al levavecha, and therefore they hold that you have to stand still and say the whole first parasha so you have kavanah. Also says al levavecha, if you bar above, that until that point you have to read it and have kavanah, but from that point on you could just read it without kavanah, and you're yaitza. You should have kavanah, but if you don't, you're yaitza. What about the fact that in the second parasha it says Alavavchem l'daber bam? Seemingly you have to have kavanah. So you want to know that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. Rabbi Yosef holds that up until that point, Alavavchem, you have to have a kriya of kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the words l'daber bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the pasuk is telling us in the mathematics b'neichem. You must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk in learning. It says the Gemara in the pasuk of Shema, when we say echad, if you lent in the dalet, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenaz. It's easy to do it with your money. Then Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives you arichas yamin. Rabbi says as long as you don't say the ches really quickly, the ches has a comment. It's echad. If you say it quickly, it might sound like a shvav. You shouldn't do that. Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word echad very, very long. She said, listen, the only key you have is to think in your head that Hakadosh Baruch Hu is one, the Shemayim and the Aretz and the four Ruchos. There's no need to be micro. Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say Kriya Shema. He was actually part of Kriya Shema. So what he'd do is he'd put his hand on his eyes and he'd just say one pasuk, the first pasuk of Shema Yisrael. And his machlok is whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire Kriya Shema. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over this Talmidim every single day and talk about Yitzis Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yotzei Yitzis Mitzrayim, or he wanted to be Master Yitzis Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Yudalet. If you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi share that's entertaining, fun, ishmak, with a lot of visual aids, search for our share online on YouTube under Ramabit Shemesh Daf Yomi or Eli Stefanski, and come see for yourself why, since the beginning of Brachas, over 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer. It says the Gemara, if you could do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you could do that in the middle of Hallel, which Hallel is only the Rabbanan, and Kriya Shema is the right. So although Hallel is a Pursuing Nisa, nevertheless, you can compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying the Hallel Shalom, meaning on Yom Tov where you have to say a full Hallel on Hanukkah, then you can only say hello to somebody, Beina Prakim, between paragraphs, and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a Hallel, like in Rosh Chodesh, Shalom, then you can say hello to somebody, you can answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Ravina didn't answer to Rav Bar Shava was because he didn't think he was kosher enough for him. It wasn't an issue of covenant. In fact, they're passing that in our day, since people understand that you're not going to answer them, you're in the middle of holiday, you're in the middle of Krishma, so we don't have this concept of Shoyal Meshach covenant. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food and it's less than a revius, and it's on a tinus, and the folks are showing them what tinus we're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, that you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha for it. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a bia and a kodesh baruch. If you bump into your friend, or you're having to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's also last week's chafotza. You're not allowed to take care of business or your personal things before davening. I'll venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably also to look at your emails and WhatsApps, etc. before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing though, that if one has become a Hakadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. Hakadosh Baruch Hu also likes Racha. Hakadosh Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's a rat. He's considered wicked. And from the same pasuk we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, he's so full of Torah that they won't tell him any besurais during that day. We had a machlokes in the Mishnah. What's considered bein haprakim is machlokes between the end of Shema, Emes, and V'yatzev. Is that considered between the prakim? Rabbi says that's not. You're not allowed to stop here and say hello. Why? Because he brings a pasuk Hashem Elokim Emes, so it's one continuation. We have machlokes. Once a person says at the end of Shema Hashem Elokim Emes, does it have to repeat the word Emes again? According to Rabbi Yochanan, you must repeat it again. But to Rabbi, you don't repeat. The Gemara brings a very interesting lesson. Rabbi heard one of his talmidim say Hashem Elokim Emes, Emes V'yatzev. So he said, Emes v'emes tafsi b'hayim. This guy is grabbing onto every emes, doing the wrong thing. It's halacha that once you start the third parsha, that is by Ma'ariv, you start, you must finish. According to Rab, what does it mean to start? You say, that barely b'nei Yisrael v'amarta alehem. That's it. Once you get to v'amarta alehem, you have to continue the whole parsha. But Baba holds that's not considered a start. And therefore, if you just say that until v'amarta alehem, then you could skip everything and go all the way to Hashem Elokim Emes. Rabbi says that our minute is you start, you say the beginning of the pasuk, and therefore that creates a key for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha of Vayom. Rav says that if you say the third parsha, then you must to say Emes V'Emunah. But if you don't, and this is a Ma'ariv, then you have to say instead of the third parsha, you have to say Moedem Alachnu Lach Hashem Sheitzisenu Meretz Mitzrayim. You took us out of Mitzrayim, and you redeemed us from slavery. But Sisalam Nismu Kuris Alayom. And he did tremendous things for us on the water, and we say to you, what did we say to you? Hashem, and then you continue from that one time all the way to God Yisrael, 9 stage for Nesra. Not only is the parsha of Shema, all mouth of Shemayim, that's why we say it first. But the parsha Shema has 3 concepts in it. Lilmoy, the Lamed, the Lasos. It says in the pasuk, that teaches us you have to learn Torah. The Lamed, that have to teach others, which you're not to live in Echa. And Lasos is to do, take action. Shartam, put on tefillin, ufsaftam, you write mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemayah. Vayim Shemayah only has the lamed, which is not them, is benechem, davar bam. The lasso is, again, shartam, ufsaftam. And finally, the final parsha of Vayomer is only to do, take action. V'asum b'hem tzitzis, that many tzitzis. One must put on tefillin, and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time, they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because his shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time, and he was worried he's going to miss my Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rab would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make Kriya Torah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You can say there's no writer from there. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema at all. So why we bring the story for a different reason. Say that we had about 4 machlokes. When do you say Kriya Torah? From here you see that Rav said Kriya Torah even on Mishnayos. If somebody's digging a grave, he's replacing the mitzvah, he's punished from all mitzvahs, including Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemon Esrei. If he's digging the grave with another person, then they can switch off. One can come out of the grave, and he'll say, put on Tefillin, Kriya Shema, and Tefillah, and then he'll switch with his friend. Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say Al Malchus Shemayim, which is Shema, and then you do Asiyah. But he admits that when it comes to physical Asiyah, Tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Al Malchus Shemayim. The person says Kriya Shema. Without Tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made in his record. He's testifying falsely because the Kriya Shema says you should wear Tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah of Kippur. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's a mashal as if somebody brought a carbon oila without bringing the mitzvah that's associated with the Rizlachim, without Mustachim. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is after his vow. The Virgin says if one wants to complete the process of all Malchus Shemayim in its entirety, he should first clean his body, in other words, go to the restroom, wash his hands, say Kriya Shema, put on Tefillin, and then down Shemon Esrei. Do all that. It's as if he built in his bath, he would not put a carbon on top of his bath. It says Rabbi, not only that, it's as if you were Taik in a mikveh. The Chizk is to curse those who search for water for saying Kriya Shema. Kriya Shema has a zman. You might miss the zman. Shemon Esrei, on the other hand, you couldn't look for water because the zman is much longer. You should look for water up until a parcel, which is approximately 3 miles in the direction that you're traveling. And then to go in reverse, to make a U-turn and look for water, when you know there's water, you only have to go up until a hill, which is approximately 4,000 feet. The Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear the Kriya Shema in his own ear, he wasn't mashmiya lahazal. Tanakama, Shri Yehuda says he's yoitza, and Rabbi Yossi says he's not yoitza. It's a very long sugya. It's almost complicated, and it brings in 5 different rices and rice. And I'll try to make it very simple. In Maskana, we have 3 shittas, 3 opinions. We have Meir, who's the most famous. He says, don't hear what you're saying, whether it's Kriya Shema or different prophets, you are on the rice, you are yoitza l'chatchila. In other words, you could start out initially saying it without hearing it in your ear, and you're yoitza. On the opposite side, you have Rabbi Yossi, who says that when it comes to Kriya Shema, if you don't hear it in your ear, you're not yoitza, even after you. And then you have the middle sheet. It's from Elazar ben Azariah, who happens to be Rabbi Yehuda's Rebbe. Elazar ben Azariah says, you are yoitza, only the other. If you want to be yoitza l'chatchila, you should hear it in your ear. So you have these 3 sheets. How do these 3 sheets match up with the following 5 cases? You have our Mishnah that discusses Kriya Shema, and that's their rights. So in Kriya Shema, we're going to have all 3 sheets. You have Rabbi who says you don't have to hear it in your ear, you only have to be mechaber, because it says Alu Bavecha, it's near environment. You have Rabbi Yossi who says that you have to hear it in your ear, because it says Shema, you must hear it. And then you have Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, who's the middle sheet of, you should hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you're yoitza. And then we have a rice that brings the person who's deaf, but he can speak. And he says a bracha on the truma. One rice says he's only yoitza b'diavad. That will be the only point to Elazar ben Azariah. And the big question in the city is, how does Rabbi Yehuda fit? If you want to try to say, perhaps it says that the mayor, you yoitza even without hearing it, but still as a city, it seems like Yehuda holds up his own Rabbi, Elazar ben Azariah, and the other you yoitza. So this brayso that says that you're yoitza if you're deaf and can speak, you're yoitza only with the evidence and truma, the bracha truma, which is the rabbanon, goes according to Elazar. There's another brayso when it comes to a deaf person who can speak. And that's what Shimon Pastor says, that you're yoitza even with achila. That must be going according to them. And then you have the halacha biggest halacha. The biggest halacha is very brayso. It says that you should not bench in your heart. That means that you should do so, but if you do it, then you give it your yoitza. And that will be going to Elazar ben Azariah. And finally, we have the case of Megillah. Megillah, Kriyas Megillah says that Cherish should not say Kriyas Megillah, but if he did so, if the Cherish did so according to Yehuda, Los Benazaria, who are Yoitza of Cherish. The same thing would apply to a Paka. Rashi says that Paka is like a Cherish, that is a Chila. You should not be Yoitza other people who do Megillah. But if he did so, Yoitza B'Yevet. A Shoita, even if you have it, you're not Yoitza. It says there's another shiur that is Patan is the good thing of 8 years old, then he's completely kosher, he's not feeling to be Yoitza other. So that's super. Then the Gemara says that it's possible that Rabbi Yossi holds by Krishma that you are not Yotze at all in Medina. He could agree, like the Rabbanans, like let's say Truma, the Third, by Megillah, that you are Yotze with the Gemara says that just like a womb takes in Zerach, and then out comes the baby, some to a brain, takes it in, but then, and in the case Mason, bodies will be alive. Just like the womb, it goes in, but it's quiet, but when it comes out, the baby comes out, and there's a lot of emotion and screaming and celebration. So too, out the flamer, like the grave, when the body goes in, there's a lot of crying, when the body comes out alive, and it's amazing, there's going to be a huge celebration. This is the source for this amazing in Torah. It says in the Pasuk, just like a river to take a person out of his tuma and make a car, so to the Halim, referring to at least a medrash, to take a person and take him out of Koiva if he has a virus and bring him into his source. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person said Kriya Shema, but he wasn't a doctor, what does that mean? He said all the words, but perhaps two of the words were connected to each other. One of these examples where the end of one word ends with the same letter as the next word begins, like Al Level Bezel. The old Al ends with the Lamed, Bezel starts with the Lamed. If you say it quickly, it sounds like Al Level Bezel. Al is supposed to stop in between. If you see the spirit, they stop between all these words. And we learned that from the Math. It should be Milut Al. Or it's another example like Isa, Selfa, 2 bases. Them Nehera, 2 nouns. And this brings down also the Farah Av. If you say it quickly, it sounds like Farah. So you should make a stop. Farah Av. And also this talks about Tiskuru, which people are very magnet, the same as Zion, Tiskuru. But it shouldn't sound like Tiskuru. If somebody is very careful with the way he says Kriya Shema, it will lower the temperature in Gehenna. And the Gemara finally says at the end, Savka, Siva Kama. There's a Havamina that perhaps you shouldn't have to say the instructions regarding Kriya Shema. How to put on your tefillah, how to write, how to do mezuzah. Maybe you should only say the psukim that have to do with your Shemayim. Where it says, no, that's only by a site that will take up all the instructions that will just put in the curses, there's only it says poets. And there's no Shava between site and Sukha, because it says if Sav come, should be Siva Kama. I mean, wonderful thing. Bracha is after Zayin. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi were building a chuppah for their friend Rabbi Lazar was getting married that day. Rabbi Lazar said, I'm a chassid, let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back with what I learned. So he came back with the following. He said, if a person makes a mistake in middle Kriya Shema, let's say he misses a word, he must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says Uvisharecha, and he's not sure where he's holding. He's holding at the end of the first parasha that has Uvisharecha, or perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha. He must go to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha, a person knows better than the other 2 parashas. Therefore, if he's concerned that perhaps he missed a word or something in the third parasha, don't be concerned. You know it really well, and you probably said every single word. You don't have to repeat. It says in Mishnah, if you have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of a tree, and the time of Kriya Shema comes, they're allowed to say Kriya Shema on top of a tree, provided first pasuk of Kriya Shema, they stop working and they concentrate on the first part, on the first pasuk. According to other Rishonim, they have to concentrate on the entire first paragraph. But when it comes to Shemona Esrei, they must come off the tree and have Shemona Esrei where it's sturdy and they're not concerned and they'll be able to have the proper kavanah. If it's a tree that's really sturdy and has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, they're allowed to stay and remain on top of the tree. The Gemara makes a distinction between a worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food. One who receives a salary has to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and he shouldn't cause a loss to his boss. So therefore, when he daves Shemona Esrei, he should only say the Shemona Esrei known as Havinei. It's the shortened Shemona Esrei where you say the first 3 brachas and the last 3 brachas, and everything in between is shortened to 3 to 4 words. Like you see in the picture, this is from a siddur given to servicemen in the English Army in 1940. When you say Birkas Hamazon, you only say 2 out of the 4 brachas. You say the first one completely, and the second and third bracha you combine together. The fourth one is only the Rabbanon, not the say. When it comes to Birkas Hamaiti, since it's only the Rabbanon, they don't even wash and say a bracha. Somebody that works for his food should be careful not to be a chazan, because that's a waste of time for the owner, and he shouldn't do Birkas Kahanim, he shouldn't do it. As we learned in the beginning of the Masechta, I said the mitzvah, mitzvah. Somebody is occupied with a mitzvah, he doesn't have to say Kriya Shema, because it says and from we learned that a person is not physically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a basula. Therefore, he is pater from Kriya Shema, because he has a combination of 2 things. He's preoccupied and it's a mitzvah. Therefore, a person who's preoccupied but not in a mitzvah, for instance, if his ship is sinking and he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah, it's chayiv in Kriya Shema, because he's obligated to take the preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an Abel, he lost a loved one and he's preoccupied, that's also not a mitzvah, and it's chayiv in all the mitzvahs. The person who marries an Abel, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied, and therefore he's chayiv in Kriya Shema. The Gemara tells us that Gamliel himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be mechavan, and the Gemara says that anybody who's musaf, has a chazaka, that he's a chacham, and he could be mechavan during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya Shema. But anybody that's not musaf, according to Gamliel, that's considered gaiva. He has haughtiness. He says, "Oh, I could be mechavan." The chacham saying that he could say Kriya Shema regardless. An Aval who just lost a loved one is usher to bathe, unless he's what we call an isness, somebody who's spoiled, likes to take care of himself, and he's not bathing for enjoyment, but rather he can't live without it. And that is in a time that the isser of rechitza, of bathing oneself, is the rabbanon. The first day is the isser deraisa, but the first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to everybody, and it's only the rabbanon. The rabbanon were makbid when it came to an isser. If a person loses a slave, we don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of Avelim and say Amakum Yinachem. We don't say Amakum Yinachem. We don't make the bracha of Rechava, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of Havra. What do we say to somebody who loses a slave? We say Hamakay Yimalach Esreinfa, like we do for any other object that one might lose. There's no hespeda that you give on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Eved, the slave, was a kosher, he was a chacham, then you could say, Oy ish toiv eneman and a henemi yoy. Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was nehena. He worked hard, and that's how he earned a living. Chacham would disagree. They say, if that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher Jew? And therefore, you don't say any hesped on a slave. You don't call a slave Mister or Abba or Ima, which was in those days a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless this slave is a chashuv slave, and then you can give him that kind of surname. We only have 3 avos. Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov. We have 4 imayos, and we don't have any more. In other words, you can't call one of the shvatim Ruvain one of our avos, because the chashivas is up to 3 avos and 4 imayos. Whoever is careful with Kriya Shema and Shemona Esrei, says the Gemara, they'll have Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. And now the Gemara brings many different tefillos that the Amoraim and Tanoim would say after Shemona Esrei. in order to make the Shemon Esrei their own. And the time permitting, we'll go through most of them. Rabbi Lazar would say the following: that we should have a hava, a achva, reis, shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, achdus, and we should have many talmidim, and that the future should show a lot of hope, and we should have Gan Eden, and we should have the Yitzhak Taiv, and we should wake up in the morning and find that we have Yerushalayim, and we should find all our needs. Rabbi Yochanan used to say, peek at our shame and see how hard we have in our life. And you should use rachamim and ois and chasidus, and you should give us graciousness, and you should use good and invasun osecha. Reb Zera would say, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Reb Chi would say, our occupation should be Torah, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have dim eyes. And Rabbi would say the famous davening that we say, our Rishchaydish, a long life, Chaim Shel Shalom, Shel Taiva, Shel Bracha, Shel Parnasa, Shel Tzatzamois, Chaim Shesh Ben Yeraskeit. We should have Shufima, we should have wealth, we should have Ahavas Torah and Yerushalayim, and Chaim Shel Malon is close as the Bel Taiva. Rabbi would say, a lot of people in the davening, people shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. We shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. Whether it's a guy or not a guy. Even though Rebbe had guards, he would still say all these tefillas. And tomorrow, Mr. Shem will continue with the rest of the tefillas. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is davening time. We're going to continue with the special davening that Tanoim and Amroim inserted at the end of their Shemon Esrei. Safar would say, please put peace between Allah and Shemayim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below. Have peace between the Chachamim and between people that learn Torah L'Shma for its own sake, and people that learn Torah for their sake, for their cover. And those who learn Torah L'Shma, they should have the supposed to learn eventually Torah L'Shma. According to one of the Alexander used to say, Hashem, put us in a corner. If you're ready putting us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner. Don't put us in a dark corner, and our heart shouldn't be aching, and our eyes shouldn't be dim. According to another, Alexander said, it's our will to do your will. Almost preventing us the Sahara. And Shibud Malchia is the fact that we're in God. So please take those two things away, and we'll behave properly. Rabbi used to say, when we say on your Kippur, by Vidui, actually, I was not worthy to be born, and now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust when I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And the Ratzon, I shouldn't sin any longer, and whatever I sin, please erase completely. My brother Rabbi used to say, basically, when we say every day, etc., and then he goes on to say, save me from a Isha Ra, from a bad woman and a bad guy. This is what we say when you have a Kines Yachad. He'd say, when we had a Beis HaMikdash, we'd be marked for Rabbanos on the Mizbeach, and we would only put the chaylev and the fat in the blood. This tightness that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood. That should be as a korban. Should be mechaber. Then the Gemara goes on to say beautiful sayings that Tanoim and Amroim used to say. Rebbe would say, when you finish Eloi, it says, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or a human being. But the famous song, Ashri Mish Bala Batorah Ba'amoli Batorah. Praiseworthy is the person who grows up with Torah and toils in Torah, and creates a beautiful nachas to his creator, and he dies with a great name, with a great reputation. Taik Hashem, Hashem and Taik. Good name is better than good oil. And this is my favorite Meir would say, every Baruch tells people, try to understand my ways. Etc. The Lishkan Adasi, a person should be a master when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart, and you should always have your Shemayim in front of your eyes. Watch, guard your tongue, guard your mouth from sinning, and you should act the Kedusha with the Tahara, and therefore I will be with you wherever you are. Chachmi Avdi would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. If a person says, I'm an Amaretz, what good is it that I'm learning Torah? I don't understand it as well as the other one. Says the Gemara, that's not true. The main focus is the intent and the effort a person puts in. You can learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands more than you. You get the same amount of schar as that other person because you have the same intent. Rabbi used to say a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Tzahara, try to trick him when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person who answers softly will do away with a lot of anger, and a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with Goyim in the marketplace. The Gemara brings Rabbi and Zakai would never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says that the main point of Torah, that's the thinker in the world, is to do Ma'asim Tovim and Shuvah. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person in front of the Torah like his father, his mother, and his Rebbe. We're talking about a different type of Shema, a person who learns Torah. Shalom Shema, the cantor, that means in order to outdo somebody else, that's a person that's better than they should have been created. Rav says, this world is different than the world to come. In the world to come, even if we have a physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping, through we're not going to be jealous of each other, it's not going to be competition. We're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and basking in the glory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara's famous question, if women don't learn Torah, how are these Zarech Olam Haba? And how are these Zarech protection? And the Gemara answers by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnayos and Gemara, and waiting for their husbands, because in those days their husbands will leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back from learning. That's how they steer the Torah and Olam Haba. The Gemara brings a beautiful bracha that Chachamim would say to each other that basically includes all the limbs in the body, that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. There's a machlokes in the pasuk. Alufeinu Mesubalim. Alufeinu means our leaders, Mesubalim. We take the burden. One man says Alufeinu is that they're our leaders in Torah, Mesubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says Alufeinu is referring to Torah and mitzvahs. Mesubalim is referring to Yisurim. And the Gemara goes on to say that we make a bracha that we shouldn't be like David and Shaul, that they had bad advisors like Taik and Taik, and we shouldn't have children that go off the derech. Machlokes in the pasuk, Abir Leiv or Chaykim Tzedakah. Who are these Abir Leiv? What shot is we're talking about tzaddikim, that they are distant from tzedakah, so to speak. That they could sustain themselves, they don't need to come on to the Yochel HaKadosh Baruch Hu to help them, whereas the entire world has to come on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. More brings that Rav Chanina, the famous Basra, would come out and say, Chanina B'ni, he doesn't need anything but some boxer, some charuvim, where the entire world is sustained because of it. Another pshat is that Abir Leiv is referring to the Rishayim, like the Gevalim that lived within the midst of Klal Yisrael for many generations, and they never became Gerim. They didn't see the beauty of Klal Yisrael. Or the people from Mechasya, who they saw Klal Yisrael gathering together before Yom Tov, 30 days before Yom Tov, before Pesach, before Shoshana, that a flume of fire would come down from the sky, a pillar of fire, and they still didn't do true, they didn't become Gerim. And the Gemara goes on to say that the machlokes, well, we know that you're allowed to do malacha on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't do malacha, you should do malacha. But if you're Tam Chacham, you should never do malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether a person could act like a Tam Chacham. Is that considered Metzik Yura, or is that considered haughtiness or not? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as you are, such as a Chasam, it doesn't say Kriya Shema, everybody knows that he doesn't have Kavanah. Why is he saying Kriya Shema? He shouldn't do so. On the other side, you could say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job, that's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you could say Everybody knows that he has a job. The reason why he's not working is exactly as of Al. And basically that finishes. Now we finish the second parak, and the Mishnah says in the third parak, Mishnah Mesa, if you have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, you're supposed to Kriya Shema, from Tefillin, from Shemona Esrei, and there's a machlokes in Gemara whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you. And we'll go into it a little bit more tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about halachas that have to do with the dead. There's a concept called loy l'rush, poking fun at the dead, causing the dead to be jealous. And that includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating in front of the dead, as we're going to see. So you're not going to walk 4 hours within the dead, or in a cemetery next to the Kfarim, and see Kriya Shema, you see Kaddish, the Hillim, etc. You're not going to hold a prayer in your hand, and from the same prayer says, Toisos, you're not allowed to say prayer about that. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzis outside. It causes the dead to be jealous. If you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession. Otherwise, the dead is going to be upset. He's going to say, "Why doesn't this person come to my funeral?" And if you do, says the Gemara, then it's as if you accompany people from himself. It's also to eat in front of the dead, and therefore, if one has to eat, he should leave the house that the dead person is in, go to his own home, go to his friend's home. If you don't have a friend's home, build a wall. If you can't build a wall, then turn your back to the dead. As an oval, it's also to be makes it's also to lean, it's also to eat meat and drink wine. And it's shouldn't, says Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha, not a bracha Rishonah, not a bracha Korona, or other Rishonah. It's also to make brachas. And it's also for other people to be mitzvah. And according to Rashi, other people don't have to be mitzvah with the bracha. But on Shabbos, all those halachas don't apply. You could lean, you could eat meat, you could drink wine. And there's a machlokes whether or not you're chayim in wine. Someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative is placing a mitzvah, and therefore he's putter from all the mitzvahs. Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemona Esrei, etc. It's machlokes in the Gemara what that means exactly. Rabbi says that it's only if the dead is right in front of him, then he's placing a mitzvah. But if once he leaves, the house is not there, then there's no longer a chiyuv to, there's no longer a pur to do other mitzvahs. For the Ravashi, you see by Rabbi that even though he was dealing with Ephraim and Sarah was no longer in front of him, Sarah considers it as if Sarah was in front of him. He's still dealing with it in his head, and therefore he's punished from all mitzvahs. What about the people that carry the Aron, the pallbearers? They are all punished in front of Shemona Esrei. The ones that are in front of the Aron, they haven't had a chance to hold Aron yet. They are punished from Kriya Shema. The ones in the back, they already held out the Aron, they want to hold it again, they must say Kriya Shema. Those people that come to comfort the Avelim, that's also mitzvah. They're also placing a mitzvah. If they have a chance to see the first possible, or according to the other sheet of the first parsha, they should say so. If they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner rows, that they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, Hamakim Menachem, and giving the words of comfort, they are following the Kriya Shema. The ones on the outer rows that don't really say directly to the Avel, they are chayiv in the Kriya Shema. What about those shomer, people that watch the body? It seems like in the Gemara that they're watching them from ice. They are also considered placing mitzvah. They are public mitzvah. If there are two of them, then one could go to the side and daven while the other one watches. On a ship, there's machlokes whether there are mice or not, if that's a concern. According to one man, know what it is, and therefore one should watch the body. According to another man, both of them should go to the side. Once my Kriya Shema comes and say Kriya Shema. There's an issur to treat bones of the deceased without respect. You have to treat them with respect. And same Allah applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it into a sack and throw it on a donkey. Same thing with Sefer Torah, unless you're concerned that people come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses, and here are all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? So we're talking about like the rush, poke fun at a dead person. What does he understand? It comes out of Masparas Asuki that a dead person will feel pain. Some say this is the Shama feels the pain. But if an insect is eating the body, he feels that pain. If there's a mouse called Duma who's in charge of the dead, he announces that a certain person is going to die soon, within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that. They know that he's coming up. Dead people get information and news from visitors. Other than people come up and tell them what's going on down below, they can get that information. And in a situation where the person whose nifter is a great chashuv person, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before his nifter, as the Gemara discusses regarding Shmuel. Says the Gemara, the sons of Rabbi were wondering if their father who already was nifter, does he know about their pain? Because they forgot their learning, they were busy working, and they forgot their learning, and it bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the father in Shemayim knows about it. One of them said, what do you mean it's impossible? That people don't know anything. This is the other one, they didn't learn the right shot. Mason is referring to the Rishai. They're in this world, they're not concerned about that. But Tzadikim, even when they're dead, they're considered alive. But Tzadik is always concerned about Olam Haba and what the future holds for him. Gemara talks about Bnei Ben Yehoyada, that there's nobody like him in the first Mikdash, the second Mikdash. The Gemara says perhaps he was toivel in the ice, he cut open the ice and was toivel inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sefer of Iraq, which is the hardest Sefer, says one day, one short winter day. Says the Gemara, amazing story. There's once a chassid, usually when the Gemara says chassid, it's referring to the Barilai or the Baba, that his wife really bothered him to the point that he has to sleep in the cemetery. And we're talking about Rosh Hashanah May. He was sleeping in the cemetery and he heard two ruchos, young girls that were nifter, they were talking to each other. He said, let's fly around the world and see what's going on. Behind him, says one, I cannot fly, I'm buried in my cell. You can read. The Tzlach explains, since her body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. He said, tells her friend, you go out there, tell me what you heard. She went out there, what she heard, and whoever plants for Vir Shaina, in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the 17th day of Cheshvan, the 7 days, and then comes the second reveal, and then comes the third reveal 7 days later. Whoever plants then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this chassid did not plant in the Vir Shaina, he planted in the Vir Shnia, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trip on his own. So he went and he camped out in the Mesa forest, and sure enough, he hears the two guys saying, let's go fly, I can't fly, I'm in Masel Shekhanim. So you come back and tell me, and she said, I heard. Whoever plants in the second reveal, the Shidofon, the heat is going to come and ruin the crop, so he planted in the first, and therefore he made money, everybody else lost their crop. Says his wife, how did you know to do this? So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around the paragon, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother. And she said, I know that your daughter was buried in the Masel Shekhanim. Third year, the chassid goes to the cemetery and he hears the Rufa say, let's go fly around. And one rule says the other, I cannot fly because the live people are already saying they're making fun of my mother that she buried me keep Masel Shekhanim. So you see that they did know. So the more perhaps somebody was nifter, told him. Ziri once gave money to a lady and she died, and he went and he asked her in her grave, where's the money? And she told him exactly where it was. And she also said, tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my comb and my makeup. And that's because she must have heard from Duma the Malach that announces. The Gemara says that Avot the Shmuel used to take the money of the orphans, and he was nifter, and people started making fun of his son Shmuel. They called him the son of the person that steals money from the orphans. So he went to the forest, and he sees that Levi didn't make it into Shemayim because Levi heard his Rabbi by not going to the shir. And he sees his father, and his father's crying and laughing. Why are you crying? Because you're going to be nifter. So why are you laughing? Because they consider you as a huge individual there in Shemayim. He said, if I'm so big, have Levi go up to Shemayim. In fact, Levi went up to Shemayim. He says, where's the money? The money is buried between our money. It's a sandwich. Our money, the son's money, and our money. I don't want it to get ruined. I don't want people to steal. And in fact, they returned the money. Upon you see that the dead know what's going on, but it's different because Shmuel was such a chashuv person. They announced it in Shemayim way in advance. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is dafyut test. We had the other day, the Rabbi was walking in the cemetery and he's on the graves, and he's told, like the rush, you're poking fun at the dead. It seems like Rabbi himself retracted. Rabbi says that Baruch tells Moshe Rabbeinu, tell the Abbas of Rabbi Yaakov that I kept my promise and I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael. You see that Rabbi Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. Moshe says perhaps they don't really care. Baruch wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak to Rabbi Yaakov so that Rabbi Yaakov could have a person thank to Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done for their descendants, Klal Yisrael. The halacha is, if you speak about a mate, it's as if you speak about a rat. There's a nimachlekes. Either they don't care or they don't know. However, if you speak about a other chashuv, like somebody spoke about Mar Shmuel after he died, and a pole pierced his head and pierced the membrane around his brain, that's because the Baruch himself hears that he spoke about the chashuv person, but not necessarily that the chashuv person heard it and knows that he said something about it. Shmuel Levi says that we speak about the Chacham, even if the Chacham is in peace, nevertheless, the person that speaks about it will fall into Gehenna. Speaking about Shmuel Levi, the Gemara says, and Shmuel Levi said, there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about a Baruch Hu or other things that they put him in excommunication. The Gemara says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That a Kavi B'Mahalal says that the concept of Saita, if somebody has an affair and his husband suspects her of having an affair, they give her to drink Mayim Arim, you don't do that to a Giyarias and a Shukleris. That's what Kavi B'Mahalal holds. The fact that Shmai and Naftali or Gerim did it, they Mayim Arim, they did the Saita for a Giyarias, says Kavi B'Mahalal, that was fake water. It was a placebo. And for that, says the Gemara, that they put him in Midu. Says Rabbi that that's not true. Rabbi Mahalo was a great man. There's nobody like him in Chachma, in Tahara, in Yiras Hashem. Therefore, could have been Rabbi Mahalo. It was, in fact, the Lozav ben Chanoich who made fun of the concept of the Kiddush Yadayim, and they put him in Nidui. And in fact, when the Lozav ben Chanoich died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even to the dead, you do skila, you throw stones at the coffin. There's a concept called Nekis Taik Chapamala. Speaks probably towards the Rabbi Shler. Like such as Chayni Mahago. Chayni Mahago, his name is Chayni Mahago because Chayni sat and drew a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rained really light. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want struggle. strong rain, so rain really strong. He said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon ben Shach said, if you weren't fighting, I would put you in favor. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who was from Rome, instituted Zeicher the everybody should take it, go and put him on a spit, a skewer, and roast it. And Shimon ben Shach said, you deserve Kharim because people have been thinking now that you can touch him outside the base of English. But that's a brisa. The famous story of Tanur Shalach Noim, Rabbi Lazar held that everybody holds that in order to take a tiferes, earthenware stone, and make it not tummy, it's tummy, you have to break it into pieces. So let's say you chop it up in pieces, you want to put it back together with sand. Lazar holds it's tar. So some say it's not tar. But Lazar tried to prove them with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. A pastor came out of Shemaim and said, Lazar's right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they put him to Nidu and he died in the Khair. So we have three places in the Mishnah. Why did Yeshua Levi say 24? Because there are 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to these three times, where the Talmud Chacham, who's a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbi, the majority, nothing against the Rabbi, but he fought really hard, and that is deserving of Khair. In some instances, there was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against a greater person, and that is deserving of neither. It says the Gemara, you don't take out the dead when it's close to my Kriyashma. People might miss my Kriyashma, unless it's a little chashuv like Rabbi Yosef, they took him out right before my Kriyashma. People listening to a hesped or a mitzvah, it's also like the rush to go out. They should leave one by one. In other words, one person goes out, says Kriyashma, goes back in, then the next one. If the body isn't in front of them, then they could also Kriyashma together. And the Aval sits there quietly and he says, he accepts upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, Harbe Chapasi, I sinned a lot. When you front them in many, he didn't even give me what I deserve. 1 out of 1,000 says, you don't speak like that. That's say Afkal Sultan. You should talk like that because it means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater Einish. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying, from Menachem Eslim to the Aval, the outer row is not public. However, the Gemara qualifies that says the outer row can see, it can be heard. The Aval can hear him, so this part of the Nikum of these brothers are crucial. The Gemara brings a also, when it comes to Baruch, if somebody does a Chil Hashem, it's a Chil Hashem, there's no such thing as he's a Chacham, he's a Navain. For instance, if a Chashav person is wearing Shabbos, even though it'll create a tremendous embarrassment if you remove it in public, he must remove it immediately. Gemara goes through different cases. Why is Shabbos different in all these cases? Let's first Gemara, when it comes to the Rabbanim are not Yoizer or Zero when it comes to human dignity. So therefore, we have the concept of base of pras. If there's a field that was plowed through and there was a grave there, and we're concerned that perhaps small bones that are spread out throughout the field, the Rabbanon, if you're on the way to be marked from Pesach, you get on all four, blow your way through the field, and you see that's a concept only in the Rabbanon, because the rise you wouldn't be able to do that. Therefore, if an Aval decides he picks his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the base of pras, a claim can follow him through the base of pras for the covet of the Aval. Same thing for the covet to give proper honor of the kings, even the Daisha kings, where it says that the Tzaddik, who was a Kayan, would step over the coffins. Now, there's a halacha that if there's a full tefach of air between the body and the top of the aron, then the tumah stays inside that aron, provided that there's an opening on the side. So, we're not concerned that perhaps most Aronis have this tefach. Maybe there's a larger person in the aron or something, and if you don't have that tefach, that's a meal. And in order to give honor to kings, we're not chayshish for that aron that doesn't have a tefach. There's also the concept of human dignity. When it comes to toilet paper and the time of the Gemara, they used to use stones, so you're not going to carry a stone for the bathroom. And if a person sits a script, not only has three sisters on four corners, he must take off his garment right away, but if he's in a herbalist, which is a shus rabbanon, he can leave it on. Well, then we have the passage that says, Salamta, if you find an object, you must return it, but there's exceptions. If you're claiming you're a forest, you're a whole person, it's not in your honor to take care of it, you earn more money than it would take to give it back, you're potter. Why Shabbos is any different? The answer is because it's a lamta, a special meal, dafka in these three cases. And a nazir who's a kohen gadol, so he's a nazir and a kohen gadol, or he's a person who's going to do bris milah on his son, or to shut the korban pesach, he does not become public. But it's a mason mitzvah, they find it dead, person, nobody's taking care of. Not even if I go to Nazar, why Shem is different? And the answer is because we're discussing Shem al Taisa by Mila and from Pesach, and it wasn't said by so have a wonderful day. Racha is that Chav. Rabbi asked about why is it that the previous generations they had so many mitzvahs? For instance, if they needed rain, Rabbi Yehuda would just take off his shoe and start deep with tsar, and immediately it would start raining. And us, we scream and we cry and we daven and nothing. And don't tell me, said Rabbi, it's because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning, says Rabbi. They, Rabbi Yehuda, only learn Nizikin, says Rashi, Bakama, Bamativa, Vasra. We learn also Shasibir. When Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Uktzin, he had a great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi used to ask. When we learn Uktzin and Yodais, how a branch transmits tum into the fruit, but if the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 pshatim in that. So what is the pshat? The pshat is that the previous generations, they were Meiser Nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. The Gemara brings a very interesting example what it means to be Meiser Nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. Rabbi Barahaba was walking the street and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf about them that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. So he ran over to her and he ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a goya. She could wear whatever she wants. And he was fined 400 sus, which he said because her name was Muslim, it sounds like 200 times 2. You see, that is Mr. Nefesh. He put himself in a position where he owes money to make him a chav for Torah. The Gemara says, Rabbi will position himself by the entrance of the mikvah, so that women going to the Taik can ask him questions about tefillah. They ask him, what about Yitzhara? He says, the women appear to me like white geese. I don't have Yitzhara. So Rabbi would also position himself by the entrance of the mikvah for a different reason, so that women can sit there at his beauty, and they can have children that are as beautiful as him. And as the Gemara Bamitzvah says, they can be daily in Torah like Rabbi. He asked Rabbi, what about Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara? He says, no, I come from Shevet Yosef. There's no Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Alei Ayin, he's above Ayin Hara. Or V'yid B'Larayim, he's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. They're in the water covers the Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't go after Ashes by Tifar will not be Nizayit from Ayin Hara. Says the Mishnah. Kanim are punter from Kriyishma and Tfilah. Even if the Kanim is of the age of Tfilah, he's punter from Kriyishma because we don't want his father to be worried about his son's Kriyishma. He has to go to work early in the morning and can't shove him to show that early. Tefillin, a cotton, we're concerned won't have a gufnaki, a clean body. Women, as we know, are potter from all mitzvahs as seishas like rum. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriyishma is a specific time in the morning and evening. They're potter from Kriyishma. Women are potter from tefillin. And the chiddush is that I would think that they would be chayiv in tefillin because there's a hektish tefillin and mezuzah. And in the mezuzah, they are chayiv. Mashwan, women are potter from tefillin. Now, they are chayiv in the mezuzah. Why? Because in the mezuzah it says the man you make a mezuzah brings longevity, and women need longevity. I would think that a mezuzah would be potter because it says the mountain is placing benechem, and then right afterwards with the there's a hektish, just like they're potter in Torah. They should be potter in mezuzah. But Mashwan, they're chayiv in mezuzah. A woman is chayiv in Shemona Esrei. Shemona Esrei brings rachamim, and women need rachamim. Even though Shemona Esrei is Erev, Boiker, and Tzarayim, it says man grama, nevertheless, because of the rachamim, they're chayiv. What about Kiddush on Shabbos? It's machlokes whether they are chayiv with the Raisa or with the Rabbanon. They're definitely chayiv. According to Rabbanon, they're chayiv with the Raisa. It says Zochar Shalom Shalom B'Zochar. There's chayiv in keeping Shabbos, it's chayiv in mentioning Shabbos and doing Kiddush. According to Abaya, it's only chayiv the Rabbanon. Birkas Hamazon, they are chayiv. Although Moshe Rabbeinu says that Klal Yisrael should eat in the evening and in the morning, so it seems like it's a mitzvah translation as Roma. Nevertheless, they are chayiv. You more want to prove that perhaps if the Muslim of a woman is a deraisa because she can be white to your husband, so the Gemara that's not a raya, because in the same place it says that a katan could be white to his father, and a katan certainly is the rabbanon. We have to say that the father only ate a shear of the rabbanon, less than a severe, a satiating pillar, and therefore the call to be mighty. So maybe that's what it means that a woman can be mighty to her husband in a situation where he ate a shear with Rabbanan. The Gemara says that Allah Hashem told Rabbi was not fair. You said that we shouldn't act, we shouldn't take bribes, but you show favoritism towards Klal Yisrael. It says, Hashem, it says, of course I show favoritism. I told Klal Yisrael to say bring some Muslim when if you're satiated, and they were machmir on themselves, and they say bring some Muslim even on a kibetza like Rabbi Yehuda or a kazayis like your mayor. That's why I show favoritism. The mission says as follows. We know that a Balkari cannot learn Torah. That's where it was mistaken that has to be Torah. So how does one say Kriya Shema if he's Balkari? Says the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Kriya Shema. And when he eats, he doesn't say Hamaitzi. And Birkas Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, he's Mahara. Yehuda says no. The Balkari must say Birkas Kriya Shema. He must say Hamaitzi. He says Birkas Hamazon out loud. He says Kriya Shema out loud with his mouth. Machlokes to Rabbi and Rav Chisda, whether Hebrew is Kedibur. Contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Rabbeinu, it has the same effect. So why does Balkari only think it as if he's saying it? Because when you guys are just like we said at Har Sinai, you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. According to Rav Chisda, Hebrew love Kedibur. So why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say creation. And the answer is, you're right, it doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about Kodesh Baruch Hu, and we want him to be passive and be doing the same thing as everybody else is doing. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Chaf Aleph. We learned that he called Keri, he must say something midoraisa such as Kriya Shema or Birkas Hamazon. He has to think it in his head. Whereas Shemona Esrei, which is only Rabbanan, he doesn't think it at all. How do we know that Birkas Hamazon is midoraisa? It doesn't get any more clear than this. It says in the pasuk, "Ve'ochalta," you eat b'savota on your satiated. U'berachta, you say Birkas Hamazon. Because on Torah, it says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Yishem Hashem Ekra." I'm going to announce Hashem's name. And Klal Yisrael is going to say Amen, and then from there we're going to continue to the Shira that is brought down in Parshas Hazinu. From our mission, it seems like that the Birkas Hamoitzi, the bracha you say before eating food, is only the Rabbanim, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all, you don't have to think about it. Even though we have a Kavachimer going in two directions, that one should perhaps say Birkas HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamoitzi before you eat. If you make a Birkas Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. And same thing in reverse. If you say Birkas HaTorah before you learn, so certainly you should make a Birkas Hamazon before you eat. And the answer is they are not similar at all. Birkas Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself. So you say Birkas Hamazon. You don't make that bracha prior to it because you didn't have an ayah. Whereas Talmud Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go with the Chayi Olam. This brings Chayi Olam. So you say prior and not after. Rabbi Yehuda holds, unlike what we learned up until this point, that Kriya Shema is only with the Rabbanim. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. It's only the Rabbanim. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, the Yatziv, it's the Eraisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said the Yatziv, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning, the first daf and brachas? The Shach B'chov Kumecha teaches us he's supposed to say Kriya Shema when you get up, when you go to sleep. He says, no, Shach B'chov Kumecha is referring to Talmud Torah. The field of learning Torah is in the night and in the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that a Balkari doesn't make a bracha after eating. So or after Kriya Shema, that is. So you see that it's only with the Rabbanim. And the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because we're talking about the person that Kriya Shema. And in Kriya Shema, he already mentions Yitzis Mitzrayim. And Kriya Shema is stronger than V'yatziv because it has Omah for Shemayim And it's his Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Kriya. Elazar says no. Kriya Shema is very right, so therefore if a person has a son, whether you say Kriya Shema or not, he has to repeat it. Shemona Esrei, which is the Rabbanon, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, says Rabbi Yochanan Halavai, he should daven all day long. In other words, he can repeat Shemona Esrei all day, and in fact, that's the halacha. What about if a person knows that he says Shemona Esrei, and he catches himself in the middle of Shemona Esrei? Says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shemona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shemona Esrei, also he feels a punch on his chest. He realizes, oh, I'm saying Slach Lana, I'm in the middle of saying weekday Shemona Esrei. What does he do? The halacha is that he can finish the bracha. What is the reason? The reason is because in reality we should be saying Shemona Esrei of the weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. But because of the tircha of the tzibur, you don't say Shemona Esrei. So therefore, if he finds himself saying a bracha of regular weekday Shemona Esrei, he finishes it off. Whereas a person who realized that he already said Shemona Esrei, and now he's saying it for the second time, if he's in the middle of a bracha, he stops right there where he is, and he doesn't finish because he has no fear of the same. Nevertheless, if a person comes into a shul, he comes into the shul and he finds that people are damaged with this. He could say Shemona Esrei again as long as he shows that it's feels the meaning he adds to each of the middle brachas, he adds something on his own and makes it personal. If a person comes into the shul, and this is a lot of nice, comes to the shul, and he finds the tzibur damaged Shemona Esrei, what should he do? Well, this is machlokes. According to Rav Huna, if he could finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to the chazan gets to Moedim, then he should start Shemona Esrei and finish. Because the problem is you don't want to be davening Shemona Esrei while everybody bows and does Moedim, but then it looks like you don't agree to the Moedim. But according to Rav Hizda, he has to be able to finish his Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. And the machlokes is whether a person can say Kedusha by himself or not. So we the paskin that a person can say Kedusha by himself. The Torah comes out that he should be able to finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're saying Shemona Esrei, you cannot stop for Kedusha and Baruch Hu, etc. So the point is whether you can stop in the middle of Shemona Esrei to say Amen Yevishmi Rabbi, according to Rabbi, you could. We don't pass on a like that because it brings down that today we think about it. Shemeh Ka'ina, this is the question that it comes out that you are saying it. You should look in places and see the halakha. About Perry is also to learn Torah. How do we know it? Through the concept called smuchim, since there's a pasuk in regard to Perry that's next to the pasuk that says Isser learn Torah, so we make the connection. It's also to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of smuchim in all of the Torah besides Chumash Devarim. How do we know that? And in the smuchim that the Taik learns in this parasha, Rabbi Yehuda learns it to say that whoever teaches the son Torah, it's as if he accepted the Torah from Har Sinai. When it comes to a witch you can't keep alive, so we learn it, the misa that she has, the skila we learn from a behemoth. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Levi Yadayim because he doesn't learn the concept of smuchim. Yet when it comes to Chumash Devarim, he does learn the concept of smuchim. There's machlokes whether a person who's not allowed to marry his father's wife, he's allowed to marry his father's anusa. If his father rapes somebody, he's allowed to marry her. When you're not allowed to marry. And why? Because he learns with smuchim. It says in the pasuk, Rabbi Yehuda learns talking about an anusa. Why? Because the following pasuk talks about an anusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are three people that have zera and they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a zav, who's not about Torah, who saw Torah, a nida that was pregnant zera, and a woman after relations with that zera, they are not allowed to say Torah unless they go to the mikvah. Rabbi Yehuda holds that they don't have to go. It's mashma. It's only these three cases that Rabbi Yehuda holds they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about Torah without any side effect, any ziva, etc., just a pure about Torah? Perhaps he holds he has to go to the mikvah. What comes out? It says, at the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda holds that about Torah is also a learned Torah. He just holds that when it comes to previous Kriyashma, etc., he made them like Hilchas Derech Eretz. In other words, since they are D'Rabbanan, so you're allowed to say them. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is not chabez. The Gemara tells us that just like the Matan Torah was given the name of the hero of the rest of Isaiah, so too when we learn Torah, we should be fear, trepidation, trembling. Therefore, if one comes about to be tamei, but it wasn't his fault, he became a zav, a mitzayro, while anida by mistake, he could learn Torah. However, if a person becomes tamei carry, which is an issue of talus roish, there's actually 7 shitas here. The Tanna Kamma says it's impossible for him to learn Torah at all. It came through talus roish, and Torah is only the rest of his name. On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi that says that Torah cannot become tamei. Therefore, you can learn Torah in any state, even in the state of tumah of carry. Torah is like fire, says fire is not metabel tumah, Torah is not. Then you have 5 shitas in between. Rabbi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnayos, but say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. Then you have Rabbi that says you could go deep into Mishnayos, you can parish Mishnayos, just don't learn Gemara. You have nothing that Hashem says you can learn Gemara, just don't say the name of the Baruch when it brings a pasuk. Kiva says don't learn Medrash. Some say Rabbi Kiva, you meant to say don't go into a base Medrash. I'll carry his pasuk to go into base Medrash. Yehuda says, and this we had yesterday, a person is Valkyrie Kalur, Hilchais Derech Eretz. But he on himself was Machmir when he taught his Talmidim, he was title first, and then he taught them Hilchais Derech Eretz. But Nachman Bar Mitzvah says that there's a minute in the world, passing like the 3 stated. One halacha, like we just said, like repeated of the Seir, that when it comes to Valkyrie, you can learn Torah. The other one is like Rabbi Yoshia, who says that in order to be over on Kalayim, he's Mekel. You have to plant 3 types of plants. You have to plant chita, wheat, soya, barley, and fartzanim, grapes. Otherwise, you're not over in Kalayim. Whereas the Chum say only 2 is the Isser. And like Rabbi Loi, who says that the field of Rashis, I guess, to shear your sheep and give the first shearings to a kohen is only in Eretz Yisrael. Zidiri said, either he said that they were mevatel the tefillah of a Bakari, or he said they were mevatel the tefillah sudai. Like we learned, Rav Chizah said you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before davening, but don't do it on the account of not davening Shemini Esrei B'Tzibur. What tells us that Nocham Ishgamzu whispered to Rabbi Kiva this Chamiyah. Rabbi Kiva whispered it, but as I either announced it in public or he whispered it this time. Was the halacha that this new concept called Tisha Kavim, when one is toivel for a carry, he doesn't necessarily have to go to the mikvah with 40 salt. He can pour upon himself 9 kavim like a shower. Just pour the water on top of you. As we'll see later on, Noah holds that when it comes to Tisha Kavim, it must be poured. You can't go into it and go into the mikvah. Mikvah is dafka going into the mikvah. You can't pour the 40 salt on top of you. So Tisha Kavim is dafka pouring it on top of you and then going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? It's not that it was announced in public. Because this tefillah of carry caused a lot of middle Torah. It takes a long time to go to the mikvah until you find the mikvah. Or people will revavel for Kuru. If a person knows he has to go tomorrow to look for a mikvah, he might abstain. And then he said it in secret because he didn't want his Talmidim to be with the wives like them like chickens. Yanni says when it comes to halacha of tefillah of carry, some are mekel, some are mechmer, those who are mechmer, they are going to have arichas yom. The question is, if you could get away with, so to speak, 9 cups of water, why would one go to the mikvah with 40 cells? Says the Lord, because Chachamim made it get it. It was a story where somebody was about to be over in Avera, and the woman told him, if you're over in Avera, remember, you're going to have to look for a mikvah 40 cells, and that made him stop. And therefore, Chachamim instituted that you have to have our bottom salt. Shemuna holds that about carry could be toivel, the common meaning, and Mayim Shukam doesn't have to be rainwater, but physics says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 cell rainwater. With Nachman, you had a special vessel that held 9 cups, so he could use it for carrying. So they told him, what do you mean? The Kiva holds that only somebody that's sick and the carry came, but against his will, he could use 9 kavod. But you're telling me that yes, the Talmid Chacham is considered like a sick person. But it wasn't lying, so it was miracle. He brought the carry upon himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use the kli. Says the Gemara, halachically, Rav Nachman's kli was broken. So according to people in Musha, his vessel was repaired. Why? Because Musha, this is the exact opposite. A chayla who brings upon himself carry, like an al-chacham, could use 9 kavod. A chayla that the carry came against his will doesn't even need to be table at all. Ezra was misakin the tunic or carry. He said that they go to the mikvah with 40 sons. What about somebody, a regular person, a bari, that someone came against his will? Azai says Ezra was also misakin something, and that's the 9th song, the 9th time. And according to the Rabbi, Ezra was misakin that. That's Chachamim were misakin the 9th time in such a case. Rabbi says lahalacha. Somebody who's healthy and he brings upon himself the tumah, and somebody that's sick who brings upon himself the tumah, need 40 sons. If somebody is sick and the tumah comes against his will, blindness, somebody who's healthy and it came against his will, but somebody who's sick, they're both putter without anything, not even 9 sons. According to everybody, somebody who's teaching Torah is different than somebody who's learning Torah. If somebody is teaching Torah and he's healthy, or he's sick, or he's brought upon himself, he needs 40 sah. But if it happened against his will, he could teach with 9 sah. And some are mechul and say since he's teaching Torah, he needs 40 sah. Some say that about Torah needs dafka, karka, it has to be a real mikvah. Some say no, like we mentioned before, it could be like a bata. Rabbi mentions the words, we told Malcolm, and the Gemara learns these words to mean that you could use according to Rabbi Yehuda, Mayim Shuvim doesn't necessarily have to be rainwater. The Gemara finally says a story where there were 3 Amoraim sitting around. Rabbi says, listen, we're benching now, let me take over, let me bench. Why? Because I was telling that I used 9 kavod. Says Rabbi Bar Shmuel, what are you talking about? 9 kavod is not enough when it comes to teaching other people, saying to other people, you need 40 sah. And I, in fact, was telling that I used 40 sah. Says Rav Huna, let me solve this for you. I wasn't telling it at all. Let me bench. Says one more halacha. Rav Chama was titled in 40 sah erev Pesach because he went to other people. Says the halacha is not like him. You don't need 40 sah. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is not from people. The person is a good Shemon Esrei who realizes that he forgot he's about 30. He doesn't just walk away from Shemon Esrei. Rather, he should finish on Shemon Esrei, but be the katz. He should shorten every single bracha. She's at the beginning, at the end, and take out everything in between. The person is about 30. He's late from a Torah, and he realizes that it's about 30. He should say everything really quickly. And according to Rabbi, he can only say Psukim, and that's it, and then he has to let somebody else know. It's also to daven in front of waste excrement. So he sees the waste, he should turn his back to it and make sure that he is 4 amas away, constantly 8 feet away. If he doesn't have the ability to turn his back to it, he should at least put it to the side 4 amas. The person is davening and realizes that he's davening while there's waste right next to him. He's considered a chayta sinner. According to Rabbi, he does not have to repeat Shemon Esrei again. According to Rabbi, he must repeat his Shemon Esrei again. The person has a medical condition. He has an uncontrollable bladder, so he must wait until he stops leaking, and only then he can eat his Shemon Esrei. Now, if he stopped for the total amount of time that it takes him to say the entire Shemon Esrei, then he must repeat those Shemon Esrei. Like any other tefillah, he stops regardless of what he did. He must repeat the whole Shema or Shemon Esrei. Unless he didn't stop long enough to say the Shemon Esrei, according to one man, he's a gabri dachim. In other words, he shouldn't have started out anyways. If he came to a situation where he's had that means when he started diving, he also had to go to the restroom. And since he didn't, his whole tequila is no good, and he has to repeat it. He doesn't have to repeat his diving. And now, this brings us to the phenomenality. If a person needs to really himself, has to go to the restroom, and he cannot wait for 72 minutes. He can't hold it in, which is the time it takes to walk one parcel, and it's 2,000 people. He must be his entire davening. If he could hold it in, according to Rashi, he could start his davening with a tefillah. The Pasuk says, "Shmor raglecha kasher tefillah beis Elokim." So what shot is, you should watch your body. It should be clean. You go davening beis Elokim, you go to shul, make sure you have a clean body. The other Manama says, be careful not to sin. Don't fight them, then you have to bring the carbon to base of thing. The situation of possible don't bring a carbon like a fool. The fool doesn't know why he's doing it. Perhaps he has to do the fatwas, and he brings it to Bible instead, and he won't have the proper kafara, he won't have the right tshuva. The person is wearing tefillin shorach, has tefillin on his head. According to Rabbi, he could go relieve himself from the panic. And according to Rabbi, it's also why? Because he might come to go from the toilet. If this bathroom is a big site, he said before, it's a permanent place. There's a lot of waste everywhere in those days. We're talking about that there's no hole in the ground, so you have to remove your tefillin before you even approach this place. So you can pour on this before you get there. Now, really, the once you get there, that will say something like this, where it's like, hold your tefillin in your hand, put your tefillin, wrap it up in your clothing, and you hold your clothing. If it's a visa, he said, all right, it was never used, so you don't have to remove it 4 hours before you get there. But once you relieve yourself, now you just create a visa, he said, now you cannot put your phone on until you move away 4 hours from that place. According to Mishama, your phone is, there's a wall separating the visa, he said, from the Rishis Rabbi. Everybody's walking, it's a busy place. So you put your phone on the shelf, facing everybody else in the Rishis Rabbi. The issue with that is that somebody can probably snatch the phone. Of course, tells us a story, but once it's sorry to walk by, she grabbed this on it, and she told people, where's this boy that owes me money? That boy, obviously, he wasn't under the Avera, but she lied, and was so embarrassed that he was so far. Then they said, you should not put your tefillin, but just grab them, somebody might take it. The issue of putting your tefillin on the inside part of the wall is because the inside is quieter, and there are a lot of rodents, and they might take your tefillin as well. And that's designed for tefillin. Therefore, it says, they still have you must hold your tefillin in your head. So what do? You take the tefillin in your right hand and you put it against your heart. You roll them up, and you have to make sure that the ritzuas don't come out of your hand one time, because the ritzuas have usually them. The tefillin shel yad has a yud. The tefillin shel rosh has a dalet. Together with the shin on the tefillin shel rosh, that spells shakai. The name of the Rabbi has special kusha. This is all if you're going to wear your tefillin afterwards. It's still daytime. But if it's night, this is the last time you take off your tefillin. You're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hands. You must put it in your bag. Now, if it's a tefillin bag, then you must make sure that the tefillin bag has one type of a ear in it. That creates a new domain. The tefillin bag is its own entity. And then you can put the tefillin bag on the ground. But if it's a brand new bag, you never used this before for tefillin, and even if it has less than a tefa, you can put the tefillin on the ground, just like if you take a jar and you put it in and bring it into a room with it. But the body, it's not makabel too, as long as there's a slight amount of air in there, it says nice, because you don't need to be full cover in this situation. And this brings us to other things. The Lord tells us 2 different stories, and they both say the same thing. That Rabbi Arab now, when they came, they approached the restroom, they give their sacred of a gathered to the Talmud. They didn't give their children the Talmud. They preferred to hold it for themselves inside the restroom. He said, since there's a heter, they still use the heter to bring tefillin into the restroom, but they prefer to bring the tefillin into the restroom because that gives them a shmira of protection from a sin. During davening, the Lord tells us not let a hold the tefillin in your hand, not let hold a knife, or money in your hand. The Taz says this refers to everything, not let hold anything in your hand, because this will reduce your concentration during Shmir. You're not allowed to speak with tefillin, even a temporary sleep, just a few moments of sleep, because you won't be able to control your body. There's a concept of tznius. When one goes to the bathroom, nobody's in the room with them. If it's a man, he's allowed to expose himself to them to the front and one them up in the back. A woman, only one up in the back and nothing in the front. If a big sakisa, you have a bathroom, a restroom, which is a permanent bathroom, so there's a lot of stuff going on the ground. The ground is softer, so we're not concerned that there will be a splash of condom on the leg. So you don't have to wash it off. And therefore, you may hold the tefillin in your hand. Whereas if Alright, it's more chomer than it is a piece of wood because the ground is very hard. Concerned that maybe there being insights, something was splashing like in your foot to wipe it down. And you might use your tefillin, and therefore you're not allowed to fill in your head. The person doesn't want to be embarrassed when he goes into a very long meal. Let's see this happen. Doesn't want to get up and build a meal, go to the restroom. He has guests and he's embarrassed. What should he do? He should walk 10 hours, approximately 20 feet. And every time try to go to the bathroom. Do this 4 times. You work 10 times, 4 hours. The machlokas, whether you remove your tefillin before you get to the table, or you take over your tefillin by the table, put them on the table, that's the problem. Everybody agrees, though, that for Birkus Hamazon, you should wear your tefillin. In those days, they used to wear the tefillin all day, especially during something like Birkus Hamazon. If a person designated a pouch for tefillin, his tefillin there, and he also put his tefillin there, so he has 2 things. It's also to put money inside that bag. According to Rabbi, even if he never put his tefillin, as long as he thought that's for his tefillin, it's also to put money inside the tefillin bag. Wonderful thing. Rob plays that for valid. Order to protect one's tefillin, your left your tefillin into your mattress and pillow, provided that you don't put your head directly above the tefillin. Shmuel says you're allowed to do so even if your wife is in the room, and the Brisa says you're not allowed to do so if your wife is in the room. But Allah is like Shmuel. To put your tefillin underneath your feet, that would be complete disrespect to the tefillin, and that's possible. Rabbi wanted to prove that not only did he say that Allah is like Shmuel, but he asking that Allah is like Shmuel. So he told his father Rabbi Yehuda, go get my tefillin. When his father Rabbi Yehuda went to get his tefillin, he realized that the tefillin were below, not where Rabbi put his head, and that his wife went to the mikveh the night before. In other words, even in the situation of Ishtahimai, you're still allowed to put your tefillin below your pillow. If 2 people were undressed and were beneath the blanket, how do they say Krish? Now, if they're facing each other, it's definitely us. If they're not facing each other, they're back to back, if it's his younger children, what exactly the age is? Machlokes in Gemara, a girl below the age of 3, a boy below the age of 9, or a girl below the age of 11 and a boy below the age of 12. Then it's his wife or his older children, or just another person. According to Shmuel, it's Machlokes in the Brisa of whether you have to put the pizza on the comments. And he passed in Shmuel that it's a mother without the himself. And according to Rabbi Yosef, there's a difference between his wife and other people's wife. His mother, and other people, it's possible. But there's no concern of Agavas being rear. The rears that are touching each other, they are not considered in parallel, and therefore you take Krishma even if they touch each other. Now, look at this. In order, a lot of mitzvahs, but in the first colleague we're discussing, you should be standing up making the bracha. If a person is unclothed, it's also to make a bracha. What if a person is unclothed and he's sitting? If it's a man, it's also because he doesn't have covering of his elbow. For a woman, if she's sitting, it's good for her to make a bracha. The ear of the elbow by men are not considered elbow, and you're allowed to say Krishma in front of them. A tefaf of a woman who typically covers that area, not necessarily elbow, but anything that's typically covered, is also for a man, even his own wife, to say Krishma in front of that tefaf. Now, if it's not his wife, it's also to look at even the beauty of a woman if he does so to gaze at, stare at, and benefit from. The thigh of a woman, according to the Mishnah, means above the knee, below the knee is considered an area. Therefore, the way that prayer explained, it's worse than a beauty because even if you're not staring at it, benefit, it's still also to look at. Hope Isha Erba, the voice, seeing the voice of a woman is considered Erba, and the ear of a woman, Sarbi Isha Erba, of a married woman, a woman who typically covers her ear, that ear is considered an Erba. The Gemara says it's also to hang your tefillin, either it's on a peg, but you're allowed to hang them by the boxes, and my focus is you're allowed to hang it by the actual box. If it's in a bag, in a tefillin bag, you're allowed to hang a tefillin bag on a peg, even though it's a prayer would be also to hang by the peg. trying to show Hashem that he's davening. That's also the show that he doesn't have a control that Hashem fears him. Adam Biglau. If he thinks so, because that's how he has Kavana, then it's mutter provided that he's not in public because there's other people that are harassing him and he's disturbing them. That is also that's clearly to if somebody really raises his voice spiritual, that's right. He's considered a Navi's shepherd. If somebody burps or yawns during davening ritual, that's what he's considered Yasei Ruach. He's a gross type of person. If he sneezes from his mouth, then that's a good simon. Yafa, the Gemara brings a story that Rabbi Sarah, who had the sneezing issue, had allergies, he sneezed a lot. He was very happy to hear this halacha that if somebody sneezes during davening, he's considered a simon. He said this is more than all my prayer. Rabbi Chanina witnessed that Rabbi burped, sneezed, he spit during davening, he yawned. So the Gemara explains, when he burped and yawned, that was not intentional, and therefore is not considered a gossip ruach. When he sneezed, that's considered a sneeze when he hold he sneezes from his mouth, and that's a simon yafa. When he spit, he didn't spit into the ground because that's considered spitting in front of the king, so he spit in his clothing. The person who's an istiness, he could put it in his scarf. If he's really an istiness, he could spit it behind him. If that doesn't work, then only he spits in front of him. Rabbi Yochanan, that is the Rabbi, he used his garment to crush the louse during the Esrei, and he also, when his talus fell off completely, he wouldn't return it. It's also returning talus during Shmonas. But Yon, he had manners to put his hand over his mouth in order not to show his neck. However, the Gemara calls it sneezing from below, a sneeze that has a smell to it, that is also do it on purpose, that's considered a gasura. Now, what do you do if one feels that he has to do something during davening? He must walk daladamas behind, wait until the smell clears, and then he goes back and continues from where he was in Shemona Esrei. But before he does so, he has to say a bracha, ask sort of for forgiveness for what he's just done. He says, "Yitzartanu mekavim mekavim mechalulu chalulu bali b'duach lefonecha charboseinu v'choseinu." You understand English, Baruch, how embarrassed we are with Hayenu in our life, about the same when we die, even with your lab, we're going to be maggots and worms. And then it's unbelievable that the middle of Shemona Esrei he makes this bracha, and then he continues with this bracha. Shemona Esrei from here, we learned off before. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda held that it's also to from Futzlar and Eretz Yisrael. As the Pasuk says, I will come and get you from those. And Rabbi Abba held that it's mother. So Rabbi Abba kept on avoiding Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Abba said, before I go there to Yisrael, let me hear one more halacha. This is the halacha that I heard. And you say this bracha, you walk away, and he said, if I only came to hear this, it was worth it. If a person is in, let's say, a sleeping bag, and he's not dressed, and he wants to say Kriyashma, but it's too cold for him to hold his head down. Now you have an issue of Liba Royce Erba, Ain't no Royce Erba, his eyes Royce Erba, his eyes see Erba, his heart sees Erba, so you make him a chitzi, you put some sort of cloth in your neck, in the Erba, and that's enough. That's the point in Manama that says that it's not an issue for Liba Royce. That's an issue, you put the cloth a little bit lower down, and that creates a chatzitza. If a person is walking the street, and these excrements, this soya all around, all the put up, one man says, you put your mouth, your hand on your mouth, and continue to say, here's what you want, continue to walk. If you're standing still, everybody holds, and it's also just like the Torah, and the other man says, you put your hand on your mouth. Doesn't work, have a wonderful day. Rocha is not fulfilled. If a man is not wearing anything to the waist up, he may say Kriyashma, but it's also wearing the Sishma Nesr like that because he's standing for the king. You have to dress properly. If a person is in the restroom and he realizes that he's wearing his tefillin, he should just jump up and run out. That would be dangerous because the first discharge must come out. But he puts his hand on his tefillin. What if a person has soya waste on his head? parts of the body that say the those have to be clean. In other words, the mouth and the nose. When the Rabbi says the pasuk, all that space of all my bones, all my limbs are saying praise. Therefore, every single part, including the hands, has to be clean. If the source of the smell is there, according to Rabbi, you have to distance yourself 4 ames from the source, not so much the smell. According to Rabbi, it doesn't matter where the source is; it matters where the smell ends. From that point on, you have to distance yourself 4 ames. In the Brisa, one Brisa says what kind of waste are we talking about? Human, dog, pig, and chicken waste. It says that in chicken, it's turkey or a lot of chicken. According to Rabbi, the only time dog and pig waste are also free from them is when they are used to tan hides, and therefore it's a very foul smell. Now, if you could see the soya, it doesn't matter how far away it is from you, as long as you can see it, it's possible to say Krishma in front of you. If it's 10 feet above or below you, then it's more than the same Krishma, that's considered another domain. If it's inside a glass jar, it's looking the same Krishma in front of you. But when it comes to erba, if a glass separates from the erba, that doesn't give you a head there, because over there it's still in erba. If you have a very small amount of soya culture, all you need to do to cover it is you spit on it with a thick spit. If the soya is in a hole in the ground, you just put your shoe on top of the hole, and that's okay. What if the soya is stuck to the bottom of your shoe? That's a take on whether or not you're allowed to stay. Now the halacha is that even soya from whose family is under the tree. The tree is like the tent, like the light. So anybody that's trying to walk under the tree becomes covered. But if somebody that's hard is under the tree, and the Matzorah walks by the tree, the person that's hard remains hard because that's not his domain. It says that if so, the same thing applies to soya. In other words, if soya is moving by, then you are allowed to stay. Only if it's stationary, it's also. Rabbi says no. When it comes to soya, says you are in a proper place with Kedusha. Since you buy you, then at that moment of Kedusha, just for you to say a smell that doesn't have a source. Here's an example that sheep walkers, they would see on these machatzales, but their friends will learn next to them. When a person sleeps, it doesn't really have full bodily function control. And it's possible that there's some sort of rare smell that comes from the walker. Nevertheless, you're allowed to learn Torah. However, you're not allowed to say Krishna. The person himself is the one that created that smell. He's not allowed to learn Torah. He must distance himself from that smell. What about if we don't know whether what you're looking at is Meraglayim or, let's say, negligence? It's a suffix. So, even if it's in a heap of trash, which there's a lot of soya, a lot of Meraglayim, it's funny because the history of the Raisa of the same Krishna in front of Meraglayim is in front of a stream coming out of a person. And once it hits the ground, it's not also the Raisa, so therefore the hum of water geyser if you have a suffix. However, when it comes to the suffix itself, you don't know if you're looking at chocolate or soya. So in that case, if it's in a pile of trash, it's awesome. Why? Because in trash, usually you find soya. In the house, it's not like this, because one of them says, you don't find soya in your house. What is the shear? How much Meraglayim is it that it makes it awesome? One of them says, in other words, it's so moist that because with your hand, you can make something else moist. The other one says, all you need is as long as it makes your hand moist, it doesn't make something else moist. If only you have Nemo says that if you just see the outline of it on the ground, even though it's not moist at all, it's still awesome. What's the shear of soya? We have a number of shear. One shear is that it becomes harder on the outside, it's a longer soya. Another shear says up to the point where it's cracks in it. Another shear says because it's hard as earthenware, and if it breaks, the Allah is, Rabbi says that it has to be as hard as earthenware in order for it not to be soya, in order for you to be able to say Krishna. And this brings us down the base. It says the Mishnah we learned that if a person is inside the mikvah and he realizes that it's time to say Krishna, and he doesn't have enough time to get out and get dressed, he should say Krishna in the water. Now, number one, we're talking about Vasikin. So for me, it goes to Yeshua that says that the people called Vasikin, that when you're about to say Krishna, right, that's a chama. But other people would say that we have. The other point that we're going to say, but we have a water either one woman or the water is dirty water or it's not see-through, so therefore it creates a barrier between your eyes and your airbook, or your heart and your airbook, or any other part, let's say your heel and airbook. Another one says, no, you're talking about start Chamor, the start they have a lot of Chamor. It's still considered in Arabic. It's not called Kasher Re'eh. There's a vessel that usually contains excrements, soya, line, and now it's completely clean. Nevertheless, it's possible to say Krishma Prakrit because of the source. It's discussing most clean. According to the Tanakama, the entire house, even if it's 100 ams long, it has a halacha of Dalet ams, when it comes to halacha of soya. According to Chicken if you have soya in front of the bed, that doesn't create a pizza, therefore you have to distance yourself from ams from the soya. If there's a bed between you and the soya, that creates a pizza. What if the soya is below the bed? Well, it's very interesting about the bed. The bed is only 3 feet above the ground. You don't have the concept called below it. And since if the bed is on the ground, then it carries the soya. If the bed is 10 feet above the ground, then it's also secretion. And if it's between 3 and 10, the Gemara remains in the sun. If the married life are in a regular, so depends whether or not if water in the deep first, and then you pour the married life on the water, then the married life becomes bottle, that drop, as it hits the water, they become bottle. However, if the married life were in the deep first, and then you try to the bottle of water, well, that's unlike it's whether culture words or the meter. The other matter purpose says that it's exactly opposite. If you put it in water before the married life, that means about whether you need a culture or a reason. Married life were there first, certainly need a reason. And finally, for today, there's an Isser Hashlish in the house that has it's part of and so you need to remove some very thing from the house, or you do with it as you can. That's the 5 or it's a great film, and a double wrapping, I think wonderful thing. Rocha is Daf Cholov. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well-wishers, the many emails, WhatsApps, etc. Yo, happen to be in Ramat Shemes this Shabbos. Shalom Zohar at my house. You're all invited. Achal Noam to apartment 9. The Gemara says that it's usher to daven Shemona Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no tzoy in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a suffix whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom, but outside facing the new bathroom that was never been used, it's mutter. There's a bathroom called Parsim, similar to what we have today. It's where the tzoya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered, sasom is considered sealed, and it's mutter to daven facing. Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah brings 3 cases where there's an additional tumah to the carry. Ezra was misakin, they have to go to the mikvah in order to say the repair of the person's body. So what happens if a person is a zav? And we had this earlier. A person is a zav gomer, and he saw 2 re'iyos even one day. Now he has to wait shiva nakiyim 7 clean days. During that time, he became about carry. Now, if he goes to the mikvah, it doesn't really help much because he's already coming. Same thing if a woman was a nida, so she has to wait 7 days, and she was pilot, she emitted shich mazera, so she also has the tumah of carry. And then the case that's interesting is where she was mishamish, so Tashmish became coming, and then afterwards she became a nida. In all 3 cases, Tanakama holds that you have to be toivel in order to say the repairer review that says since it doesn't help anyways, you are potter. Now the Gemara brings a case that's exactly the same as a woman who's mishamish and then becomes a nida, and that is if a person is about carrying and then he becomes a zav, since the tefillah doesn't help anyways, according to Tanakama, you do need a tefillah in order to talk in Torah, and according to Rabbi, you don't need it. And with that, we finish the 3rd parak of brachas. Mazel tov, hadron alach mishameis. Says the new Mishnah, the new parak. Shemona Esrei, according to the tzaddikim, the people that are called the tzaddikim, they would daven Shemona Esrei exactly at sunrise. All other people would daven Shemona Esrei up until chatzos. That's midday, and that's v'loy ad b'chal up until midday. And Rabbi says up until 4 hours straight. Many guys up until 4 hours, including the fourth hour. If somebody purposely, b'mezid, didn't daven, that's what the pasuk says. Me'uvas lo yuchal liskoin. This is something that he can never fix. If a person forgets the daven Shemona Esrei, it doesn't matter if it's Shachris, Mincha, or Ma'ariv. He says two Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah. If he didn't say Shachris, he'll say two Minchas. If he didn't say Mincha, he'll say two Ma'ariv. And the big chiddush is a Mincha, because Mincha is saying by two Ma'ariv, Ma'ariv is already considered the following day. Nevertheless, we think Omer's Manoi, Batal Korbanoi. No, since it's davening, it's Rachamim. You could say two Ma'arivs because you missed the Mincha the day before. Yet, if somebody does say two Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah, he gets schar for saying that tefillah, but he doesn't get schar for saying that tefillah is man. The continuation of that pasuk of Muvas Leifel Liskoin is the Chesar and the Chesra Leyuchal Limonos. The Gemara says that's referring to when people get together and say, let's go mitzvah, let's go be Mebakar Choyle, let's go give tzedakah, and you refrain from going with them, that's Chesar Leyuchal Limonos. And with this, we come to Omid Beis. Chavav Omid Beis. If a person forgets Mincha, the weekday Mincha, Erev Shabbos, what should he do? He says two Shabbos Ma'ariv, even though it's a different type of Shemona Esrei. It's the Shemona Esrei of Ma'ariv of Shabbos. The issue, the Indian is, why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shemona Esrei should be a Shemona Esrei. Should have 18 brachas, and just Chachamim says not to be matchilas, not to be mishriachas, they made it less brachas. So therefore, if you say a weekday Shemona Esrei, you say Shabbos Shemona Esrei instead of a weekday Shemona Esrei, it works. What if somebody forgot the mincha of Shabbos? The following tefillah is Meira of Motzi Shabbos. It's a weekday Shemona Esrei. What do? You say two Shemona Esreis, two Meiras, and the first one has a bell in it, and the second one does not, because the halacha is that the Shemona Esrei that you're saying first should be the one you're mechuyev to. So the first one is Meira, same Meira. The second Shemona Esrei is the Tashlumim. What if you reverse it? You said the first one for is and the second one for Meira. Halacha is he has to say a third one because he's not Yotzei. The kasha is that the Gemara brings down. We say that if a person says he forgets to say Havdalah, he doesn't have to repeat Shemona Esrei at all. The Gemara says it's kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third Shemona Esrei. In that brayso we learn that if somebody forgets to say Masha Baruch or the same Halamota, he must repeat the Shemona Esrei. Now going into the davening, why do we have Shachris Mincha Ma'ariv? The first sheet is Rabbi Yossi. It's based on our Avos Hagdosh. Avram Avinu, he instituted Shachris, as it says Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was Mincha, as it says Lifnei Sorek. And Yaakov Avinu was Ma'ariv Ayol and Shach. Now, Rabbi Shulman Levi says that it's based on the Avos, but they were so mechitz, they compared it to the Korbanos. Shachris is up until Chatzais, like the carbon that you bring in the morning, and Rabbi says up until 4 hours. Mincha is from the time of Mincha Doila, meaning 6.5 hours in the day until the Erev. Rashi says Ad Chashecha. You learn in Rashi means until Tzis Chavim. Other Rishonim say until Shkia. In fact, the Mishnah Berurah says that Mincha should be said and finished with the Chazar Shots and everything before Shkia. B'di'evet, you have up until 15 minutes before Tzis Chavim. But the Mishnah Berurah points out that it's better to daven b'yechidas before Shkia than to daven with a minion after Shkia. Mincha is like the comment of the evening, which goes until the evening, which Yehuda says until Flag Mincha, halfway through the meaning, 10.75 of an hour into the day. Ma'ariv is because of the Yivarim of the Olah that you're marking on the Mizbeach all through the night. What's Musaf? Musaf is actually Knesset Havdalah doing Misakin, and that's why it's like the carbon of Musaf that goes all day long. Whereas Yehuda says it goes until 7 hours per day. You should hear only Psuris Tavais. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is not of Zayin. According to Rabbi Yehuda, all the zmanim of tefillah are arba b'chlal, and includes the entire hour. So, Shemona Esrei of Shachris, when it says goes until the fourth hour, that means including all of the fourth hour. It doesn't mean until the end of the third, but rather it goes into the fourth until the end of the fourth hour. Mincha is until the end of Plag Mincha, the first part of Plag Mincha, which means as follows. Let's talk about this money Mincha for a second. We have Mincha Daima. You take the daylight hours of the day and divide them into 12 parts. That's called Shais Mani. It's not necessarily the hours that we have today. That size is exactly in the middle, 6 hours in. Plag Mincha or Mincha Daima is a half an hour after that size. So it's 6.5 hours. Mincha Tana is 9.5 hours from the beginning of the night, or 2.5 hours before the night. Take those 2.5 hours before the night and divide that in half. Why? Half. That's like mincha. According to Yehuda, you can say mincha, without mincha, until the first portion, the first part of that plot. In other words, 1.25 hours before nightfall is when you have to stop saying mincha, because it's the first part of plot and it's the entire part of that plot. Most of the according to Yehuda goes all the way to the end of the seventh hour. Therefore, there's a situation where if a person has tefillas in front of him, he has a mincha because he said that mincha doila starts at 6.5 hours, and he has another half hour left to finish off Musaf. Which one comes first? It says daven Musaf first because Musaf is about to expire, and daven it past the end of the seventh hour. You only have a half hour left. Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava testified 5 things in the seventh sentence. And we pass it like the second sentence. One of them is that we teach a Tana whose mother married her off, and that's only the Rabbanon, in order that she shouldn't be after. In certain situations, we teach her to do meal. That is to say that she wants to negate the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. In a situation where 2 sisters, including this Tana, married to her brother, and her older sister was a Doila, married to another brother. That older sister's husband died. Therefore, she falls to evil. She cannot fall to evil in this current state because will be 2 sisters married to the other. Therefore, we teach the younger one the Yumila, and she'll be a proper Yavamid over it. We also taught a testimony that you can marry off a woman based on an Eidechad, one witness testifying that her husband died. He also testified that they did steal to a chicken who killed a person. And that for the Sachim on this bath, it's enough to be considered old wine, it's enough to be 40 days old. And finally, for our Sugya, Haman was Nekra 4 hours, in other words, the entire 4 hours into the day. And that's why we constantly do that we daven Shachris 4 hours a day, not a difference. Rav, except Shabbos, he did an early Shabbos, what we call today, after the flag, because he holds like Yehuda that Plag is the end of the day, and after Plag is already nighttime. Chachamim say you can only be Makabel Shabbos after Shkir. It's come depending on which Rishonim, because they hold that Mincha goes all the way to the evening. And whoever does, the matter about to do any way, says the Plag. If the entire congregation daven Shemona Esrei, they thought it's nighttime, they daven Ma'ariv for most of Shabbos, but it's still Shabbos, they didn't see that it's only a cloudy day. Their tefillah works because of Tikkun Tzibura, but if the Bichel made a mistake, he has to repeat the daven. Rabbi sat in a Beis HaMerchatz in a sauna before the Gzeira against doing Gzeira, and he was Mekabel that after he was Mekabel Shabbos. First he was Mekabel Shabbos, he went to the sauna, and then he taught Torah. Rabbi Abba, who was a Talmud Chaver of Rav, davened mincha of Friday behind Rav, who's davening Ma'ariv of Shabbos. And you see from here that Rav didn't take his 3 steps back, he didn't do his Hashem because Rabbi was still davening Shemona Esrei. We learn out that if somebody's davening behind you, you're not allowed to take the steps back, you're disturbing them, or the agreeing that the Shekhinah is there. However, if it's out of the 4 hours of the person, you're allowed. And the only reason why was a lot of davening behind Rav is because he's also his friend. But a regular person, a regular Talmud is also to daven behind this Rebbe. If he does, he causes the Shekhinah to leave Klal Yisrael. Just like if a Rebbe says Shalom to a Talmud, and you answer him back like you answer a regular person, Shalom, instead of saying Shalom Aleichem Mayri, it also causes the Shekhinah to go. And if a Talmud opens up the Yeshiva without asking permission to Shiurim, that's Masal the Shekhinah. Lahalacha, a person could make him on Shabbos and make Kiddush before nightfall, as long as he repeats three Shemot. Shmuel says that a person could daven Motzi Shabbos, on Shabbos itself, and make Havdalah on a cup before Shabbos is over. It's a very interesting story. The Gemara says that in the name of Rabbi said that Rabbi Shmuel bar Yossi stood at this particular pillar and he davened the tefillah of Shabbos, Ma'ariv Shabbos, on Erev Shabbos. Says, well, that's not what happened. It happens to be it wasn't a pillar, it was a palm tree. And it wasn't Rabbi Shmuel bar Yossi, it was Rabbi Elazar bar Yossi. And it wasn't Erev Shabbos on Shabbos, rather it was Shabbos on Motzei Shabbos. These machlokes whether the Ma'ariv is obligatory, you have to daven it or not. But the Gemara brings, and therefore our Mishnah says, Ein lo cheva, our Mishnah holds that it's not a chiyuv. And the Gemara brings a very famous story that Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai asked Rabbi Yeshua, do you have to daven Ma'ariv or not? And he said, it's a rishus. And he went and he asked Rabbi Gamliel, who's the Nasi, and Rabbi Gamliel said it's a chayva. He said, wait a minute, Rabbi Yeshua said it's not a chayva. He said, let's wait until everybody comes. Everybody came to his friend and he says, ask him. He said, do I have to daven Ma'ariv? And Rabbi Gamliel says, you have to daven Ma'ariv. Where Rabbi Yeshua said, I don't have to. No, so Rabbi Gamliel says, is anybody here before? And Rabbi Yeshua said, no, nobody argued with that. But they said in your name that Rabbi Shimon said that you said that it's a rishus. Says Rabbi Yeshua, I can't argue with him. He's alive, I'm alive. I can't argue with him. Rabbi Gamliel forced Rabbi Yeshua to stand as the shiur went on. And the tzibur was very upset. They said, last year when it came to Rosh Hashanah, Rabbi Yeshua asked him that it's Yom Kippur. And Rabbi Gamliel said, I want you to come on Yom Kippur, which I hold is not Yom Kippur, with your stick, with your money. And you passed it when it comes to Chayras, Rabbi telling our client that he made Rabbi Yeshua stand up like you did today. We have to get rid of Rabbi Gamliel. Who's going to be instead of him? Rabbi Yeshua can't be instead of him because he's part of the story. Rabbi Akiva can't be instead of him because he doesn't have Skusovis. It has to be Rabbi Elazar because he's a Chacham. He knows how to answer everybody. He has Skusovis. He's 10th generation from Ezra, and he's wealthy. He can go deal with the Pesach. Rabbi Elazar is asked that, that's my wife. The famous excuse. So he asks his wife. His wife says, but what if they remove you? It's better to be a glass cup and that breaks the next day than not to be anything. But you don't have white hair. It's a story of Pesach. That day, there was a nest, and he had 18 rows of white hair that made Hashem, like we say in Cheder, Rabbi always says, tomorrow we'll continue the story, and Hashem have a wonderful day. Rabbi's not Chokatz, we continue the famous story where they removed Gamliel as the Nasi and replaced him with the Elazar ben Azariah. At that age, they came the famous snakes. Ariani mentioned Shana, his beard turned white. That day, the Elazar ben Azariah was Nasi. He opened up the doors, removed the gatekeeper, and in the place whether 400 more benches full of Yamidim or 700 Gamliel felt really bad. So look, I mean, Shira prevented so many people when they came in his dream and they showed him white vessels with ashes inside, meaning that they were not, the inside wasn't as bruised as the outside. The rest of it was alive. In fact, these people were proper people. They were good. They just want to make the feel good. That day, the sentence, Idios or Idios, was written in the water, everybody knew all the Kurdic halachas. Any time in Shas that's mentioned, by Yoim, it's referred to that day. Nasi, any halacha that they had a question about became resolved, and Leo didn't prevent himself from going back to his marriage, and even fighting again with Rabbi Yeshua and halacha. In fact, there's a big fight between him and Rabbi Yeshua, whether in Amoini Yehuda, who's a person who came from Amoin, whether he be a ger or not. It says in the Torah that he's not a ger from Amoin. Yeshua claimed that Sancher came and mixed up all the nations, and therefore they are no longer considered Amoinim or the Parish or Ruba Parish. This particular particular non-Jew comes from the Roiv, and therefore we accept him. When we argue with him, and everybody agrees to Yeshua, says, everybody agrees to Yeshua, I see that perhaps I made a mistake by fighting with him. He went asking the people, he went to his door, he saw that the walls of his house were black. He realized he's a pacham, he deals with things that make his house black. He says, I see you're becoming, Yeshua calls him back. I see you do not understand the needs of Klal Yisrael, of his harness. He says, I accept. I ask you to feel it. Yeshua didn't take the tefillah. Says the Gemara, an amazing thing. He says, well, at least remember that Yeshua has been in the honor of my forefathers. As you see, his great-great-grandfather was Hillel. And look at all the Goyim, all the Nasiim that came from Hillel, all throughout during the Hillel. And in fact, Yeshua was one of them. So the Lord Peter said, if so, once Yeshua was one of them, he could do this thing. He sent the laundry, and the laundry said him in Remez, the words of Rabbi Yeshua. He says, let the person that wears the clothing, the cloak, continue wearing the cloak, referring to the wheel, and the one who doesn't, referring to the husband of Zayah. He shouldn't say, give me your cloak, let me wear it. Rabbi Gamliel didn't accept it. He says, Rabbi Kiva, let's close the doors, let's not allow the servants, the slaves of Rabbi Gamliel to come and persuade us. So, Yeshua himself went to the meeting. Yeshua said, a person, a kohen, who's the son of a kohen, who doesn't have son and sprinkles the ashes of Baraduma, he needs to sprinkle. So too, you're the son of Nasi, and therefore you should be the Nasi. The question is, so he accepted. The question is, what do we do with the husband of Zayah? He's already the Nasi. You don't go lower in Kusha. So what they said is, the legal will say, you need some shiur, and of course, we can shiur with husband of Zayah. He can switch off, alternate week to week, because that would bring kiddush. Reb Zera, says the Gemara, was very weak. He couldn't work hard, but he wanted to get something. So you stand by the Spanish, you're trying to talk about things. He stood up. It's amazing. He couldn't work hard, he was able to stand up. And he heard the following Allah in the name of Rabbi, that if somebody is late with his Musaf, diving Musaf after 7 hours, it's considered a cliche. Yet, if he has the option of diving Mikvah or Musaf, he should dive in Mikvah first, because Mikvah is cut. If Zero repeated this halacha 40 times in order not to forget that he heard it from Rabbi Yochanan and not from True Believer. To taste food before Musaf, we call it the Kiddush Krov, according to one of these also, but halacha it's Musaf. I'm not saying Kiddush Krov is Musaf. You eat before Mincha, according to Rabbi Levi, it's also, but halacha it's Musaf. And this brings us to other things. If a person is not in a show with a tzibur, and they're not holding by Muslim yet, it's also for him to dive in Muslim before everybody else, but he's listen to show his own they could. Says the Mishnah, the Fundi had a special tzibur that he would say before his memories, before he started learning, that the Gemara says he goes as follows, I shouldn't make a mistake in Allah, but he is amazing. My friend should be happy that I made a mistake in Allah for not to make fun of me. This will be two routes. First of all, I made a mistake in Allah, and say, well, I'm causing them to make fun of me. And I shouldn't say, I'm coming, and my friend should be bitching in Allah, and I should make fun of them. Exactly, so I should say, why does it have Hashem like that? She's not the fucking yoy, she makes a medrash. Ani mashki, maybe we can also from this evening, so she said, Ani mashki, etc. When Rabbi Eliezer was sick, he told his Talmud, if you want to know do the following things. And he says it in this order, it's very interesting. First, treat your friends with respect. That's number one. Number two, don't allow your children to learn from the Shkomesh, because then they still work with Gemara. Have your children be surrounded by Chachamim, put them in a place of Chachamim, and when you die, number one rule in diving is not so much Havana, etc., but to remember why you diving to. When Rabbi was about to die, he was crying. I asked him, why are you crying? He said, if for a loss of a doubt, a person as a regular king who is so fearful that he can judge us, jail, etc., as a king, and today he's here, tomorrow he's done, he's going to be private, I'm not going to be afraid. I don't know if I'm going to get says, and he gave him a bracha that your leadership money should be as you should fear of those people like you fear human beings. And he said right before his death, he said, get the people out of my house, you're about to be coming, and prepare a seat for this CEO, Melech Yehuda, is going to keep me, I'm going to be in his place in Haredim. Says the Mishnah, according to the real, you say Mishnah Esrei, according to Yeshua, you say at Ein Shemana Esrei. You say, not all of them, you say beginning in the head. According to the beginning in the head, you know the Shemana Esrei very well. But Esrei, that's in the Ein Shemana Esrei. In a place of Sakana, you see something called the Tefillah Tzara. And the difference between that and Avinim is that you say Tefillah Tzara, you must repeat it again later on. What's a Tefillah Tzara? You say, Shah Hashem Zakfas, Shahiris Yisrael, Harsha Sekikot. Yud Tzrachayim, for therefore, a part of Hashem, the person who's riding on a donkey, he must get off the donkey or down his head, turn his head towards his lane, and his head, in his heart, on a boat, his heart, why do we say Shemona Esrei 18 brachas? One alone says it's the 18 represents the 18 Shemas of Hashem and the capital of Hashem, or the 18 Shemas in Krishmas, or the 18 vertebrae that we have in our spine, having wonderful day. Bracha is Daf of Tes, as you might have heard. Tonight is the Shalom Zohar of my first grandchild, my grandson, and I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. We got close to 400 emails, WhatsApps, text messages, and I want to assure you, I read every single one. I just can't reply to that many emails and WhatsApps. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot. It's very touching and moving that people went the extra mile and sent me messages of encouragement and mazel tov and welcome me to the grandfather club, etc. We should all share in simchas together. The Gemara tells us that Shimon HaPikoili, he's the one that put together the Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas that we say every day. And the Shmuel HaKatan is the one that added the 19th bracha. Today we say it's called Shemona Esrei, we're saying 19 brachas. And the 19th bracha is V'lam Al-Shinim, it's against the Minim, the heretics. And the Gemara tells us that a year later, after he authored it, he was davening for the Ovid, he was a Shliach Tzibur, and he simply forgot his masterpiece that he put together. The halacha is that when a chazan forgets a bracha, we don't remove him. But if he forgets V'lam Al-Shinim, we must be concerned that perhaps he himself is a mid, and that's why he's not saying it. Maybe Shmuel HaKatan became a mid. Just because he's a tzaddik, just because he authored it, doesn't mean anything. Says the Gemara, the reason why they didn't remove him is because he started the bracha. And that proves he's not a min. A min wouldn't even start the bracha. Now, if a person is a rasha, and then he did tshuva, it's very possible that he ends his life as a rasha. Because machlek between Rabbi and Abaya, if a person starts out as a tzaddik, will he become a rasha later on in life? And this is also dependent on the machlekes, whether or not Yochanan Kohen Gadol is the same person as Yanei Amel. Yochanan Kohen Gadol, we know, served as a Kohen Gadol for 80 years, yet he died as a rasha. The 7 brachas of Shemona Esrei on Shabbos, it's funny, we call it Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas, it's really 7. They are to correspond with the 7 chilos that David said in Kol Hashem Al Hamayim. The 9 brachas we say are Rosh Hashanah, are correspond with the Askarais that Chana said, which was on Rosh Hashanah itself. On Rosh Hashanah, Sarah, Rachel, and Chana were nifkad, and Baruch Hu decided that they should have children on Rosh Hashanah. On a Tainus, in addition to the 18 brachas, we say 6 additional brachas for a total of 24. And we only say these 24 on a day of Rachamim, like a Tainus. Why? These are corresponding to 24 Rinonos and Shirois, the song that Shlomo Melech said, as they brought the Aron into the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Rabbi Yeshua says that you say Me'ein Shemona Esrei. You don't say a full Shemona Esrei. Everybody's supposed to say the Me'ein Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? Where everybody, at least the 3 first brachas and the 3 last brachas are the regular brachas. The question is what you put in between. For the Shmuel, you put Havineinu. So we had before, it's a Kitzur of Shemon Esrei, each bracha consists of 3-4 words. And Rabbi would curse those that would use Havinenu instead of Shemon Esrei. Shmuel says you can say Havinenu every single day besides the Shabbos. Because what do you do with the Havdalah that we insert into the Shemon Esrei by Atachayim, we put in Atachayim Adonu. And you cannot make its own bracha like Rabbi said, it should be the fourth bracha, Atachayim Adonu. And according to Rabbi Eliezer, it's by Maidim, the reason why we don't pass on like Rabbi Eliezer is because you don't insert additional brachas. Therefore, it has to be part of something. The only question that remains in the Gemara is, so then why don't we just say the Kitzur and Atachayim and add a couple of words for Havdalah? The Gemara says it's passion. Rabbi would not say Havinenu in the wintertime because you can't insert the same talum matar into Havinenu. And you can't put it together with the bracha of Birkas Hashanim because that would match him, that would throw the person off. Now, we don't say that someone will get thrown off by inserting Atachayim and Toru into Atachayim because, very interesting, the beginning of Shemon Esrei, where it says a person has kavanah. It's only later on that a person starts spacing out. So when he has kavanah and Atachayim Lodunas, then we can insert whatever we want and he's not going to get confused. But later on, in Shemon Esrei, we get confused. And we don't insert it purposely by Shemei Tefillah. That's only if a person made a mistake, you could insert it there. If a person doesn't say Mashem Ruach Moed Geshem, we make him repeat the entire Shemon Esrei. If a person doesn't say the same Talmud to the bracha, you don't make him repeat the entire Shemon Esrei unless he's past Shemei Tefillah. You always say by Shemei Tefillah. If a person doesn't say Yal Yahweh, he goes back to Ritzei. As long as he didn't finish Shemon Esrei, he goes back to Ritzei. Now, if he takes 3 steps back when it's a Shalom, then he has to repeat Shemon Esrei. Some people that say that if a person is not used to saying Tachanunim, even if he didn't take 3 steps back, but he's at the end of Shemon Esrei and he doesn't say Tefillah, he must repeat Shemon Esrei. We learned in the Mishnah that you should not make your Shemon Esrei a kfab, a fixed. You should make your Tefillah Shemon Esrei a fixed thing. Now, what does fixed mean? Gemara brings numerous pshat. One pshat is that you make it as a burden. Like, when are we going to get over with this? When is this davening going to be done with? Another pshat is he doesn't say it like a tefillunim. He doesn't say it softly as if he's begging for something. Another pshat is that it's a Shemon Esrei that you don't add your own words. You just read from a siddur and you're done. You're supposed to make it your own. You're supposed to show that you care and add words to it. The siddur said that's not true. I know how to add my own tefillah, but I don't because that threw me off. Another pshat is that he doesn't daven when the sky is red. In other words, you don't daven chakras by the city. You don't daven mincha by shkia when this all the way at the last moment. And it's true they would curse those who would push off mincha at the last moment because you could come to forget your daven. The Mishnah discusses tefillah tzara. If you're in a situation of danger, you should take tefillah tzara, shortened tefillah. One of the things we say in that tefillah is the whole parsha Yibur. In the parsha of Yibur, the Gemara explains it's referring to pregnancy. That just like when a woman is upset when she's pregnant, so too HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when he's upset, should have Rachmanas HaKlayim cause of the Shalom Zava, just stick in a little fart. What does it mean? A woman that is pregnant, she's upset. The pshat is that every good thing comes with pain and aggravation. As the Gemara says that Yisrael was making a surah. In order to come to a beautiful, healthy child, you have to go through very vigorous labor and delivery and everything else that's involved. So just like a woman who's upset, in other words, she went through pain, but at the end she had a beautiful thing, so too, Klal Yisrael, if she was upset, then it comes to beautiful things. The Gemara said at the beginning of the chapter that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu wasn't upset by those days when Bilam was going to curse Klal Yisrael, that led people to go off the derech and be mizana because they didn't have that fear of the Chas HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Chas HaKadosh Baruch Hu actually is good for us. It brings good things. And some people say that this field Tzar Shas Yibur means when Klal Yisrael are not doing the right thing, HaKadosh Baruch Hu still think about Klal Yisrael. If a person is walking in a safari with dangerous animals, with bandits, you should say Tefillah Tzara. What is this Tefillah Tzara? Lezer says, "Aser Yitzchak Shemayim Mal V'Tein Nachas Ruach LeYiriach Mitachas V'Atoy B'Necha Asay Baruch Atah Hashem Shemayim." Rabbi Taik says, "Shema Tzakas Am Yisrael V'Asay Me'er B'Kashasam Baruch Atah Hashem Shemayim." There's another one in there, and finally Acher say, "Sorchei Amcha Merubim." I think this is a song. V'Daitem Tzara. You wrote in Shetitan called Echad Echad Today Parasasoi. Called Vio De Machsoira. It should give everybody what they need. Or Hashem Shemer Tchila and the halachas. This is what Tchila Tzor is. Al Yana Bisteh. Don't get upset because if you get upset, that brings to the Aveira. To Aveiros. You should always say to the Sadera that we know what it is. You wrote so. That's the etc. Have a wonderful day, have a great Shabbos, and Mazel Tov, and Simchas by everybody. Brachas not Flamet. If you're going to watch the Super Bowl today, please remember to serve a little bit of Torah, maybe at halftime, an 8-minute dot. And if you do, don't forget to send some pictures. The Gemara tells us that we're going on the way at Tzei Sadera, you have to wait until you come out of the city, but do not take Tzei Sadera once you pass 8,000 amas, which is approximately 16,000 feet. Rav Sheshes holds that when you say Tzei Sadera, you have to stand still. Rav Sheshes says you could be moving. Yet when they went together, Rav Sheshes respected Rav Sheshes and he stood. He didn't want to do bad in a place of good. And in fact, Allah is it's preferable to be in a standing position where you say, because of their riding on a donkey, it's not like whether you get off the donkey and give the donkey to somebody else. Rabbi says you don't because that's going to take away your concentration. You're going to continue riding the donkey. A person who's blind or doesn't have a compass, he should think about Kodesh HaKadoshim in his heart. The point is, you always have to be facing the Pyrus, which is the Kodesh HaKadoshim. So if you're in Foot Flores, you face a stroll, which is eventually going to get you Kodesh HaKadoshim. If you're in a stroll, you face Yerushalayim, you face Hamidrash, you face Kodesh HaKadoshim. If you're in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, you face the Pyrus. If behind the Pyrus, you turn around and face everybody else, you face the Pyrus. You have north, you face south, always facing the Pyrus. What do you do if you have an emergency situation and you won't be able to dive into an escort? The father of Shmuel used to dive into an escort extremely early. According to Rashi, even before Alisa Shachar, Taik says that doesn't make sense because there's no such shear that's in the middle of the night. It has to be slightly after Alisa Shachar. Rav Shimon Elazar is Mechalik. He says, first you say Kriya Shema, then you say Shemon Esrei. It's better to say Shemon Esrei sitting down, but it's right after Shema than to say Shemon Esrei standing up. From the Big Shmuel, it's better to say Shemon Esrei standing with Kavan. The Rabbi and Brazuka, before they said a shear, they would grab them, and you need those really early, they would grab Binyan and Don. And once they gave the shear, and the sun came up, it was Netzachama, then the Talmidim would speak out one by one to Daven Shemon Esrei. Rav Ashi, very interesting. He would give his maturgal on his announcer. He'd give him a lot of material to say over. And when he was saying over that material, he, in a sitting position, would say Shema and Shemon Esrei. Why didn't he get up and go out and say Shemon Esrei? He says Rashi, an amazing thing. They don't want to be that person who caused the whole base friend of Shiva to stand up in his honor. That would be too much of a treatment for everybody. And he didn't want to dive in really early like Shmuel's father, because he never saw his Rabbi do it. He didn't want to bring a minyan because he thought that was a tearful, maybe he would push off at the start time of the year. Says the Mishnah, Chachamim say that you daven Musaf even B'yichidus without a tzibur. The Lozman Azariah says no, Musaf is only the tzibur. But the Yehuda says in the neighborhood of the Lozman Azariah that Musaf, if you have a tzibur, then the shnei tzibur is mitzvah. If you don't have a tzibur, then even Yochid is mekuyev daven Musaf. That in fact is how Rabbi and Shmuel Paskin and Rabbi Ami and Rabbi to Paskin and Chachamim, they say Musaf in the beginning of the Sefta, that they used to daven in the exact same place by the pillars where they would learn Torah. In other words, they would daven Yechidus, Shachros, and Musaf. Rabbi Yochanan testified that he saw Rabbi Yanai davening back-to-back Shemon Esreis. The Gemara says it's impossible to say that he didn't have kavanah, and that's why he repeated Shemon Esrei, because what he testified is Rabbi Yochanan, he knows what he's saying. He tells the story in order to bring it a point, and daven Musaf even Yechidus. Or does a similar story. Rabbi Barabba was davening Shemon Esrei, and they repeated it. It can't be because he didn't have kavanah. The Lezer says that before you daven Shemon Esrei, you have to assess your situation, evaluate whether you could at least have kavanah or bracha according to this. And therefore, it's impossible to Rabbi Barabba didn't have kavanah. Therefore, it must be that you give Shemon Esrei because it was Mishpaidish Yalviyah. One forgets to say Yalviyah in chakras. One Muslim forgets to be Muslim instead of Muslim. He says, at the Fed, and repeat Shmoneh. If he's in a tzibur, he must repeat Shmoneh because he forgets to say tzibur, and he himself is going to repeat Yalviyah later on at Mincha. But that would be the Kudos should repeat Shmoneh. If a person forgets Yalviyah, Rashi says, never repeat Myra with Yalviyah. Why? Because Rish Kodesh is Mekudesh in the daytime, not at night. It's not what Kedusha in order for us to make him repeat Yalviyah. However, Amemar says that's only in a 2-day Rish Kodesh where you can say Yalviyah in the second night of Rish Kodesh. 1 day Rish Kodesh, you do repeat Shmoneh. Person must repeat Shmoneh because he forgot Yalviyah. Or he's down to Muslim immediately after Shabbos. He must wait enough time for him to walk down the Amos. I would say that's approximately 2 to 3 seconds. But with that, we finish the 4th period of Tfilas HaShachar, and now we begin the 5th period, Ein Oimdim. The Mishnah tells us that the damage transfer has to be complete respect and awe of his heart. You can't be laughing, giggling. It has to be the private grudge. The Hasidim of China would contemplate and meditate about the davening for 1 full hour before the davening. Even if a king comes up to speak while you're not you're not allowed to enter it. If a snake wraps himself around the concrete and discusses with the snake, you don't move. The Gemara says, you don't learn from China that it says by here, if you are a snake, you have a bitter heart. China is different. You can have children. You don't learn from David Amelech. It says, when you have Chazal called him Sefa, the Shtachel, the Impact of Shtachel, the Hebrew Sefa, the hero, meeting with fear. David Amelech is different. We know that he worked extremely hard on himself, fearful and horrible. Perhaps you can learn from the Pasuk about Hackness Kodesh. Sometimes the hand has to be interchangeable, so if you use Hackness Kodesh, you should have fear of the Kodesh. So you want to know, you can just read simply Hackness Kodesh, meaning you should wear beautiful clothing, glory, you should wear nice clothing when you die. So where do we learn this concept that you have to be with the private grudge? It says the Pasuk, if you do as Hashem fear, you should serve Hashem fear. The situation of the Pasuk is joyful of reputation. What does that mean? That every time you are joyful and happy, on the other hand, you should have that fear. What tells us, Rabbi asked Rabbi, why is he joyful? He says because you have to be grateful. He said, don't worry about it. I'm wearing filling. That'll keep me in check. Similar story. Someone said to Imperium, but if I said I'm a Litvak, so I could allow myself to say this. This is probably the Litvak's most favorite puzzle. To be sad, he gets the fire from being sad. At least that's what the Hasidim would say about the Litvak. According to see from the puzzle, you should be fearful of Hashem, don't run around laughing and being joyful. He says, Zera, I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day. The word tells us to get the balance between being joyful and being fear of the wonderful. The word has 2 stories that are identical. Margaret Ravina and Rav Asher both have weddings different times, and saw that the crowd was very joyful. The extremely expensive glass dishes that they broke them. It's the minute to bring glass by football, but they put everybody in their place. Of course, there's a good on holds. It says, Ozzy public speaking only then when Mashiach comes and you have a full smile and completely happy. Shlokish was common at the time. He heard this from that day on, he never smiled completely. I love it is that when you come to an answer, you have it right after you have it didn't, or after you learn that you really, I love that whole thing was concentration. It has to be, I love it super. I love that. There's no argument about it. For instance, the Gemara says, when they scroll, they accept upon themselves that even if they see dam the size of a mustard seed, they have to wait 7 days. The rice, you don't know what's dam all throughout 7 days, and go to pick up 7 days. Another love. With the rice, you bring food into your house, you take meat into the house, you bring back door, shafa, you part from ice, because I love this. front door, and you have to it has to be smooth pipe. So if you do that, you bring it with the shaft of the meat in, you give it to your animals, and that's Achilas Haroy, and not Achilas Keva. Another element. If you let the blood out of an animal, raw blood, you're not allowed to use it if that animal was a korban. If you shaft an animal that's a korban, you use that blood, it's no meal. If you didn't shaft it, you are a chayiv b'mila, and you have to be korban to be mechaper. Rabbi said, the halacha is, the Rashi has to be every branch, Syrian. Rashi says, the halacha is, right before it's Shmonesrei, you should say, halacha b'suka. You don't daven Shmonesrei, you're sad, when you're extremely happy and beautiful, and you just finish a great conversation, or in the Tailem, it has to be in simcha of inlet. The same with both applies, you say goodbye to your friend, it shouldn't be in palace roish, or in the Tailem. The best thing is, to give him a great fart that he can think about and remember you after you leave. Here's what Kenny says, that the only places that are inhabited today in this on earth are places that other Rishon said at the time they should be inhabited. Therefore, you see it growing, that means that back then other Rishon said there should be trees in that place. The amazing kinds of people says that people got it themselves. You start out in one corner of the house, and you end up in another corner, you do all these prayers and stuff. Otherwise, you down. You know, when he got into the secret, he was mindful of other people around him, and he got the really good for Ezra, so they don't have to wait for it. From Daniel, they wanted to kill Daniel, they threw him into the lion's den, as we know, and he said, look, he doesn't listen to their yoga, he asks questions from his phone. The riot is because he had windows in his house, he used to daven towards Yerushalayim, so you see that he's daven, you have to have windows, you have to have Yerushalayim, you have to have 3 times, maybe perhaps he focus on the fields, and on the shadows. Back in the Ramelech, has to be Arab, maybe it's a Raim. When we down Shmonesrei, it's set up. You see 3 brooks in the beginning. There are Shvatim and Baruch. Then we have 13 brooks, and we ask for our needs. Why? Because Shlomo Melech says, first is Rina, then Tefillah. One should ask his needs in the Baruch of Shmonesrei. If he wants to ask for a lot, and talk a lot about the Baruch, he should do that all the way at the end of Shmonesrei. We know the famous story of Tana. The Gemara says amazing concepts in the field. Tana was in the field. She was married to the father of the Rabbi, and she didn't have children. She went to the English Shiloi, died, and really had pain. Her mother was there, and he told her she was drunk. In fact, she ended up having Shmuel Hanav. The words of the Psukim, many Russian from the Psukim. It says, Medaber Saliba, you see from here that one should be Mechaber when he died. Rabbi said, it's meaning that you die, you must move your lips. You can't just stare at the baby. Even if the sound's not coming out, you must move your lips. It says, you didn't hear her voice, you didn't hear sound, because it's impossible for a person to daven out loud and disturbs. Next to you, subscribe up. By Shavel, the Shapiro, making conscious drunk, meaning that a drunk is also for daven. The person that's drunk for daven says it, you slave it, have a desire. This brings us common days. It says, the what are you going to do drunk? In other words, you must rebuke your friend, even if it's at the Rabbana. She said, I thought you have made the child. Rabbi, I thought you did that on the process. I imagine. No, if somebody accuses you of something, you must tell them that they are wrong. Don't let them think that you are really doing something wrong. So you had to give her a bracha. He said, just feed the shalom. Because if you're refreshing the shayra, you must give that person a bracha. Tana was the first person that ever called his Baruch Hu in the name of Tzvalites. And she used different tricks in Tefillah. She thought his Baruch Hu. If you don't give me a son, I'll pretend I'm a Soita. And a Soita has to keep a mind of a martyr. Drink the water. It says the Pasuk, the Mitzvah, the Mizra, Zera, Woman, Mother, did. She's proven not guilty, she'll have a child. Of course, I thought you were to give her a child. The other one, Mitzvah, Zera, if she's proven not guilty, then she'll have easy birth. She's already pregnant. 29 Mandomar, Roy Risa, Roy Tira, is not a drush. Once it says I'm a self, I'm inserted 3 times. The word why? To learn the word I'm a self of Lashon Risa. Why did you check me 3 different ways that you check other women and give them Risa? If they weren't married, you know, follow up and look to them. I am happy. Why do I deserve what you're giving me? She says that in Zera Anash, what does that mean? A man that's above other men. So the more directions, either that Shmuel anointed David and Shlomo, or it means that he was That's great. That's Moshe and Aaron together, which is amazing. More the shot is that she has that she fit in society. She shouldn't be greater than anybody. She should be a mediocre person, not taller, not smarter, not better looking, not whiter. I'm standing here. So we learn from here. I was standing there because of anything. In other words, learn from here. I love that. Somebody's having Shmones next to me. Down hours or not, get to sit down next to them. Word tells us that Haley told his people, we have to shut this bowl. Go get a kite. Shmuel said you don't need a kite for sheep. You only need a kite for the other people. How about this? Kabbalah Elocha and Jrika. In fact, Haley said we were right. We shouldn't have said that. Now you were murder Allah with your rabbi, you are high city. You want to kill him. Comes Khan and says, don't kill him. So he tells her, let me kill him because he was hiding this. You'll have another kid. She told him that the Lachar has said, for this child, spirit. He need a very salipo. Now this people says to the mother. She told him, Lord, what a piece of time. She said, you gave me everything you created me. It's your purpose. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth. Why did you give me the ability to nurse? I don't have a child. Finally, the Gemara says, another Allah that's not going to be the father. A person sits and makes a kindness on Shabbos. Rashi explains, everybody's eating so much food, he restrains himself. That will break exactly 70 years. Problem is that the best on Shabbos, and that's also he needs to be part for that. So therefore, she fasts 2 days in a row. She fasts on Sunday. Half fast on Sunday, she fasts on a different day. I mean, wonderful thing. Rachel is not based on extend the heart of Muslim and daughter and son-in-law Miriam and Jacob, rest of their son, Naphtali Moshe. It's very apropos. And his dad discusses the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu, and Rashi explains that Naphtali means tefillah. It's the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael always has a good answer why they sin, because it says in the Pasuk, "Asher Eri Oisi." I'm the one that causes you to sin, eating the flavor of the Yitzhak, like laying the hand of an artisan, which both is the one that moves us. It's his fault that we sin. That's the reason that heaven and which both should remove the heart of stone that he put in us. It's his fault. That's Ruchi had to be here. I'm the one that inserts the Ruach. And then finally, Alel, Moshe Hashem. Moshe Dav Hashem, the Gemara Darshan is El, is Al Hashem, which is a strong Lashon, a Lashon of Hapa, growing into the Hashem, like Hanaday, which is not the best thing in the world. The Zov, once this place be Zov, is the Lashon of Daizov, not on this gold. It's your fault that you gave us so much gold and silver that we sinned with the egg. Without that, we wouldn't be able to sin. The Mashal is a person that had a very weak cow, a bony cow, and fed him a lot, and then the cow comes around and kicks him. Whose fault is it? It's the owner who fed him, therefore he got kicked. That his father, another Mashal, gives his son everything, he bathes him, and he feeds him, and then he gives him money, he puts him by the door of the house of his owner. It's the father's fault that they sin. The Gemara says when you spoil somebody, spoil a kid, in the stomach, that causes sin. Find that before food. That's the way that baby says, if that's a basic, I give you a lot of money, a lot of silver, you saw also a vowel, and a lot of gold, the way we do it. Big, I'm sorry for the vowel, it's my fault. Trump tells me, Rabbi, late rain, go down, let's stop a lush up. Trump tells me, Rabbi, I only gave you your gadgets, your riches to use for Klal Yisrael. Once I've done Klal Yisrael, give it back to me, and therefore, Rabbi, until Moshe Rabbeinu realized that since then, Trump said, leave me alone so I can go destroy them. If you don't leave me alone, I can't destroy them. So Moshe Rabbeinu was causing the feel of, it's like a muscle where a king is beating up his son, and the king's best friend is watching in the corner, and he's scared to say something. And when the king has his son, you're lucky that my friend is here, otherwise I would have killed you. The friend realizes that he has power, and he steps in, and he breaks up the fight. If the Torah wouldn't have said it before, it should be us to say it. The Torah says that Moshe Rabbeinu held on to his Baruch Hu. They wouldn't let him go until he forgave Klal Yisrael. We say the famous passage on the Taik is Yichal Moshe. What does it mean by Yichal Moshe? nothing, which is a lashon of neder. A person makes a neder, somebody else can know it. But you said, I know my neder that I'm going to destroy Klal Yisrael. Or the lashon of Cholom. Cholom is the body of that person. What Rabbi said, if any of us are willing to give up my life, Klal Yisrael. Words lashon of chal, rest. It is harafel to rest of Klal Yisrael. It's lashon of chula. Sacrilegious. What Rabbi is telling you, it doesn't make sense that you should act in such a way. And finally, a lashon of chulu is a disease that eats up the bones. Rabbi said, God is so much that he got sick. It says the Pasuk Hashem not do a chilaf, sword off in yourself. What does that mean? Have a sword in the heaven and the earth. Just like heaven and earth, he can destroy that shul. But since he swore to himself, just like himself, was never, he's going to last forever. So to Yeshua, the highest role, that they're going to be the Israel Shomayim, it's going to last forever. That's the very interesting process. It starts off, Moshe Rabbeinu speaking, and then all of a sudden switches on Rabbi speaking. Which one is it? It says that the very labor, and this is the Lord says it's Shamarti. Both these the ones for Moshe Rabbeinu. So either you can learn that possibly this Moshe Rabbeinu is embedded in the book, or you can learn that the other Moshe Rabbeinu. But he said, I don't know the Taik scroll, what you told me to say, that you're going to give me the land, so you have to keep your word. It says the possibly, Hashem. It's a lashon that came up since the Torah that Moshe Rabbeinu said the nations are going to say they became weak like a woman. You were able to fight Israel against one nation, the Mitzvah, one king, and they fight Israel. You say it's not against the nation. You can't prevent them. It says fight Israel, and then you're right. That's what the Israel are going to say. So lachnik and Morecha, that's what they're going to say. One is a Talmud who is Rabbi agrees with them. The person davens first. Give a shvach at this Baruch and then ask for what he needs. Tefillah is more important and more powerful than good deeds. No one is greater than Moshe Rabbeinu when it comes to good deeds. And Baruch told him about later, he goes here as well because of his tefillah. Kindness is more powerful than tzedakah because kindness is good for your body, tzedakah is good for your money, and the tefillah, although it comes from the place for others, has more power than karma. A plain kills some of the equation that possible. If they don't relay or try to kill another individual no longer, nothing can do this back the rest of his life. This is true. Once those human abidance, the gates of the philo were locked, it could be open, but it's difficult. Or put a pizza, a parcel, an iron wall between us and ourselves. However, the gates of tears are never locked. The trash comes out, Hashem always sees the tears. He doesn't feel like it's there. You just have to able to that travel those there. Rabbi never made a kindness in a day that was cloudy, set cloud, stop the tefillah. If a person lengthens his tefillah as long as he's not behind it, as long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something and has to give him what he has, then his tefillah will be in the scabble. But if he believes that his tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must answer him, he's not iron in his tefillah, then he's going to end up with a heartache. What does he have to do if there's a heartache? He has to learn prayer. If a person's tefillah wasn't answered, he should repeat his tefillah. It says twice, Havei Hashem, Havei Hashem. There are four things that a person has to strengthen himself in. Torah, tefillah, and this one is interesting. In your job, in your profession, you can strengthen yourself. It says the Pasuk about Hashem Shechifani. Hashem forgot about his place Yisrael as Hashem. Even if a person adds another wife, he'll never forget his original wife. So we rebelled against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do you forget about us? Are you crazy? I never forgot about you. There are 3.6 billion times 300 billion stars in the sky. I don't know, 16 zeros. But who did this star? And they're all for your sake. Do you think I forgot about you? It says the husband, well, can a woman forget about her own child? The book says, I'll never forget about your playlist. I'll never forget about your playlist. However, I do sometimes lose my memory when it comes to Averis like the Egel. I'll forget that. I won't forget the good deeds by Sinai. The Hasidim Rishon, the Mishnah says, would prepare themselves an hour before the Gemara tells us that they also prepare themselves an hour after davening. Davening is coming out. It's 3 hours for each tefillah. It's 3 tefillahs a day. That's 9 hours. When did they have to have chazah? They have to say after Shemai that they didn't forget learning. They learned before the next week. That's a Shemai that are not like okay, which is very minimal. And finally, for today, if you're a middle answer, you see a king says something to you, you don't answer. That's the Jewish king Brachas Daf Lamed Gimel, the Gemara tells us a story. There was a chassid davening Shmoneh Esrei, and a non-Jewish officer walked by and said hello to him, and he refused to answer him because he was Mil Shmoneh Esrei. Says the officer, Reika, you're a poor. In your own Torah it says, you have to watch your soul. I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She said, give me a moment to explain it to you. If you yourself were talking to the king and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do? The guy says, cut my head off. Okay, Kabbalah Chaimer. I'm talking to Melech Malchei Baruch Hu. How can I stop? We learned in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps himself around somebody's leg while he's not Shmoneh Esrei, you don't stop Shmoneh Esrei. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shmoneh Esrei. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're thrown into a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead because lions don't always attack unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're down Shmoneh Esrei, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 100 feet, 50 amma, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because there's a saying in Aramaic, if you see a bull, run to the roof and take the ladder with you. Because a bull will attack, he's unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull in Nisan time, and a black bull, because there's so much food around that he goes crazy. The famous story with Rabbi ben Doisa and the Aroid, so call it an Arvad, there's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a toad. And if it bites a human being, there's a race. Who can get to the water first? If the human gets first, then the Aroid dies. If the Aroid gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there was an Aroid causing a lot of trouble. They went to Rabbi ben Doisa. He said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroid bit him. And the next happened that there was a ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water, and he got to the water first, and he killed that Aroid. He took the Aroid, put him on his shoulder, and brought him to the base of measure, and he said, ain't Aroid famous? The Aroid doesn't kill. It's our sins that cause us to die. And people said, wow, we feel bad for this Aroid that bumped into Rabbi ben Doisa. It says in the Mishnah, we say, Mashav Ruach, where? In the bracha of Mechayam is because rain is the same thing as Tiyas HaMeis, it's the same power, it's the same nace. And we say the same Talmud al bracha, in the Birkas Hashanim, that's bracha Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the bracha of Tchein Adais. You need that, you need seichel to differentiate between Kodesh and Chol, Tomei and Tar. The Chacham say it's because it's the first bracha they say in the weekdays. Every Shmoneh Esrei say 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas then. But the first bracha of the weekday is Antachim. It says more there are 3 things, 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Deah, Seichel. So it's a great thing to have Seichel, to use Seichel. In fact, if you don't, the person that doesn't use Seichel, we don't have Rachmanas on it. The Beis Hamikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name, also great. The person that uses Seichel, it's as if built the Beis Hamikdash. Milchama, revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. Versus, no, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Eliezer say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted into Atchayim. Rabbi Kiva says it's its own bracha by itself, it's the 4th bracha of Shmoneh Esrei. Rabbi Eliezer says it's inserted in the Bible. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make a Havdalah every single month of Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? Just look at what Anshe Knesset said to do, and that's it. The answer is because there were 3 Haftarahs from Anshe Knesset, Doila, and Chachamim, and therefore there was a lot of confusion. The first Haftarah was to say Havdalah in Shul, in Shmoneh Esrei, because Klal Yisrael didn't have money to buy wine and say it over. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said, no more Shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor. other generation, let's just make one takana. We'll say the shul and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can afford it will be yotza with shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemon Esrei because the first takana was to say it on Shemon Esrei. But what if the reverse? The person said Havdalah in Shemon Esrei. Does he repeat it at home? And we know the answer. We repeat it at home. But there's a price that says you don't repeat it because it's shameless show. It's a bracha of Havdalah. You don't say Hashem's names for no reason. It says L'sisa. It's the Raisa. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's not Allah. And this brings us to things. You can ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats one kazais of bread, they'll be mechayev in 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah and Shemona Esrei, and he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine, but what if he ate a kazais of bread before he made Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemona Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemona Esrei, plus he has to make Birkas Hamazon, that's 24 brachas. What's a Shabbos that falls out on Yom? There's no Atal Chayim. So where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi, it's not a problem. According to Rabbi, it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachas or the Bible. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and there's three of the Shabbos of Rabbi Yochanan, either the Lashon of Bible, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Eliezer, or the Lashon of Makkah, that we lean towards Rabbi Eliezer. We don't tell people in public that I want to say Rabbi Eliezer that you insert Havdalah in there. And the final lesson is near it. We can see Rabbi Eliezer's words. In other words, we don't tell, not in public, we don't pass him like that to an individual, but if an individual said Havdalah by himself, invite him, we don't make him repeat Shemona Esrei. According to Rabbi Yosef, we say, and that's how we pass him today, we say, that's what in the middle, at the Bachartana, we stop, we say that which describes the Taik, and we are grateful that Baruch Hu for giving us all the forgive and differentiating between Shabbos and Yom Tov because the Kedusha of Shabbos is greater than Yom Tov. Says the Mishnah, if somebody tries to give a shot at Baruch Hu and says, "Look, Baruch Hu, even our Rahmanas on birds, you made us we tell them to be quiet." Either because that's going to create a jealousy between other animals and birds, or because you think you understand Hashem's ways. When you do mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah because Hashem said to do the mitzvah, not because you understand the logic behind the mitzvah. If a person says, Moedim, and he says again, Moedim, it looks as if he's talking to two different entities and we tell him to be quiet. If a person says, I recall Hashem's great chesed, all the good that he does to me, we tell him to be quiet because you have to thank Hashem even for the bad. Just like you thank Hashem for the good, you thank Hashem for the bad, say, Baruch Dynamics. Was a person that was sitting in front of Rita, and he started saying, okay, Haggadah, Haggadah, those are police, but he added, Jesus, Hawayam, Aloira, Yori, etc., etc. When he finished with Rita, said, that's all you have, that's all you got. In other words, in the Torah it says only 3 shvachim, and Ezra only said 3. And not going to say, Yom Mustakim 3, so say 3. Otherwise, it's as if you are belittling a Baruch Hu. He has that much more. It's like saying on a person that has that much gold, and you say, oh, he has a lot of silver. We know that everything's in the hands of heaven besides Yerushalayim. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, what does Hashem want from you? Only to do a little bit of Yerushalayim. It seems like it's very easy. It's very difficult. And you see that Baruch Hu, all he has in his Oitzer, all he has is Yerushalayim. In other words, he covets Yerushalayim. The answer is, Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yerushalayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else. So he considered it a small thing, and a wonderful thing. Bracha is not from a dollar. If a person repeats words of Shema, it says Shema Shema, V'achafta V'achafta. It's really not nice. It's good up. If a person repeats the entire puzzle twice, then we tell him to be quiet. That seems like he's done with different entities. person to have kavanah. If he doesn't, says the Gemara, taking a metal hammer and give him at least a whack. Says the Mishnah, if a shliach tzibur or chazan makes a mistake, you can't continue further the milk that's right. You need to replace it immediately with another chazan. But typically, when somebody's asked to get chazan, it's a two-step process. The first time you're asked, you refuse. The second time you start getting geared up, you go, and the third time you go. However, in this emergency, there's no time refusing, not refusing. When the answer to get up to be the replacement, you jump and you go. The person who doesn't refuse to do chazan, it's not an emergency. It's similar to the person who eats meat without salt. You fix it. The person who refuses to touch, it's as if it's eating food too much salt, and that's not fixing. The replacement chazan, where does it begin? It begins from the place that the original chazan makes a mistake. Typical chazan, when we get to Rabbi Stefan, he doesn't answer Amen. However, nowadays, when we have Sifrim that we're not getting, the chazan should say Amen by the Sifrim of the Rabbi, but not by the Rabbi. But chazan is a player. Typically, not do Rabbi Stefan, unless he short himself. Most people use it. That's what they do nowadays. The Gemara says that there are three things that too much of is no good: salt, yeast, and refusing down for the other too much, declining sarbanos. But we're going to hold that the person makes a mistake. The first two brothers show that's right. He starts from the beginning of Shemot. The last three brothers show that's right. He starts from the beginning of the last three brothers show that's right. That's it. The person makes a mistake. The third two middle brothers. It begins from the beginning of the middle brothers, which is not the kind of quality of all three brothers out of the single brothers. The last one, the middle brothers don't have the point. According to Russia, they can say anyone in any order. One, they can say this from. And one of the places that come back to the place that it made a mistake in its original place. The Gemara describes by Shonash's words, the first two prophets is like a servant setting up praise for his master. Once he praises him, then he goes in. The middle prophets and asks for his needs. And finally, the last prophets are the things to his master. I'm going to give you a reference and says this chazan is no good. He wants to die with you. He doesn't want it. What's the big deal? We should obey him down in 40 days instead of another chazan. The chazan is way too quick. It's supposed to be good. We should obey him. It's also very quick. Allah, on Allah, he died for Miriam in a very short field. This also we learned that the person davens for a friend, it's not necessary to actually make it. But for sure, baby, it's Miriam's name. You know, when we got into an answer, we pick up these down forms, shaykhs. We do this 3 times, actually 4 times in practice. You, the first bracha, Rabbi instruction answer, and one of our brachas at the end of the first bracha. And then we do it once by Moedim, at the end of Moedim, which is actually called kind of Moedim. If one wants to add extra shvios, he cannot do so. A couple of reasons, it's like haughtiness, etc. Now, if you're a kind couple, you bow by every single bracha at the end of the day. If you're a king, you bow by every single bracha at the beginning of the bracha and at the end of the day. When you choose a Rabbi, if you're a king, you bow once in the year for that street, and you remain in that position for the entire Shemot. This three times you bow is what's called Kida meat. Put your head forwards until it reaches the ground. You do that by this is not an nowadays. Real is when you get on your knees and put your head forwards, Shtachavah is laying flat out on the ground, hands and feet. Abaye and Rabbi would only do feel some kind of Shachar, lay on the ground with your feet on each side, not to have your face towards the stone. And nowadays we just put our hands, put our head on top of our head. Says the Mishnah, if a person makes a mistake in Shemot Esrei, it's a really bad sign for him. And if he's the chazan who makes a mistake, that's bad sign. What communication should be our short voice. Rabbi's father of Nachman and Rav Shishis bowed twice by Moedim, at the beginning of Moedim, and the Moedim. Rice that says you should not bow by Moedim is referring to the Moedim that brings someone. Moedim before you don't bow there. You don't bow during Halloween. When people contest between the place of a brother, so that's it. You don't know whether you live or die based on the flow of his words. He came out nicely, smoothly, even if they were lived. You say that the person makes a mistake, it's a bad this order of different said, in regard to the law, which is the law of what things are going to happen, says remember, this is referring to the person who marries off his daughter, or does this is referring to a or somebody who gets that prophet on his own, the prophet himself, he can't comprehend what he's going to, what he's for. Another member of the is for the time of Mashiach. But when my love, which is different than a time of Mashiach, nobody can comprehend what Mashiach. Time of Mashiach in our days is identical, and it's Moses requires. Now that Shul of Leos, one of the balance of the Samigash, will be the same. And another shot is that the Torah was given to the Bali Tshuva, it's like or really Bali Tshuva, we and what you say, I will put your oh, it's the opposite. Bali Tshuva, really, so these are the books of Tshuva. It's a big point for the Bible. Plus it says, I am a Rabbi, so your eyes never see what is referring to the wine that's there from 6 days of creation. Or it's referring to 8 days, which no one has ever seen other than people that see beyond the garden, but he's never seen it. When the little son was little, he went to the community that he's done for him. He put his head on his knees and he davened, and he said, he's okay. In fact, he was. And when he told her that when he says, daven all day long, nobody will answer him. His wife said, but are you greater than him? Yes, I'm greater than him. But I'm like, in general, I'm not like the slave, the servant that walks around and he's having so he has a bigger pull than I do. Gemara says that a person is considered a chutzav, a person values that whole field, if a person enumerates his sins and he's talks about his sins in the open and tells people about that's considered chutzpah, and it's wonderful. Rabbi is not loving hey, bread and herring pizza before people discusses the brachas that we make on food. We all know that the fruit of a tree can make very creative. Besides, otherwise we're swearing to God. The fruit of the ground, vegetables make very creative. Besides on bread, which you make a nice little Even says they are greens, they ruggles, like cabbage, lettuce, you make very creative. Where do we know the kinds of the brachas? I didn't know that you have to make a brachah. That's the Gemara, that it's Svara, it's Lanash. It's also the benefit of this world without making a problem. You might think you learned it out from the same concept that we're going to learn now. We know there's a concept called the Arla, the first 3 years of food. You cannot benefit from the fruit. On the 4th year, it's called Netu Rebbe. You treat it exactly like you treat mice and shady. That is, you want to eat the fruit, you must bring it up from the children. You don't want to bring it up from the children. You will foul the food of money. You concentrate on money. Says the Gemara, when you keep the holes, it says in the Pasuk, you make 2 holidays to praise of Hashem. One before you eat the food, and one after you eat the food. Yet, you know that according to everybody, one of those things which is the concept, was following the food of money. Now we're left with one. Now, the second people might be the teachings that the Pasuk is talking about. Even if you say that the Pasuk is talking about also, not pyramid. Or even if you have another demon with their shop. So that leaves us just one rock. I would use that for bigger samosa. Samosa the rice, some say. First, tells us that to make bigger samosa. How do I know they have to make a bracha before you eat? Don't be kabachaina. If I make a bracha after I'm satiated, certainly I'm hungry, I should make a bracha. The problem is, where do I learn brachas for all others? And if I say, let's learn from grapes, grapes have something special. They have something called biddulus. Biddulus, hopefully, give it to the poor person. And therefore, I have to make a bracha. Perhaps I should learn it from bread. Bread has a concept of challah, so maybe that's how I make a bracha. Maybe combine them, learn from both of them together. Well, the 2 of them are special, bread and wine, because they go in this bed. Learn it out from the Shiva tells me it's also benefit this world without the Rafa. Whoever benefits from this world without the Rafa is stealing from the world, stealing from the necessary strong. And he's this company of Rabbi and above, which is the symbol of Christians. But the Mafti, not only is a sin, Rabbi and above is a king, well, it's place on the sin as well. And therefore, one should go to a Chava before he leaves, and he should learn the Rabbi that's supposed to. It says the Pasuk about Shem Haaretz Melech, the entire land belongs to Hashem. On the other hand, it says, Haaretz L'Aseh L'Biyana. Hashem gave us the land, so which one is it? Well, before you make the bracha, Hashem wants it. Once you make a bracha, you buy it off Hashem, you have permission to use it. But this brings us on the base. It says the Pasuk of Safta, the gun from. And then it says on the path of the gun. On the one hand, it's the gun from. It's our brain. On the other hand, it's Hashem's brain. Which one is it? When we do Hashem's will, it's our brain. When we don't do Hashem's will, it's Hashem's will. Famous machlokes. Whether a person should spend his days learning Torah or combining learning Torah with earning a living, it says in the Pasuk of Safta, you should go out and gather your grain. In other words, you're a farmer. On the other hand, it says you have to learn what you learn day and night. Which one is it? It says in Yerushalayim, you have to combine the two. You have to learn Torah, but combine it with their parents with earning a living. Shimon Yochai says it doesn't make sense to me that a person should waste his life plowing, working on the field, gathering the grain. Therefore, if you do Hashem's will, then his parnasa will be done from other people. If you don't do Hashem's will, not only will you have to earn a living, but you will earn a living for other people as well. It says Abaya, many people did what Shmuel said, which is to provide earning a living with Torah and work for them. And many people try to shoot by Hashem's way, it did not work. You have to decide to be on that big just for Torah. First generations, theirs are combining. They made their Torah the main part of the day, and earning the livelihood was only a temporary part of it, a small part of it. They didn't try to come up with tricks to outdo the Torah and their mitzvahs. They would bring their grain right through the front door, right through the front gate, which would create a few mice. And therefore, says the Gemara, their Torah stayed in their livelihood. They made a good living. But the later generations, when they made their livelihood the main part of the day, and the Torah was just a little small part of them, and they came up with a trick how to prevent themselves from having to get mice by bringing the food through the skylight. They didn't learn Torah, they didn't learn. On olive oil, you don't make the bracha very cream inside because you don't become satiated from olive oil. Wine will satiate you and also makes you happy. You make very pure. You don't make good for others because no one is made of smooth on wine that you do. But the methods of other are different. Unless you are not becomes close, and that's how you don't make a bracha on oil because it damages your body. But you put oil, red oil, and usually in restaurants, the oil becomes covered in bread, and it makes the bread so you don't make a bracha. If you put shemen, oil in a garlic, which is a certain mixture with put oil, olive oil, over there, the oil is a tuffle. You don't make a bracha oil. However, if you're a product and you're eating the olive oil in the garlic because you want the olive oil to smooth out, then you make a bracha where it creates on the olive oil. It's just even though you're doing it for medicine, you still have to make a bracha and you wonderful day. Rabbi, staff number 12, is doing different foods and what's the type of bracha to make of them. People plant olive trees for the olive oil, the final product. And therefore, if you drink olive oil as is, in a way where it doesn't harm your body, the bracha will be very pure. When it comes to flour and grain itself is adama. Once you grind it and make flour out of it, according to Shmuel, you can make adama. According to Rabbi, since it's not its final state, we make a shahakah. Flour from barley is different. Since it causes harm to the body, it's worms. Yet on the other hand, it does give the body some sustenance. It's hard. Therefore, we make a shahakah. Salt or salt water, you also make a shahakah. Because there are people that sometimes taste it and they eat it, and therefore it's a shahakah. The Gemara discusses pyro. Pyro is something that comes out of a palm tree. Some say it's some shoot that comes out. Eventually, it becomes part of the tree. It becomes hard and part of the tree. The question is, right now that it's edible, what rub do you make? Rabbi Yehuda says you make pyro free double because it's a fruit. And according to Shmuel, you make a shahakah because eventually it hardens up. Shmuel tells his student, Rabbi Yehuda, Shirana, you're the sharp one. You know, I have to prove it to you. From a turnip. Turnips, even though they become hard, right now they are adama. The Gemara says it's not a good raya because turnips, people plant it, we're eating it now when it's moist, and therefore it's a adama. But nevertheless, that love is like Shmuel, that the halacha is to make a shahakah. The Gemara discusses a great letter, slav, which are caper berries. Caper berries have four parts of them. You have the actual berry, and you have the husk that is around the berry, fills up before you have a chance to take the berry. In addition to that, you have the leaf, you have dates, which seem like big, small seeds that grow on the leaves. The halacha even says to the Gemara that since you plant the caper berry for all four of these, therefore you have to make a rub on everything. And you make eight on the berry itself and on the husk that's around the berry. And on the leaf and on the date, you make a adama. We know that Arla, the first 3 years of a tree, are the deraisa. You can't have any benefit from it. The deraisa. In Chutzlaretz, it's the Rabbi. And we have a concept that we go in Chutzlaretz like the most lenient position in Eretz Yisrael. Who's the most lenient in Eretz Yisrael? That would be Rabbi. People hold by Meiser. When it comes to a paper berry, you only take Meiser from one out of four things. You take Meiser from the berry itself, and not from the husk, not from the leaf, and not from the date. Therefore, when it comes to Arla, Chutzlaretz, only one kind of Arla on the berry itself. Now, it's a shita that's even more maple than Rabbi Kiva, but we ignore that shita. That's that of Shami. Shami home, that a paper berry is a suffix tree, suffix vegetable. Therefore, it's an easy area with paper berries. That berry means that they break. They blend it together with other vegetables. Since the Shami think that you would have paper berry vegetable, they say it's awesome. If there's a suffix, it's a suffix Arla. Some Arla, you can go to someone who's not market of Arla and buy paper berries from them as long as they don't look. Maybe just take it from a paper berry tree that's 5 years old, take it from a 2-year-old. You ignore it, you just don't look. So that's even more than just the Kiva. And the reason why we don't do the Shami shit is because the Shami argue with Silvans as if they don't exist. We ignore their shit. Now, the question is, why isn't the husk of the paper berry a shimer, a protector for the berry? And if it's a shimer protector for the berry, it should be chayiv garlic, it should be oiver, this should be the husk. And the answer is, the Masmas Gemara, that a protector is only considered something that actually protects the fruit. If you remove the protector, the peel, and the fruit remains to exist and doesn't spoil, it's not a protector. The paper berry, if you remove its husk, it remains a paper berry. Doesn't go to waste, and therefore the husk is not a protector in a chayiv or when it comes to a pomegranate, it has a crown, and inside the crown, you have something that's called a mace, or function. It's a small flower that grow out of it. Underneath that is a pita. Inside, right there, is a pita. That the Gemara says is considered a shimer. It's a protector for the fruit, and it's also included in the shear of tumah. In order for fruit to be common, you have to have the base. You don't have the base with the pita, it's considered tumah. The mate, on the other hand, is not starved for the fruit for tumah because it's a shimer to a shimer. So it's protected to the second level. Yet, when it comes to Arla, the mate is also Arla, and the reason is because it's still considered a shimer that's a protector, even though it falls off early on in its growth. So these are cut trees, if they have fruit on them. You have to eat fruit on trees. or it becomes like a chain small piece of fruit. But Geffen is a grow, according to Rabbi, that's closer to the same shear as Kulalav and a type of bean. Olive is one which grows dates, flowers, and all the other trees according to the still are once they start fruiting. What about black pepper? Peppercorn. The halacha is that you are chayiv and arla. In other words, it would seem like they are fruit. Because Torah says, eight ma'achol, that if you have a tree that has the same flavor, like black pepper, it's chayiv and arla. And you also learn about that muscle that are strong, that this thing even have pepper. However, in pepper is a machlokes. According to Rav Sheshes, you chayiv paras if they are moist, and the bracha would be like you should if it's an eight or a double. But if it's dry, like we have today, dry black pepper is shava. According to Rabbi, if it's moist, chayiv paras. But if it's dry, you're not chayiv paras. You don't make the bracha at all. Ginger, which is dry, since Rabbi and the kicker, also be either. So never, if it's part of it, but particular food that comes from a bush, Rashi says, Ethiopia, other states. The point is, it's very heavy on ginger. So first of all, we're not marking on Yishanako because it's mostly fresh ginger, yet raw would be Haradama, and the Gemara finally talks about dicing some sort of oatmeal. If you eat it as is, just oatmeal or the oats or one of the Mishnah, the raw would be like this. But if you add a lot of honey to it, it's not like this. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, the main part is the honey dickory make Yishanako, and according to Rav Kahana, since it has one of the five medium, one of the five grains, Rosh Hashanah, this points out, even if you have the five grains are in there, combine the item, such as, let's say, licorice, you say that there's a lot of flour in it, just put together, in excess glue, then Rosh will be Shemako, the wonderful day. Bracha is not Lamed Zayin. If a person eats a mixture that includes one of the five grains, you have to make a very service. Unless, like we said the other day, there's a place to breathe down that if the five grains act as a binder, then it's a shaka. Now we're going to be discussing the sugya of chas oires and chas doichen. Bread of oires and doichen. What is oires? Rashi says oires is millet and doichen is panic rice. But many other Rishonim are holding Rashi that brought down the halacha that oires is what we call today rice, but in Israel oires is rice. So what bracha do you make if you eat rice bread and what bracha bread do you make? So it's four way machlokes. Rabbi will hold that you make a shachako, and afterwards you make a burn of it. And this will come as a very big surprise to a lot of people. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri holds on the other hand that you make a moitzi in a purpose hamazon on rice bread. The Konan, and this is how we pass it today, make a zaynos and a burn in the koshes. Real holds a big zaynos and not different. But once we mention burn of koshes, have to mention places. Places explains a couple of words of burden of beautiful places. Places says, burden of is rabbis for strength. What does this strength mean? It means what's essential to life. Bread and water. So we take Hashem for bread and water. This is Taik. It means all the luxuries that are not essential to life. Imagine if a person gave us just bread and water. All we need all day long is bread and water. How boring. But Hashem gave us steaks and chocolate and candy and pizza. All the great stuff. What about oatmeal? What bracha do you make of oatmeal porridge? According to Rabbanan, we make them sometimes. That's what we do today. And we make al michna. But according to Gamliel, this is a huge kiddush. You make a previous hamazon when you're done eating oatmeal. If somebody chews grain, you make a very bread out of it. But if you ground it and baked it and cooked it, it depends. If it remains as a bread, it looks like a bread, you make a might see. If it doesn't look like bread, make it a zaynos. Oiri makes rice. What if you chew rice? Make also oiri priata. And if you ground it, bake it, and cook it, and it remains looking like rice bread, you make results. According to the meal, all Shivas Hamina, pomegranates, dates, have to make a Yudas Hamazon when you're done eating it. It's unbelievable. You want to tell us a story that Ramil and Rabbi they were eating dates. And Ramil told Rabbi you say the Prophet right? Kiva jumped ahead and made a little video. Ramil was upset. I'm the Rabbi, I hold that it's Yudas Hamazon. Even on the meal, when you yourself asking, that you should go by the right. Right home, you make dates, which is something that we make. I'll let you. Lord brings different types of food. One of them is a chalitza, which is almost like challah, let's say. It's a kavshim that has bread in it. Says the Gemara, if the size of the bread is precise, then we have to make a mitzvah. It's less than precise, it's some size. And we learned this from when the Yisrael brings his milcha, and he hasn't brought one in a very long time in interaction. He makes a shehiyah. The kohen eats from the milcha. He makes that mitzvah, provided that the pieces are designed so you see that you need a precise in order to make that mitzvah. There's a rights that says that if somebody gathered crumbs from the mikvah and he eats the crumbs in a chatzi pras, the shir of a chatzi pras, meaning he ate 4 kibbeitzim in 3 to 9 minutes. So he relates the matzah. Matzah is nothing like it, and this is really poor bread. But he's also chayav on chametz. It's chametz. We must say that it's talking about a situation where these crumbs come from a larger bread that's still in existence, and therefore these crumbs have chashivas. La halacha, chametza that has crumbs that are less than a kazayis, make a hametzi if you could see that these crumbs come from bread, they are bread. As it's surah than a ham. Now, if the crumbs are larger than kazayis, even if you can't tell that they are bread, still make hametzi. Places hold in some asking that we're not talking about cooked chametza. It's actually just bound together through some other thing like eggs or something. And only in that situation do you need a kazayis. But the halacha, if you eat crumbs and bread, then even without binding them together, it's definitely a mitzvah. There's something called trokan mitzvah, which is also known as ubadara. It's a very liquidy dough, maybe perhaps something like pancake dough, and you put it in the oven. Says the Gemara that according to Rabbi, it's chayiv and challah, and according to Rabbi, it's patur and challah. Teresa, what is Teresa? There are 3 explanations. One is that it's a very, very thin batter, maybe something like a blintz batter. Another shot is it's Indian bread, it's dough that's on a spit, and you turn it around and you put some oil on it and eggs. Or it's what's known as futa, it's bread that's made in the sun. All these 3 things, whatever the shot is, are patur and challah. But we know that futa is chayiv and challah. We must say that futa, that a person decided to make it as bread. You see, he went through the effort, he made a nice design, a nice shape. That's chayiv and challah. You just put it down, and it looks like just a plain board. It would be patur and challah. I mean, wonderful thing. Rocha is not flour fast. Continuing the arrow. You take flour and mix it with water, and it's a liquid dough, and you put it at the bottom of the oven. According to the Taik, it's considered bread, and therefore you make a hametzi, a big wasn't. According to Rabbi, it's considered dough that has a little crust to it, and some zainos that and alamif. My sutra says that this is considered regular bread, and you make a whole meal out of it, and therefore you make hamaitzi and previous hamazon. Rabbi Ramash, on the other hand, says it's considered a poor man's bread, and you can make matzah. We have a fundamental machlokes about juices that come out of fruit. Is it only grapes and olives that you squeeze them in, take out juice, that the juice has the same halacha as the fruit itself, make special profiles? What about apple vinegar? What about honey that comes out of a date? What rub do you make on that? One man that says that all juices are considered like this. And therefore, when it comes to truma, for instance, if somebody drinks truma juice, any juice, apple juice, whatever it is, you'd be chayav to pay English back and pay English because it's if you took from truma. And therefore, the bracha would be where it creates on the juice. From the other man, if you took truma juice by mistake, you don't make that reflection. It's not considered a drink, and therefore you make a shahakal on the juice. So that's called truma. You take fruit and you mash it slightly. Now, look at the truma. You're not allowed to destroy the fruit. You can't even make beer out of truma fruit because it's considered destroying the fruit. Yet, you're allowed to mash the fruit. And therefore, it's considered truma, and it retains its original bracha that you made originally. That would be quite a few items. Shasisa is when you take grain kernels and you dry them out in the oven. They're sweet. You add some oil to it. So it depends. If they're thick, you make a finest on them. And if they're very thin, that would be medicine purposes, and you make a shahaka. And on Shabbos, you're allowed to mix it. You're not allowed to mix medicine on Shabbos. The answer is because you're eating it for food. It just so happens to be there's a side benefit that it acts as a medicine as well. It's a finish here. And even if you have the component to eat it as medicine, since it gives sustenance to the body, before you can make a bracha on it, as we mentioned the other day, that any medicine that's medicine plus gives you sustenance, you can make a bracha. The bracha of Hamaitzi, you have to make a bracha about the past. It's hard to eat from the ground. So what lashon do you make? Hamaitzi. Does that mean the past or Hamaitzi? Well, we know halacha. We say Hamaitzi in the past. We goes through a whole discussion whether Hamaitzi, different psukim, mean in the past or perhaps Hamaitzi means in the past. There's one person that says that Hamaitzi, that's when he means in the future. What tells us that Rabbi was known as a great person and a big talking in the halachas of brothers. Telling Rabbi how great he was. And then said, "Came over, I want to test him." He came over and he gave him bread. And Rabbi said, "How mighty?" And Rabbi was upset. Why did he say mighty and take us out of our spankness and explain us from shot in the person? But like he said, the halacha is that we say today, how mighty, which means in the past. We're going to the whole discussion about vegetables. What's the halacha? On the right, say that it's another or shot. Now, Fista says that there are vegetables that are green when they're raw and great when they're cooked, such as carrots and stuff. So there are vegetables that start out not that good, like cabbage, pumpkins, beets. They're raw with beets, they are raw with beets, shahaka. All the attributes of them, the flavor of them, they become flavorful, then they are very present. On the other hand, we have vegetables like garlic and beet that as it is, they have flavor. And once you cook them, they lose their flavor. As it says, we know that you put garlic in food, it tastes great. As it says, it only tastes great because it absorbs salt and chicken and different things from whatever food you put it in. But if you just take garlic and put it in water, destroy its flavor. And therefore, it starts out as a very good but once you put it in the water, you cook it, it turns into a shahak. Gemara says, do not compare this with the machlokes we have by matzah. Everybody agrees that your yaitza and a matzah that was soaked in water, in fact, it becomes a rechamayim, the ordinary bread. This machlokes whether you cook it, your yaitza matzah. Gemara says, well, this machlokes would be whether the flavor of the matzah remains the matzah. That's machlokes. But it could be that in our sukkah, cooked vegetables, everybody might agree. The wrong agree, well, I don't. Gemara agrees that Rabbi Bar Yefes saying in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, vegetables are shahak. the other hand, the Gemara brings Chibar Abba, who says the Rebbe said that vegetables are Abba. The Gemara says no comparison between Yom and Bar Yefes to Chibar Abba. Rabbi Yefes wasn't the Taik. Chibar Abba was very exact way to repeat it over years and understand. The Gemara says he would say over everything he learned from years in the past 50 days, every 30 days. Another third writing brings that this turmos had a being that you cook 7 times. And Rabbi said, you see that even after you cook it, the original bracha remains. These are a paper out of sort of benefit on say a bracha on a salted olive. The salted olive has a love as a cooked olive salt. It's like, look, the bracha before, the bracha after. There's no rice in the York, perhaps you managed to happen before, or in the pushes. And finally, Maror, you're yaitza with the stalk of the maror, but if you cook the maror or you pickle the maror, you're not yaitza with the maror. Why? Because the maror loses its maror flavor. And it's wonderful that bracha is not on the basket. It's story that you ate a very salty olive. The question is, how did you make a bracha for it? In order to make a bracha for it, you have to eat a shear of an olive salt. But every olive has a pit. And therefore, that olive that he ate was less than a shear. So the Lord was talking about a very large olive. The shear of the size is a medium olive. So even without the pit, it still had a shear of a medium olive. If you have 2 foods in front of you, one is ha'adama and one is a shahada. You make the bracha of ha'adama first. Let's say they're both ha'adama. Just like one of them more than the other, you must make the bracha of one like more. So the Gemara story, and we're sitting in front of our Gemara meal, and we brought out in front of them cooked cabbage. And now we had the whole discussion yesterday, what's the bracha of cooked cabbage? Is it shahada or ha'adama? We brought in front of them tragio, which is hard-grained bird, the meat of a bird. And also, rumaskin, which is melted spinach. So, the Gemara is one tell either, go ahead and be one seal for the bracha. So he went ahead, jumped ahead, he asked some questions, and he made the bracha of the meat. So his friend laughed at him. But the Gemara was very upset about him. He said, I'm upset at you for laughing at your friend. Your friend did it because he likes meat more than anything else. And I'm upset at you for making the bracha of the meat. You should have asked him. I'm older than you. Gemara says, in fact, both of these annoying nifter that Gemara says, don't see from this story that this like this what the halacha is with regard to cabbage, which is a vegetable. It's possible to say that everybody knows that cabbage is a shahada. There's another question. What between these two annoying was when you have a situation, you have 2 foods in front of you. One, you both have the same bracha, the cabbage and the meat have the same bracha. But one you like more, you like the meat more. And one is more filling, the cabbage is more filling. Which one do you make the bracha on? One to make the bracha on the meat, he held that you make the bracha that you love more. The other one held that you make the bracha on the one that fills you up more. One of those are 3-day lift up. These alternative pets that are uncooked. The Buddha says it makes a difference how thin you cut it. If they're very large pieces, it remains the original form, and therefore you make a double. If you cut them very thinly, when it loses its form, then it's a shahak, or it loses the natural. When you cut them very thin, you do so because you want to make out the sweetness, you want to make it sweeter and better, and therefore, in both cases, it's a double. Rav says if you have a dish made out of beets, and it doesn't have that much flour in it, you make a double. What about a turnip dish that you put a lot of flour in? So you don't make a sense on it, because the flour is there only to bind the ingredients together. Where it tells us that beet dish is really good for your heart, it's good for your eyesight, and it's good for your intestines. So the Bible provided that you put it on the stove top and you cook it up, and you hear the sound of cooked up. You want to sound really smart if you ask your family a trick question. You know it's a trick question. What bracha do you make on vegetable soup? Just the liquid that comes out of vegetable soup. No chicken, no other ingredients, just vegetable. And the halacha is that it's ha'adama. It's exactly like the vegetable that it comes benefits from it. Not only that, the Gemara says even the pill, don't think that pill is there to remove malodor. It's there to impart good flavor as we are being. Says once you put pill into liquid and it imparts its flavor, it no longer over eating truma, this truma, and it no longer become a truma. We view the pill itself as just a piece of wood because it already imparted its flavor. As we see that it has flavor to the body. The word brings a three-way athletics when you have bread. I want to talk to the broken to the my Rashi says, if you have a very tough piece of bread, you want to be able to eat it, so you soak it in water. You soak it in water, you create a situation that's as if it's cut, and you make the bracha afterwards. That means that Rashi holds that you make the bracha after the bread is completely cut. Rabbi himself holds you should make the bracha, you should cut the bread at the end of the bracha. It's as if you make the bracha on a whole bread. Rabbi says that's not true. Since you cut it right before you finish the bracha, it says if you made the bracha on broken bread, therefore says Rabbi. That's how we pass the bracha. You make the bracha, you cut the bread after you make the bracha. That brings us down to things. What happens if you have in front of you a choice of two breads? One is a small, roll, let's say, and the other one is a large piece, but it's broken. Before it says, make the bracha on broken bread, it's more caution, and therefore, even though the other one should bread, the other one says, make the bracha on the whole one. What brings that kind of payment said, we should do is Rabbi said, take both of them together, take the broken one and put it under the whole one, and like this, means both should go. So Rabbi said, that's amazing. He asked the guy, what's your name? He said, my name is Shalom. He said, your Torah is called Shalom. And you can show between Rav and Rabbi. Or says this case of a broken bread, a whole bread, is not similar to the case of Rabbi. Where the halacha is that if you have a large half onion, which tastes better than a small whole onion, you should give it the half onion as plumber. Everybody holds that. If a flakus is in a place where there's no flavor, that's the thing. Put aside half onion. It's going to go to waste. So one of the holds set aside the whole small onion. And the system always separate and designate the better one, the more fresh one, even if it will go to waste. If you have a broken piece of bread that's made out of wheat flour, and a whole bread that's made out of barley flour, the halacha is you make the bracha on the broken wheat because wheat is more cautious than barley, as it says in the pasuk. Eretz wheat that comes before barley. Our brother Rabbi is the one that said before, we mentioned before, you can do both of them together. Therefore, on Pesach, the Prophet says on Pesach, everybody home can eat the broken matzah and you put it underneath the whole matzah. That's the big mighty. Because in Pesach, there's the concept of left-biting poor man's bread. And when you do so, it shows as if you are breaking off of the broken piece of matzah, which poor people usually have broken bread. The Abba says that on Shabbos you need to have two challahs, lechem, mishnah, and Rabashi spoke that Rav Kahana cut only one out of two bread. Zera says, according to Rashi, Zera would cut the very large piece of challah, and he said because it doesn't look like a ragdoll, like a fast or a compressor, so everybody knows that during the weekday you have a smaller piece. It's only the Chavod Shabbos that he made a large piece. Other Rishonim learned that Zera cut both pieces, both challahs. Rabbi and Rabbi, and this is the last one for today, when they would get challah for the Eros, they would make it a multi. They had a choice of different challahs. They would use the Eros challah because the Eros challah already had one that's better. And the Eros minute, it's better to do two places on one challah. So you use a challah that was never, they never had a mitzvah done with it. Having wonderful day. If a person talks right after he says how much before he eats his bread, he must repeat the bracha, unless he's saying things that are the bracha, like he tells someone in his family, here, take a piece of challah from the bracha. What if he says, pass me the That's not like this. Rabbi says that's not that's that says even if you say you must make the food for your animal, it's also not nice because it's part of the bracha. It's must eat food before you feed your own animal. You need to prepare yourself before you eat. But it's easy. In other words, make sure that everybody has their salt and everything smeared on the bread. Otherwise, it can be a hefsek unless you're eating a Wednesday on a very good piece of bread that doesn't need salt, doesn't need any smear. After every meal, you should eat some salt, and after drinking beverages, you should have a little bit of water that prevents the bad breath and askero, which is the worst disease in the time of and milk. You drink a lot of water, a whole flask of water for every bread. In other words, you float to your stomach, so to speak. That prevents diseases of the intestine. If you eat lentils once every 30 days, that's really good. But askero, and if you eat it every day, that prevents bad breath. If you eat mustard once every 30 days, that prevents diseases in general. If you eat it every day, it's not very good. It weakens the heart. If you eat small fish like sardines, that prevents diseases of the intestines, and it causes the zera to be marba, and it heals the entire body. If one eats ketchup, now one shot Rashi is fennel, but he likes this shot more what we call in Hebrew ketchup. It's this black seed. If you eat a lot of that, it prevents heartache. However, its smell is really bad. It's considered one of the 60 Simon Mothers, one of the 60 poisons. If you sleep next to it, the wind could push it into you and it can cause death. Where it tells the previous mother used to bake your bread with ketchup, but you remove it because of the bad odor. The Mishnah says, and we learned that previously, you the holes that when it comes to vegetables, you have to narrow it down a little bit more. So if you're eating greens, you have to say, where did it get this concept from? Because the Pasuk says, Baruch Hashem Yom Yom. You don't have to bless Hashem at night. The answer is that every day, depending on the day, you have to go to Baruch Baruch. So the Shabbos, especially Shabbos Baruch, especially Yom Tov. So too, when you eat food, different food, you require different brachas. Within the same category, you have to narrow it down. Vegetables, there's three categories. There's Adama, there's Shoyim for greens, and Zerayim for seeds. Gemara says, humans, when their vessel is full, they can't fill it up anymore. But the Baruch gave us a bracha that if we learn Torah, the more we learn, the more we remain. It says in the Pasuk about Yomer in Shemaya Tishma. So another shot is, if you Chazer, and you Chazer on learning, you will be able to retain more. It says in Mishnah, if you say Adama, or Adama, on fruit, you are yoitzim. If you say the opposite, you say Baruch Kriyamet. On a vegetable, you're not yoitzim. And Shahako is yoitzim everything. It's not like this. I bring the fruit to Hashem to do this Mikdash. It's supposed to say, Alo Haaretz Hashem Esachta Li, on the ground, on the land that you gave me. But what happens if you had a disaster in your land? Your tree was chopped down, your stream disappeared. You still say, he says, yes, you still say, because the main part is the actual land, not so much a tree. The whole is the land that we grow on, not the tree. So Maflag is what exactly, from what tree did Other Arisha eat when he sinned? According to Rabbi, it was the grape. Because all sins, humans sin because of wine. Rabbi Levi says it's the fig, because the fig is what he dressed himself. Afterwards, other trees didn't want to give him any of these. It was the fig that tried to compensate on the very that he did. Finally, review the whole. It's wheat. It's the tree of wheat. In other words, wheat is a tree. He ate the Eitz Hadas. He gave him seichel. A child only has a differentiating. He called his mother, father, and father after he has wheat. In other words, that's how he had that. And a thing that seichel ate on wheat. Right? The answer is that wheat, although it might be a tree, but since it doesn't grow once you pick it, that's it. So you don't say, oh, hey, it's on wheat. Rabbi says, if you say shahakal, are you going to touch everything besides wine and bread? Rabbi says shahakal even wine and bread. It's not like this. He says, if you change the words of the prophets, what Chachamim and actually this learn on this Sabbath, you're not going to. Or Rabbi says, the person uses his own language and he says, how beautiful is this fig? Baruch HaMokai. Blessed is the man Baruch says, later he's Yoitzi. But it's possible that the person that mentioned this fig, it's better than saying Shahako, because the Shahako is just a general bracha. On the other hand, it could be that Shahako is better than saying your own language, because Shahako is a bracha that Chachamim was saying. The Gemara tells us that there's a shepherd, his name was Yaman, and by benching, instead of benching, he said, Baruch Rahman and Moreh, the high Rifta. Blessed is Hashem, the master of this bread. God said this Yaitse, the first part of Birkas HaMazon, the first bracha of Birkas HaMazon. And we know that Birkas HaMazon is one of 5 things that you can say in any language. The Parsha of Saito, the Meiser, Kriyish Mash, and that's what Birkas HaMazon are you can say in any language. But I would think you can say it in any language when you translate word for word. But in this case, he says his own words for Mashmal in that 2 things. Number 1 is a different language, and number 2, you can even mimic the language that Chachamim instituted. Nevertheless, it's a good bracha. Rav says the most important thing in the bracha is mentioning Hashem's name. The difference is you must mention Hashem's name, but you must mention the fact that it's. The Mishnah says anything that doesn't grow to the ground, the bracha is shahaka. Yudah says something that is first to describe what it is. You don't mention it at all. You don't say any bracha. He also says that if there's different foods, and one of them is from the Shivas Hamidim, you must make the bracha on Shivas Hamidim first, and according to the Chachamim, it doesn't matter. So here's a list. You have meat, fish, chicken, eggs, cheese, and foods that are ruined, like bread that's moldy, wine that's no good anymore, or any passion that's no good, salt, and some water, and noivlos. What is noivlos? So we must say in our Mishnah that noivlos means dates that were somewhere. They were burned in the sun, and according to Judah, that's considered a curse. It's a curse, and therefore there's no bracha at all. There is a concept called noivlos tomorrow, and that is when it comes to the halachos of the night. You have it on Mars, you're not sure whether or not to put mice or not. You don't have to be wrapping with mice again. It's usually cheap, light states that were burnt. So the halach is whether it means things that are burnt or things that fell off the tree. Things that fell off the tree should be pepper. They are pepper. Well, here, we're talking about we are high level that they are higher than therefore they are bottom, they're higher than mice. That'd be wonderful that bracha is dafna aleph. You have the division of things. You have the word in front of you. Which one do you make a bracha on first? Is it the Shivas Hamida first, or is it Chavit first? The one who like more. Says what? Machlokes on the right, we have to explain something. Machlokes is only when the brachas are the same. Both of them are already. So you have an apple and an olive. The olive is just Hamida. The apple is what I like more. Which one do you make first? But if the brachas are different, you have Adama and glaze, you have a carrot and an olive. You make a bracha on the carrot because you got 20 anyway. Now, there is a price that says if you eat a turnip and then you eat an olive, the turnip, the adama on the turnip is mighty the olive that's what it is. You must explain the shot is the turnip is very sharp. And the only reason you're eating the olive is to diffuse the very sharp taste. In other words, the olive is coupled to the turnip. And here's a big thing. Even though you're eating the couple not together with the turnip, nevertheless, since it comes because of the turnip, it's still considered a couple to the turnip. You don't make a bracha on it. Now there's a shita that says that machlokes are Yehuda and Chachamim is even in the case when the brachas are not equal. Because we have a Rabbi Yosef who says that the pasuk that discusses the use, Eretz, Hito, V'Soiro, V'Gefen, Seino, Eretz, Zistem, Zeitz, Shem, goes in a very specific order. Hito, the bracha comes before Sa'ira barley. Just go down the pasuk. Whatever is first in the pasuk, bracha comes before that thing. And therefore, that would tell us that anything that's in this pasuk comes before other vegetables as well. But says that these pasuk is coming to tell us that these food of Eretz Yisrael all correspond to shiurim in the Torah. So, for instance, we start from the beginning. Chita, wheat. And it is if a person goes into a house of Mitzvah, holding his clothing and his shoes and his ring, they become Taik immediately. He becomes Taik immediately, and all his clothing. But if he's wearing his clothing, he has to wait anywhere from 3 to 9 minutes. That's the shear of the day after he does class. A half a loaf of bread. A loaf of bread is 2 sudas, half of bread is 4 bits, 1 suda. But the Gemara says it has to be a special shear that's easy to eat. It has to be made out of wheat. So here you have the shear of wheat. Meaning that you have to have wheat there. The next shear is soira. A bone the size of a barley is mekama to that person if you touch it and if you lift it, but it's not the kind of the whole room, the oil. Yafet? Why? Is the shear for Nazir. Another eats kartzanim, he eats the meal or the seeds of the grape, he eats a shear of rubies. How do you measure rubies? With wine. Wine is thicker than water, therefore more of it fits into the cup. Nehema is a fitting. That's how much you have to take out into a different Shabbos, the size of food that is the size of real amount of pomegranate. If you own a plate, you're not selling it because the plate wouldn't become tummy. You lose its susceptibility to food, even if it has a small hole in it. But if you want it clean, you don't want to get rid of it until it has a giant hole the size of pomegranate. Then it's the long and the and olive, that's all most of the shiurim of the Torah, such as Mil Dam, Mil Moisar, and finally Tvash, which is a date, that's the milk you have to eat on your kipper in order to use it. Rabbi Yosef is Mechulek, he says all the shiurim that are smacked in the Torah, it's not real. Question: you have in front of you a date and a pomegranate. Which one do you make a bracha first? Now, if you go on the list of the Torah, the date is the last one of the 7 meters. Pomegranate is number 5. So Pharaoh, pomegranate is number 4. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Buddha said no. The date comes before the pomegranate. Because the pasuk is divided into 2 pieces. First eretz and second eretz. The date is the second one to the second eretz. So the second one comes before the 5th one on the first eretz. And if you guys have heard this, it's extremely exciting. He said, Rabbi should have metal feet so that it can serve you forever. The first made Amalek. They brought him dates, figs, and grapes. Once they're put in a since it's not hard on the sweet that makes bracha on it, and some music works, you might see those contra children need to make a new bracha right up with some music doesn't work. Why? Because Hamazon is only for something that's satiated. These foods are just for sweetness and different things, another bracha. And he adds, this is one of the scariest words of Shabbos. This is the only thing that I can think of that doesn't require a bracha right up is pas above Islam, the son of Rashi explains. Islam is toasted bread that comes at the end of the meal, toasted bread. Says Rashi, it's talking about after we have some muscle, they bring toasted bread, and it's sure they bring bread. And since that bread has so little flour, less than the size flour, it has a lot of nuts and other stuff in it. Therefore, you don't have to make a bracha bread on it. Places argues with Rashi very strong. Rabbi says, bread touches all foods, and wine touches all beverages. It says Rabbi halacha matzis is three halachas. I'm going to say how Rashi learns, but also how places learns, because we go by places, and that's what's brought down in Shulchan. Things that come because of the Suda, in the middle of the Suda, don't need a bracha beforehand and not after. It says Rashi, that's talking about anything that you dip your bread. It says places, no, it's talking about meat and fish. That's what we do today. We don't make a bracha meat or fish because it's halacha. It comes out of the bread. You don't eat it with the bread, but because you have a stewed bread, bring to the table, Second of all, if it doesn't come because of the Suda, then you have to make the bracha beforehand or not after. What does that mean? Says Rashi, it's not for a good satiate yourself, such as eating cabbage or turnips. Rashi says, no, it's talking about fruit, sweets, and Rashi used this as third of sweets. In other words, fruit don't come because of the bread, therefore, make a bracha before, but the yolks. And finally, the third element, anything that comes after sweet, you have to make a bracha before and after. According to Rashi, it's according to us, it means even meat and fish that come after you're done. You say, I'm finished eating, you need to make this one of these dollars. Make another bracha and show you. And finally, last along, the Zoma said that when you make hamaitzi on bread, it's not mighty of wine. Why is that? Wine is special. Wine is greater of a bracha for itself. Meaning, there are times that you make a bracha when you don't even want to drink the wine. You have to make it on mighty just in case you're adult. Therefore, it's a very special bracha. And not yotza, you bread. Wonderful thing. Bracha is not the base, continuing with the sugya of kasam of kistin. Bread that comes together with kistin, which is toasted grain. In other words, it's a different type of bread. Rashi describes it as very heavy on the sweets, on nuts, very long flour. That's what the Zmanova that says you don't even make a breakfast hamazon. What bracha rishon do you make? That is according to you that you make hamaitzi. According to Shmuel, depends. If one is giving a suda on it, in other words, he eats 4 debates of it, then he would have to make hamaitzi. In fact, nowadays, if you eat any cake or whatever cookie that and you eat 4 debates of it, you also have to make hamaitzi on that cake. Not giving a suda, says Shmuel, then it's just the mezainis. Rabbi was at a chasna, they prayed for his son, and they brought out and kissed him. And he said, what's this tzitzi noise that I hear? In other words, he heard people say, hamaitzi. And he wasn't happy with that. Shmuel said you can use lachmaniyot, which are the for Aaron Chazeres. And the question is, why? It's not real bread. And the answer is, if there's food on it, then it's real bread. Now, what bracha do you make? What do you do? Do not make a breakfast hamazon. So, what do you make according to Rashi? According to Pashas, according to Taik, it's salamim. Or there are not other people establish meal on it. They make a breakfast hamazon. The concept of Pesach Hadas, one decides is no longer the meal, even if he didn't make breakfast hamazon, to bring more food out, he has to make a good bracha. What's Pesach Hadas? There are 4 opinions. One opinion is once he decides the meal is over. The Papa says no. You have to remove all the food from the table, or actually move the table out of the way, according to another. Rabbi was once at the Reish Galos, even though the meal was over, in his mind, he understood that the Reish Galos might bring out more food, and therefore there's no Pesach Hadas, and he didn't make a bracha on the additional food that came out after. A third opinion is that if you wash your hands with oil, like you sanitize your hands, that signifies that it's the end of the meal for you. Anything that comes after that, you can make a new bracha. And finally, the third opinion, that's the halacha, is that it's my machronim that establishes the end of the meal. So once you wash your hands from my machronim, then the meal is over. Even in bed, if you grow food after that point, you have to make a new bracha. The Gemara says there are 4 kifos. There are 4 things that must happen immediately after you do the first thing. The first one is, if you leave your hands on the animal's head, if you smicha, you must do the shechita that comes right after smicha immediately. Ula u'tfilah, you say God, Yisrael, you can start transferring immediately. When you wash your hands, you sit down, you make a bracha immediately. And finally, Rabbi says, if you invite a common coffin to your guest as a guest, you will immediately have a bracha. Says the Mishnah. There are 3 times during the meal that one would be climbing time in the car. One was before the meal started during the appetizer. One during the meal, and that was in order to soak the food in the stomach. And the third one was after the meal before Birkas Hamazon. Says the Mishnah that if you make a bracha on the wine that comes during the appetizer before the meal, that's enough to pot for the wine that comes after the meal before Birkas Hamazon. Same thing, you make a bracha on some sort of appetizer That's enough for the appetizers to join as well. And this brings us to the base. Where it says that one cup of wine, a rough on a cup of wine, might see the second cup of wine, provided that is real sooner. In other words, Shabbos, it's Yom, it's after bloodletting or after coming out of a bathhouse. But if it's during the week, one cup of wine has nothing to do with the other cup of wine, has the rough on each and every cup of wine. In fact, if you're the type of person that doesn't really drink a bunch of coffee, you only drink one, like a baya, then you would have to make a bracha on Shabbos also on the second cup of wine because he didn't have a mind when he drank the first cup. He's actually going to have a second cup. And therefore, you have to make a bracha on the second cup as well. The concept of making a bracha on what's liquor and you're mighty the puzzle. So if you make a bracha on bread, you're mighty the carteres, which is like cake, a snack, but not the opposite. Make the bracha on the carteres. You're not mighty the bread. My bread in the Talmud Gemara, when they eat the meal, like let's say they used to lay down on their beds, on their couches. If they were in a living position, then one person commits everybody else. Not meaning the one commits Suda, then one person cannot be commits the other people. And nowadays, this says it's different because we sit as the Suda by sitting and be given. During the Suda, when you drink wine, it's the soap, the food, that has less of a shivas than drinking wine for joy. And therefore, it's about luggage whether making the bracha on the wine that's there to soak food is mighty, but more importantly, after the meal, when you're drinking for enough. When wine comes in the middle of the meal, everyone should make it very coffee. One should not be like other people because they're busy swallowing and they're concerned that they're going to choke and they want to have fun for your bracha. Comes after the meal, then one person makes a bracha for everybody. The Mishnah says that only when they're all eating, one can be with everybody else, unless they plan initially to sit down and have a meal, and that is considered as a leia, they decide to do so. The word says is forward that after Rabbi was lifted, Talmidim with Alvaya, and they all decided, they got together and said they're going to eat on the banks of the Har Desert. And when they got there, they weren't sure that that's considered established a Suda. And they were very sad because they had nobody to ask. They felt like the Rabbi wasn't there anymore. Rabbi Adam or Ahava got up and he turned his shirt around. The shirt that already had tree on it, he flipped it around so he could afford another tree on. Because he was so sad that he had nobody to ask. But it tells us that Eliyahu Navi came and he said, no, because there was a contradiction from the Mishnah of Bryce, and we had to answer and say, the difference is when people get together and they come up with a pizza, and they decide to sit down and establish a meal, that's enough. Best done one to be with everybody else. Wonderful. Bracha is not Gimel. We learned from the Mishnah that everybody's gathered around us, all eating on the couches, one person with the bracha for everybody else. It says, that's talking about bracha. But when it comes to wine, there's a bracha. And there's two opinions what Rabbi said. The first Lashon says, Rabbi said, when it comes to wine, if everybody's eating, then one person is eating waits everybody else. The second Lashon is, it doesn't matter. Everybody can be eating. It won't go. Everybody must make their own bracha. Or good or as long as everybody's eating, one person makes everybody else. How do we explain the price? The wealthy person that invites many poor people as guests. And the guests start coming in and they sit down in the front room. And they're waiting for the rest of the guests to come in. And as they're waiting, he serves them wine. He tells them, wash one hand. Rashi says, he says, and each one makes an individual bracha on the wine. The question is, according to the first opinion of Rabbi, why can't one person make a bracha for everybody? The answer is because they're all transitioning to the second room. And therefore, in this room, they're not considered together, they're not considered consuming together, and each one should make a bracha. So now, all the guests show up, and they transition into the second room, where they have beds, and everybody the bracha? Very nice. The answer is, since one person is making a bracha on bread for everybody, so if we can do it for bread, we might see other people wine as well. It says in the Mishnah that the person who is honored in Zillah, he's the same person who's going to make the bracha on the summit once everybody else. And it seems like there's another greater person than him in Europe. Why is that he's doing all these brachas? It's hard because he washes his hands first for my right? So he gets to use one. Once he gets to use one, he said he finished the mitzvah, make the bracha on the sun mitzvah. One has a story that Rabbi was eating by Rabbi's house. Together with this stuff. And Rabbi looked at Rabbi and said, go wash your hands. Rabbi started shaking. Or maybe did something wrong. And Rabbi said, it's like a night. Rabbi wanted to go wash your hands first for my right, like he said before, the one that washes first, he's the one that's honored in my and why do we make a bracha on smell? It's not a physical thing. It's just the word that says it doesn't call the shama how you talk. What is that in the shama benefit from? The rest of the time doesn't. The only thing is, the smell and the person says, make a bracha. Rabbi Bar Yehuda says, just like when you eat food, eat bread, you say Amoitzi, and then you put it in your mouth, even before you eat the benefit, you say the bracha. So when it comes to smells, you make the bracha before you actually smell. As long as it's warm up in smoke, make that bracha. It says Rabbi, which is it says that you put on coals and it creates a nice fragrance in the smoke. The bracha is anti something besides kosher, which in English is musk, which comes from animals. Bracha means requiring it. Rabbi says different. Rabbi says the only thing they say as a tzaddik is a fire smoke, Rabbi, and Hadassah. Now, what bracha do you make on a fire smoke? The oil of a fire smoke. Don't bring a red from Rabbi. Put the whole there is a scroll, and therefore, inserting in the bracha, Oire Shemin, singular and lamb. Bracha is like Rabbi who says, Oire Shemin Harder. The Torah brings a list of things say, Oire Atzib Sop. Sharto, which is pastas, also known as Tunch, which is one of the Samanon of the fires. Simla is jasmine, Ruvi Imo is spikenard, also one of the fires, which is oillessness. And Narcoin, which is garden roses, all Atzib Sop. What do you say? This big some more brings an example of Simla, which is violets. If you have a fruit that's edible but also has a very good smell, such as a pestry, or a bushel which is place, then you make a special bracha. Nosan Reach Koy Bat Eretz. In Nissan, when the tree started blooming and you see the tree, you say is, or actually, if it's everybody loving bloom, nothing's missing in this tree. You don't need to do the tree. You live without them. Or about Pius Taibas, these Lotties Taibas. Why did he create the different trees? These Lotties by having another us pleasure. This is the part of the future when Shem comes, the free scroll, young men have the smell of Levana. The verse doesn't even necessarily that Shmuel created the world in a way everybody enjoys their job, even a tanner enjoys the smell. It's just the smell, even though it's a really bad smell. It's a smell similar to a motion where the person puts a palm shoot on the back of a pig, and it's big. The pig will find his way to go into the mud. Even if this person is tanner or has another job, and actually bring it back and if a person walks by himself at night, he might encounter a shade, and the shade damage him, harm him, and he'll see the shade. If he holds a lamp in his hand, it says if he's walking with other persons, it's just people, he might see the shade, but the shade won't harm him. He's walking to the light of the boat. That's as if there are three people there, and he won't even see the shade. The Rebbe says it's better for a person to throw himself into a fire than for himself in the public with the color and the Buddha. The person is holding his head. Oil, it smells good in Hadas. According to the smell, you make sure Hadas, you make Shaman and Rock and Shemen. You make Shaman is right. Because Shemen accomplishes two things. It's clear on your skin, and it also smells good. holy oil and pause. Focus on go out. It's not do. Or is it listen to the first of all, the public should not go out in the marketplace smelling good, especially in plants and other stuff. And worse is he should put on his clothing, put on his body, and have this deodorant, or has a strap on the fingers, or have to put it on his ear. He's both are putting on his back. So the public should not go out by himself at night because people will make rumors about him. Unless he has a couple seniority, people know that he's going there, and that's why he's not by himself. The public should not have shoes that have patches on them. It's not nice. Only if it's in a place that's seen, only if it's in the summer days, it's no mud outside, only outside. But a mother should not be talking to a woman in the marketplace that was his wife, daughter, sister, who know that they are related to her. And the mother should not be in the company of Amoris that Amoris may bring him down. And he should never be the last one in his bedroom to say that he's negligent, and he shouldn't walk very wide steps because it's 1,500 with the size, and if he does, so he should be finished that with his one size. And finally, I'm public on walking right. That's a guy about or having a wonderful day. Roughly $1,000. The Mishnah tells us that we make food, and the secondary food as well. We make one broth on the main food, and the secondary food is called more broth. 99% of the time when we eat bread is main food. The Mishnah tells us that it's an exception to the rule. Hey, rice, eat rice. These are extremely sweet food that are found in Israel. So when you eat them, they're so sweet you have to add salt to diminish the taste and eat a little bread with them. That bread is a tuffle, and you don't make a bracha on that bread. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi love this food very much. And he's coming to be eating thousands of these foods at a time. And if you eat them all, and it's sear, and he's not even satiated. But all, you eat them until they fly, the blood on his forehead would slide right off from the oil. Rabbi Rabbi eat so many of these that they would have ear loss, ear would simply fall out of their head. Rosh Hashanah would eat so many of them that become delirious and become shivers. Rabbi Yochanan had to call the authorities to have them drive them home. What it tells us about Eretz Yisrael, Yahweh had a city that had so many figs, that needed that many employees in the figs, that they needed 600,000 bowls of tuna food. Yahweh had a tree that had so many birds in it that you take 3 times a month when you saw of chickens out of the tree. There's a city called Business that had 80 pairs of Taik that married 80 twin girls. The Gemara says it's so weird it only happened once. There were Tisna's twin daughters. The music playing married 2 brothers who were Israelim, which were Rabbi Bar Chama and Bar Chama. A meal without salt is not considered a meal. A meal without soup is not considered a meal. Says the Mishnah, your meal holds, you should have said, you have to think about it. Because I'm also in the bed. Why? Because the hustle of Shis HaMilim comes 2 seconds before the Chapter of Sabbath will be wrapped. The Pasuk of Birkas Hamazon. The Chapter say yes, but there's a Pasuk in between, and that separates them. That says that each Shis HaMilim you only committed Ala Michyo. The Bill says, it tells that if you eat, shoot. Eat. You don't mention that. Drink water because you're thirsty. God says you use a alcohol, you make a berry, you wash it. This is soup is not like this. Whether you eat the broth at all, but it's upon water. The ala mishna of food is very similar to how you do it today. There are a few variations, very minor variations. Ala eat of grapes. Help us as there's some of them. We say sure it's so good. More does it. She'll talk about this in the left of the video, but it's going to be Rafa Hashem and Tino Israel and nothing. But Shlaim Rafa of the Bethel, the Sydney, Yerushalayim, you can check me there, you may by this book, so thank you both, and I'll type it into that book. And on the 5 of praying, Ala Mikla, Kapila, Duz Asada, you're benching the fruit of Eretz Yisrael. And Yoda and their soul would say, Allah parents, in general. Not would say we have to flip that around. That it food starts to say, Allah parents, our food, we're not going to bench here, we're not benching about the food in Eretz Yisrael. And Eretz Yisrael, you say, Allah parents. Rabbi says that when it comes to vegetables, the water, there's no drop of water, you don't make a burn of it. Yitzchak says there is a vegetable, you don't make a drop of water. The Papa says you make a drop of water, a burn of water, and not vegetables. He says that this bracha, the bracha before it, but not afterwards. Everything needs a bracha afterwards. In water, you must say that's referring to mitzvahs. You don't make a bracha yourself. Although there is a small, they would make brachas when one would do this still in the senses to say bracha. So you must say that when the Hamar is referring to smell. When you smell something, you make a bracha before it, you don't make a bracha afterwards. What it does is that an egg is healthier than any other food. If it's lightly roasted, it's better than 3 dozen egg worth of flour. And if it's completely cooked, it's the best food in the world. Besides, we eat the same size, but we have the same nutrient value. Spleen, says the Gemara, is good for your teeth, but very bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat it? You should chew it and spit it out. Leaf is bad for your teeth and bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat from it? You should swallow it. After bloodletting, you shouldn't eat raw vegetables. It causes the face to lose color. Come to one option. Vegetables, raw vegetables, causes the person to eat them a lot of damage within the first 2 hours of the day. Another lesson says that it causes damage to the person that ate it because of the foul odor. If you eat very small animals, in other words, animals are supposed to grow to large size. If you eat animal that's only 25% of its potential growth, it prevents a person from growing. Animals, live animals, breathe life. So even if you eat a small fish that breathes life, if you eat from the throat area, which is the life one that you breathe from, that breathes life, that vitalizes the body, and Rabbi was market to eat from the place of the Shvita. The Gemara tells us that there are 6 things that are medicinal. That is cabbage. The Gemara says not only is cabbage good, it's a good medicine, but it also satiates a person. Beets, pennyroyal water, maw, the wolf, and the diaphragm. Turnip is really bad for your health, unless you eat it together with meat or the shita. Another shita, unless you cook it really good, or it causes pizza, and another shita, which is rava, you eat it together with wine, then it's actually good for you. That's why Rabbi would tell his servant, if you see turnips, don't ever ask me, just buy it, I would like to eat it. Yeah, wonderful. Brachas daven pay, bread and berry. Shloish shop discussing. People get together, eat bread. One of them leads the other in Simon. How do we know this from the Pasuk? The person says, God knows Hashem, you two, my friends, should bless Hashem, eat together with me. That's the formal of 3. Or, Shame Hashem, I will fall out of Hashem. You guys, what will good with this? The other way, Mishnah says that there are some people that cannot be part of the Zim. These are people that are eating food that some masters weren't taken from them, or weren't part of the master shaking, or the waiter eating different designs, or a gun, but a pussy is its style. Women, I love good can make their own Zim. Tana, I love to make their own Zim, but the Nabit starts together with men. How much does a person have to eat in order to have a field to do Zim and have enough of a field to lead the 3 Zim? Kanagama says, Zayis, or it says, you must eat a kebenza. You learn from the same person, God Hashem, that the person that was talking about the Rishos, so the rising says, the three people that are together, one of them did not run away and leave us 2 minutes behind. It seems like 2 people are eating, one could run away. And the answer is yes. When you have 3 people eating, the one can't run away because he created a fever, he's running away, he's destroying that fever. Very interesting halacha. You have 2 people, imagine 2 people eating together, having a conversation, and there's a waiter. And the waiter flags down next to them and sits down and eats. And it's not considered gaiva and it's okay. Because we assume that those 2 people wanted to sit there so that they have a food receiver. But she doesn't point you out, 2 was enough. You don't need a third one. And the answer is 3 is better than 2 because 3 creates a real field, whereas 2 is just a light. When you have a real field, well, I'm in 2 Vaisa, shame 2 Vaisa. When you fail to do the mitzvah is greater. As you said, women can do zino by themselves, but they should not use an evet and mitzvahs on it. They cannot use it mitzvah, they can't use an evet because of promiscuity. It seems like that even 100 women have the same halacha feel as 2 men. And it says that women are mechayim, so you see that 2 men are mechayim. It says the word is not true. Women have a greater feel. 3 women have a greater feel than 2 men because the pasuk of God bless him. We have 3. That is a feel. They are considered. They are still hard to. Now the Gemara says that if you have 2 people that would be one ran away, you're allowed to scream out to him so that he turns around and he answers you from a distance. However, when you have 10 people and one ran away, you cannot scream out to him so that he turns around and answers from a distance. Rather, you have to call him back because you say the his name. And therefore it's not proper for him to answer from a distance. Rabbi says that if 3 people are meeting together, it's not their it's not their parents. So if one of them finishes eating and says, hey, I'm done, please answer it. Because it's 1 against 2. But if 2 finish eating, then it's okay for them to ask the 3rd one to stop and answer it. But not only does he have to stop and answer, he has to stop and wait until they are finished. The first bracha brings Muslim as well as Hashem. The Lord tells us that the Yehuda Rabbi actually, and Rabbi and they're all sitting together and eating, and they said, we're all on the same level of learning and godliness. Supposed to be us as evil. There's no one greater than the other. Therefore, they decided to touch on the road. And not to use it. But Rabbi heard about this news, he must have it. He said, more in the to the mitzvah of evil, because the mitzvah of doing something. And to go back and use evil retroactive doesn't work. Here's our love from Maisa. You walk into a meal on Shabbos and people are about to start benching. What do you say? You can't say Baruch Shachal Mishlah because you didn't eat them. So what do you say? The word says you say, answer part from the word. Because speaking to the highest, and it's brought down into part from the other. Minus the word. Answer Baruch from the word Shemoy. Come into the other. And if 10 people walk into the Shem Brachas and 10 people about to start to say, Baruch from the word Shemoy. Come into the other. Why did you walk in when they're already at the end? So there you just say the word Amen. The word says that only the bracha when you Yerushalayim you say Amen like Oprah. When you Rafam Yerushalayim Amen or you say when Yerushalayim Amen. But other brachas that's enough. Rashi points out, and that's a smart move, that when there's a series of brachas, the last bracha you can answer Amen yourself. So the last bracha Halo you would say Amen or after you say Amen. This is how you do it. Like this oven very flying, you say loud, you say quiet. A bio, you might see his boys, for example, when he got very flying, he scream out, Amen. And they think that their time is up, and they must go back to work, and they should finish the fourth bracha, which is only the Rabbi. But actually, on the other hand, up. And the fourth bracha is the Rabbi, and you say it aloud, and come to us, people won't treat it respectfully, and therefore, he said, Amen. Quietly, wonderful. Prophet Admekov, who is Moitzi? Everybody with Moitzi, because the column, the host, the Balabite. The Lord tells us, the Rabbi was very sick. The Rabbi accepted upon himself that if Rabbi as a foolish lame will be healed, he'll throw him a huge party. The Gemara says that this is called Rabbi with short burn time. His legs will burn. Rabbi would test himself out once a month, put himself in the oven and see if he would be burned. Like to be burned again. 1 month is the Ayin Hara, and in fact, see if he got burned. Rabbi had a full recovery, a big party. Rabbi says, I want you to cut the bread. He invites everybody. Rabbi says, no. The Balabais has to do so. He says, okay. But I want you to eat the salmon, he does the tzibah. There's no high home. The person that cuts the bread is the person who does tzibah. We often hold that the Balabais cuts the bread. That's true. But tzibah, the guest should do tzibah. Why? Because the guest will give a bracha to the host and they'll say, He Ratzah. The famous He Ratzah, Shalo Yechosh Balabais, and said, the owner shouldn't have any embarrassment on this world, not the world. Yes, that's. He's not going to the you will fast with stuff in very clear. You will fast with the savings over. Why you should stop looking at the other than see dating by exactly what you want to do. That you take a very well by and come out. According to Rabbi, Simon is like 0% correct. When you finish, you start talking about Hashem. As long as you're not going to much. According to Rav Shishis, this is only one Rav Shishis, it's incredible. Shishis home. As long as you're not going to God, is part of the same. That is, if you're not benching with people, it's benching with yourself, you don't say as though you just start. That's where benching starts. It's unbelievable. Places in full Hashem. The same thing would be, let's say 3 people are benching together, and they ask one of them to stop eating, because 2 have to go. The one that stopped eating, and it continues to eat around by itself, is machlokes. Where does it start from? According to the Chachamim, that's the Allah, according to Hashem. He would start from Taik because he's all by himself. According to Rabbi, he goes back and says, "That's not so good." 2 prices that seem to contradict each other. How do we explain 2 prices? One price says that something's mentioned is only 2 brachas, and something's missing. The second price says something's mentioned is 3 brachas, and sometimes it's 4. According to Rabbi, we explain the first price. Workers, they say GUINNESS as part of our arts. So that's 2 brachas are actually 1. So if it's only 2 people, they only have 2 brachas. They have a Zansoy, and they have Aret. If you're benching the zero, you will have 1 more because the zero is considered a bracha. The second price that we're not going to say is talking about regular people. And regular people saying GUINNESS that's a bracha. So either you have 3 brachas when you're benching this type of something, or 4 brachas, you add 0. According to Rav Shishis, Simon goes all the way through, as I said, all the way to 9. Therefore, look like between the prices, whether or not the final bracha that they make is the Rabbi in the rice. We have the first one that's the Rabbi. So Madama that says the rice, and therefore the first price holds that's the Rabbi. So if 2 people are benching, you have only 2 brachas. You only start by 9. And if it's 3 people benching, you add to that the zinc. That's the third bracha. You get you all in the second price. That you know it's the rice. So now you add everything. One bracha about the Rabbi. What proves 3 things? And I tell you about making the Rabbi. One proof is from the fact that workers can skip on the Rabbi. They have to skip on the Rabbi. In other words, the Rabbi. Another proof is that the Rabbi starts according to Hashem, it doesn't end with a Rabbi. And it was part of benching. It was part of the rice. It's a bracha. It's a bracha that's next to each other. And it should not start with part. Only brachas that start with part. Short brachas like parents and food, or brachas on mitzvahs. 2 exceptions to the rule. Creation of instance. Emes v'yatziv starts without a borrow, but ends with a borrow. Now, another idea is that in the Abba's house, you don't say, I tell you I'm making a portrait. No, that it's not a clear answer. The verse says, what the is all and this is how Allah in benching. You say, hey, look, I'm trying to read my reading, etc. Until you keep them alone. You say, I'm Taik. Then you say, hey, Emes, Emes, Shofet Tzedek. These are the judges with truth and with Tzedek. We can't be mishpat. Shall be not be used the world. as he wishes. This is Bechal, I'm not the Chayim Lamed this life. You always have to bench everything with Baruch. God the Prince is strong, he knows how to mend the holes in lives where you have a loss. Either it's not Prince Azoy, it's Prince to be strong. Taik. One tells us an interesting conversation that Rich Collins had. He tells him Rich Collins, the Parsi, the Persians, they know how to have dinner at fact, when a very important person comes in, you sit down first. You lay down and lean. And the second to him would lean right above his head. In other words, there was an issue here. The important person, if you want to converse with the second in command, he would have to turn, sit up and turn his back. And that's not proper for an important person. But for a scene, they move side, they would go like this with their hands, and the person behind them would understand. My Rishonim, they would start from the most important person, and they would leave the small little table leaning, so you didn't have to worry about keeping his hands clean. My Machrim would start from the least important person, but the table filled with the important person, so you have what Rashi says, I don't know anything about the person. I know about prices. And in the price, so it says yes, and the first, the most important person is not. However, the second sits below, so that the important person reverses it without straining his neck. The third important person sits, well, if it's three people, so now you put the second person above it, and the third person below it. As Rashi explained, it's better and it looks more flushing when the important person has to straighten his neck for somebody more. Therefore, let him straighten his neck for the second command rather than the third. How do you do? I'm sure yes, we start with the most important person. But I'm afraid is I am afraid you start, there's five people left, and the fifth one, he's the most important person. He's the one that starts with my afraid. He's the one who does it. However, there's a lot of people, 100 people. You start from the least important person until you work your way up 95 people later. Until you have five people left. Five people left. Then the most important person washes his hands by prayer, and he does Simon. Have a wonderful day. We all know that you're supposed to honor and give credit to most of the exceptions to the rule. The highway traveling, one of those people come in front of you, or definitely go in front of you and get the bridge. Or if you're in line, you might not find it. That's the story. Robin's donkey was overtaking a guy's donkey on the way. And a guy's thinking, so, look at this. What's your next stroll? He's right on his way. What the fuck does he give me cover? Yeah, when he got to the stroll, Robin tells him, how do you hear it? Not a go for it. The guy tells him, now all of a sudden, you give me cover. He says, Robin, I want to be able to give a honor to get the doorway. It has consistency, so it doesn't. What could she would have put aside the name of the crowd? And when people sitting around and eating, you don't eat until the person that cuts the bread eats. Sapper straight out. It's not what he said. He said until the person that cuts the bread tastes. Now, tasting and eating are the same word. And what it teaches us, when you see something in the name of your Rebbe, you should say exactly the same word that Rebbe used. Lord teaches us proper dinner etiquette. Two people are sitting around and eating, and one of them gets up to get a drink. The second person should wait patiently until the first person gets back. But you have three people, and one gets a drink too. So you don't have to wait. Number one, the person that cuts the bread, he should start the meal. He should do the next first, unless he wants to honor something that's greater than him. Allah Maisa comes to our shop, and that's like cutting until everybody says, oh, and you don't have to wait for somebody to say exceptionally long on me. It's not proper to say exceptionally long on it. What teaches us? Other than Sefer, other than Kufah, and other than Sefer, somebody says Amen without even hearing the bracha of the songs. He says Amen because people around him are saying Amen. Tatumah is that you don't say under the aleph, you say Shva Amen. So you don't say Amen, you say Hebe. The Kufah is you don't pronounce the middle end of the word, you say Amen instead of Amen. All these three things cause a person nicely and slowly. Rav holds that you can go and basically done it. The person who's longing to join them, you cannot join the Zima. Shmuel holds that as long as it's deserved to come out, you can, that means your meal is still being going on in the third person. This is how for Zima. The Rabbi says, who's the Zama? The Ikir should have the main person of the meal, the main person is there from the beginning. Now, let me ask you, that's the most important person, the most important person, even though he can milk meal as long as he ate some bread. The Gemara tells us that the list of the items that before eating it, that some of them are to start to eat. You're not to start to eat. You can't take the list at face value. There's a sense that the person eats right and be part of the zima. Now, eyes must have to be part of the zima. What tells us because eye is important for a onion and a soldier component. And every person, even a wealthy person, is considered a poor person that didn't get promoted. As long as his mouth falls below it, now become poor, it's famous, and therefore it's not in the world for the person who is trying to keep the stock. Now it says that if ice or fueling, you get 10% of one food, and the lady took 10% of this 10% gift to time. That food, when you ate from that, you can start. The answer is before Israel never cooked. This is step one. You went out and walked the evil lady before you cooked. You look later. 2%. And the position that the lady is not responsible for the Israel 2%. All the lady has to do is 10% of what he does. What about my sushi? What's the big interesting? Somebody eats my sushi that was defeated properly that people can start. The answer is because it wasn't the deep properly. There's another step that you make for face value plus add an additional 45% or 10% depends on whatever one back. And you didn't do so. But the finish is that even though you can take the finish, you still need to start. Once you finish that away from the start, you can decide the answer is waiter typically doesn't sit down as the next he's walking back and forth. He's standing, nevertheless, he's part of the meal. Now, why could you even start this? Why is he better than an artist? Because an artist is not part of this. The answer is for metaphysics. That's how it's called. Or it's talking about an artist that doesn't take truth of righteousness. That's why he's not the start. But the truth of righteousness is clear. It's hard not to like all their rights. Not only that, more popular than their rights is Israel. It's people that can try. What's the definition of an artist? Art means a whole bunch of things. One of them is that the person who doesn't see the in the morning of the evening, or a person that doesn't wear a person that doesn't wear six, a person that doesn't put up a result, a person who wears children and doesn't use silent. Finally, the Gemara says, the halacha is, even a person who's very burdened, doesn't serve him for trouble, is considered an artist. Especially nowadays, we are trying to figure out some, so otherwise they'll go off and make their own religion. But that's an amazing story. Rabbi did not allow for the Nashville to be part of the secret. Once he heard the Nashville, he didn't serve him for Muhammad, even though he's something else. Rabbi says, that's why Rabbi Muhammad wasn't sorry for the Nashville. The question is, well, why didn't serve him for Muhammad? He shouldn't be part of the secret. That's really because Nashville people did serve him for Muhammad. Rabbi Muhammad didn't know that. Rabbi tried to that didn't serve him for Muhammad. But he was having a problem. He listened to Torah and he repeated it with time, and that was enough for Nashville. This tells us if you can tell it's not going to stop. Once you finish that, it's also going to stop. That's really because you talk about food that you plant that didn't have holes facing the ground, that didn't nourish the ground. What we're keeping the rice, no one else can do about it. You don't think that's a shame. Of course, if you start to see one, that's really he didn't have rice or shame, but he took it to the last point, the last one that doesn't have, and he put it on that. Of course, if you have a starter, the answer is from the night that went through the 5,000 years as a meal of the people. So it shows he's still considered a good. Even though you have a starter, that if you consider 9 people, good, as a pet, small child, but they all in this prayer. The lady says that you can desire as a pet, a slave. The question is, if that's the case, why do you think he doesn't do it? Be a slave in order to create a minute. That might be cool. And in order to get a pet, be a slave. Why do you just desire the slave? That's because you already wanted a slave as the night. And the second slave, he had to treat the second slave. And the slave. And after that, he goes, now there, that's all for the community, therefore for the refugees. And the person gets early, the next show, one of the 10 first show, he gets tired, the same amount of start as everybody else. Very interesting, a lot of 9 people look like they are 10, they are considered a village, but once they get together, split out, finally, there's a hard that are working together, that halachas that they're learning, actually sit there, create a simple, and be wonderful day. Bracha is not because Gemara says in Maskana that a young child who understands the bracha to even start to be one of the 3 people who see what tells us that Rabbi asked very young Abaye and Rabbi, with 2 little children. What do you make the Rabbi when they both said Hashem? So really Hashem Rabbi pointed up to the ceiling, Abaye went outside and pointed up to the sky, and Rabbi looked at him and said, since these are very, very young children, they understand this concept by themselves, it means that they are going to be big Rabbanim. Mark says, what's in the country? You can tell on a very small pumpkin, the samples you know which one is going to be a good pumpkin. I love them. If you have 7 people that eat bread, and 3 people that eat vegetables, you have 0 that 10 people for 0. Zero is Misukkah. What about 6 people that eat bread and 4 people that eat vegetables? Is that at 0 as well? You need a majority that's obvious. Mark tells us that after Yanni had done all the fulfillment, he realized that he doesn't want to do it actually by himself, and somebody to help him. So he asked his wife for help. She said, yes, I need one who happens to be my own brother, and if you promise you're not going to harm him, I'll pull him out and he'll help us. So she brought him to the table, and Yanni gave him a lot of honor and sanity to himself and his wife. He said, look at all this honor I'm giving you. She said, no, it's the Taik that gives me honor. And Yanni says, look at him. Where's the Malchus? Okay, bench. He says, how can I bench? I didn't need to deal with it. I can't say Shalom Salam and Shalom. Therefore, he took a couple wine and ingredient in order to be sure that he could fail. And then they gave him another couple of wine. The Gemara says that's not the halach. Since in order to be one of the other people, as Shimon was going to do, he's going to say the entire bench. Once he had that, you need to eat bread. It's not good enough to drink wine. But to be one of the 3 of Simon, it's enough to even eat a leaf of a vegetable. That Moshe Rabbeinu was the one that was the first bracha that brings the Muslim to Zanzar. And he did that when Yisrael received the money. Yeshua, when they went to Yisrael, he made the bracha Allah for Israel and Muslim. That is Yisrael. David Shlomo made the bracha for Yerushalayim. David made the part of Yisrael and Yisrael by Yerushalayim. And later on, when Shlomo built the Beis Hamikdash, he said, "Allah Reis, Haggadah B'Had Kodesh." Hakeva made it. It was the Rabbana. When the Harugi Beitar, the many victims, millions of victims from Beitar weren't buried for many years, as Shalom says in the other kindness. And when they finally came to be buried, there's tremendous nights, and there's no smell, the bodies were whole. And Muhammad made a bracha on fire, that there was no smell, but I made that we were able to bury them. So we have 4 prophets of Azar, Al-Haaretz, Goyim Shleim, and Rabbi made Shabbos, we had Shashah, I should say, insert that in the middle of the bracha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you can insert it saying anywhere you want, as long as you don't insert it, you give it eventually the first bracha. What's that mean? Say, you know, Goyim Shleim, no, I tell you that. According to the Tanakh, you can, if Achila, we should say it in Rachim. However, if you forget to say, let's say, by Rachim, you say, let me write it. Or the comment, once you forget to say, no Rachim, you must repeat the entire previous Muslim. Says the Gemara, the Chalta is the one that teaches us that you have to do the 7, that's their rights. And Hashem Alekecha is the source for the first bracha of Hazar. Al-Haaretz is the bracha of Haaretz. HaToiva is the Goyim Shleim. Ashkenaz Allah is the source for HaToiva HaMeitiv. The Gemara says, how do I know they have to make a bracha before you eat? If you make a bracha says you don't need a couple of you actually learn that from the Muslim because that's a difficult one. I don't need to use the words of Allah. That I have to learn from God Lashamiti, therefore it's extra. Well, how did Sabat teach us the first Rabbi Hazar? That made it's only the Rabbana. How do I know before I have the Rabbi before it? Hashem does Allah means when a Rabbi eats the food before you eat it, you should already answer Shem to the Rabbi. The reason it says I learned that from another source. It says, Ve'iraf is not bless the bread. Don't eat it be blessed, but you eat it already, and you shall bless your bread. What is it your bread? Before you should eat it destroy. In other words, the bread state should make a broken. What tells us the story that Shaul went to look for his father's donkey that he couldn't find it, so he asked Shmuel, Shmuel to help him out. So he asked young girls, where's Shmuel? And the Torah tells us a very long Arabic. He said, you better go quickly into the outskirts of the city. It's about to reach Shalom and Manakama, and before he brings it, this is a bracha, it's a bafta, he brings it out, on and on. So the first thing we see from our studio is the bracha. But why did they talk so much? He asked us the question which one was, and the Gemara says to be answered. Either because women like to talk about it, or because Shaul says Mishima Gamala, who's taller than everybody, who's more beautiful than everybody. And the women, the girls, wanted to gaze at his beauty, so it spoke to him. And the third shot revision says that one kingdom cannot go with another kingdom for milliseconds. And Shmuel was the ruler of Shaul, and he had to give over really Shaul, but the time didn't come. So therefore they had to speak to him that time to arrive. The Gemara says in Al-Fayr, if you make a bracha on food, it just gives you sustenance in this world, so certainly you should make a bracha on food, which gives you sustenance in the world of Haba. Shmuel says it's actually possible. It says, and in prayer it also says the concept of Nasa, Nesina, Ve'etna, Lachaz, Lukas, Ve'emet. So therefore I learned the concept of bracha, when I learned prayer. Rabbi says, Asher Nasalot, I learned from there, just like I make a bracha on the good, whatever Akash Baruch Hu goes my way, Asher Nasalot, even if it's bad, it makes me bracha. And another shot, not Toiva, broken down to two words. Toiva and not Toiva. The word Toiva means Toiva. Not Toiva is the building of Shalayim, wonderful building. There are certain words that must be inserted for Samazim, otherwise we don't get Samazim. According to Lezer, you must say Eretz Emdal Toiva. And you must say Babas David. You have like according to Rabbi Zogin, you must say the word wrist. According to Yossi, you must say the word Torah. Rabbi says, by the way, you must say wrist before Torah. And the third possible is mentioned the word wrist 30 times, whereas Torah 3 times. The Rabbi says that Bracha al Haaretz starts loaded with Hashem. You think Hashem. You must be certain that, and you teach the Rabbi, you must say, why do I not come up? If the person doesn't even say what I know, he's Buddha. But what's in the Gemara? When you say Rachel, Yisrael HaGafla, like Shalayim Yerachim, how do you finish off the Bracha? You finish it off. Why do you make it Shalayim? What the person wants to finish it off like you started? Why do you make it Shalayim? Shia Yisrael. According to one of the Omar, that's considered Gemara as a word. It's the review of the finish it off. Why do you Shalayim? Shia Yisrael. Or tell us the Elber of Buddha. Start. One out of the you wouldn't say I Yisrael HaGafla like Shalayim. Say either I Yisrael or I Yisrael. However, the Hasima, when he said, why do you try to take? Why do you Shalayim? Shia Yisrael to take them. Or he says, when Rabbi holds that when you finish a bracha, you never say, you never talk about the beginning. But that shows you trying to get rid of it. It's one shot. Or it says, but what do you do? Al Haaretz Al Haaretz. Or it explains, it's the land that brings out fruit. Al Haaretz Al Haaretz. The land that brings out sustenance. What about its answer? Say, Kaddish Yisrael, Vazman. So there, it's not Yisrael, Vazman. Why Yisrael, that part of Kaddish Vazman? or fly Yisrael, the only issue that the Torah has is what do you do when Shabbos and was say Kaddish Shabbos, Yisrael Azman. How do you explain that? The word that must be tomorrow was the Kaddish all on Shabbos, fly Yisrael, and the if you start wrapping just talking about fly Yisrael, then you finish it off with Yisrael. Otherwise, Yisrael will understand. And that's it. Regardless of how you start off wrapping, always finish it out, always with very main line. What else? Very interesting story. Come, let's learn. Teach us some Gemara. How can I teach Gemara when I don't even know how to bench? What do you mean? He says, I was in the rich girl's house, and I benched, and Rashisha jumped up like a snake, marked the pack, really terrible. Why? He says, I forgot to say Chris, are you going to help? He says, why? Why did you do that? He says, because Rab said you don't have to say it. Don't say you learned it. Gemara, but only whenever I'm ready, you should say Chris. Mouth was clear. Why can't you make Rab? More about us. If you hold that the one broken mention, I think I'm making this the right side, there's no mention mouth was clear. You don't say Baruch Atah Hashem on the melon. But you don't have to. But you hold that Rabbi that insert the word melon. It says with Zera. Since you're inserting the word melon before the Rabbi, you might as well say it twice before the Rabbi. Once for what Shalai that's not mentioned. And why do you have to say it? What is time coming out of the mouth was another thing? And there's no mention at all of the mouth of the Prophet. That's not a problem. So say twice the third Prophet to make up to the third Prophet. It says Rabbi, but when you make up to the mouth, might as well say it 3 times by the time. That's what we do. And one additional one for the Prophet of Christ. And one of the things what do we say? One of the Prophet Ella, I know that's one. We don't say what we do about the name. We say Ella Katoik. That's Rab says, if a person forgets, he's sacred saying he can say, Baruch Atah Hashem, not such a process to look for the Amis or the Ois, who the priest, the Abba, Baruch Atah Hashem, as a chance to move it down. You don't remember all that, all you have to say is Baruch Atah Hashem, not such a process, Baruch Atah Hashem, get it done, you can say again, Baruch Atah Hashem, when it came out from wrong, and not such a young time on the throne, simply declaring Baruch Atah Hashem. All that money. Try to say, Lord Hashem, Lord Shlosa, Lord Shlosa, Ma'amri, Slow, Tifara. Tifara was specific what is the feature of the Simcha, whether it has to be seen at all, and whether it was brought, what is the other brothers? The Rabbi says, these brothers are bad. That's what he's saying. That's only if you didn't go before the Prophet. Once you start up on this, then someone Shmuel said, we get all the other things. What's the reason? Because for Ezra, you must see one Ezra, everybody has 6 one Ezra. For Rosh Chodesh, you don't have to eat a book, you don't have to eat bread. There's no fear, and everybody knows. But the hard days, you are not going to eat. Only, maybe I'll be over, you mentioned, or there, Rosh Hashanah. Not only because she gets it, has to shut up. Everyone can get out of the other Rosh Hashanah. You don't have to. Let's discuss this one Rosh Hashanah. This is very deep. It says the Mishnah. We learned in the Mishnah that you made a table of the table. Makoy Mishnah says that he is beside us and he is about to find exactly what the remainder of the big talk that he is also beside us. When it comes to something who forgot, he brought the Kavod Shalom outside of his line and didn't pass out saying because he must return to his amigos to burn in his amigos. Question how far? Over there, Mary says different. He says that why is it different? One side is that you look right, that you use his later, or the shot is that what is the possible? You may learn the word accomplish something that so much from the how much is enough food for it? What is that? Or he says, no, accomplish is so much that you have to be satiated, that's gebetzah. But when it comes to touching, like he says, we can hear someone that don't need that, that's a mikvah, and someone's always going to make us go back to that's amazing. Or you can hear the kisser, go back to this, so this is always with his action. Says the Mishnah, yeah, people Shacham Shalom. You have four people who could say, Baruch Hu held the three. You shall bench Hashem. That was the benefit of Hashem. That one could tell the other ten. Baruch Hu and Ken Shacham. Now, you always say, Baruch Hu and Ken. The point of the outside meetings is the point of the noise. And we discuss tomorrow. It's 50 people. It's 100 people who say the Baruch Hashem Elokeinu. If it's 1,000 people who say the Baruch Hashem Elokeinu, Elokeinu Tzvakos, you should have proved them all those. Wonderful. Rabbi's afternoon, as we discussed yesterday, there are people that are Mizanim who say the Baruch Shachal Shalom. There are four people, and the fourth person is held at three. Baruch Hu Shachal Shalom. You would make the bracha. And it tells us it's preferable if everybody says the same thing, and the Baruch doesn't move something. But you say the Baruch Shachal Shalom. Baruch Hu to the Mishnah Leroy and pays down. The big people that are here, it's possible for them to split up. And who's visiting. But if you have six people who can break it into three groups of three, the question is, by breaking it into groups of three, what you can say, Baruch was Hashem, Baruch Shachar. You have to say the Baruch Shachar. You see from here that the Baruch Shachar would be better than the Baruch Shachar. The word tells us that when a person says that someone can see whether or not he's talking about Baruch. Don't forget, in those days, it was possible for them to say, say the heart. Say, but the Chacham the Gemara says, will say, with two boy from his goodness, but not with two boy with a man, because man means lesson what a good was giving him. It's only the partial goodness of the good part. What about the fact that we say, must be Yivarech, it's with a man, from your prophet goodness? The answer is, that's when it comes to the food. Ask for something, don't ask it back. That's for the minute. What about the fact? Say, how do they about the living? It says, you're going to be bound not to be for anything, and I'll give you. That's what you're for. So, how do you ask for a lot? You want to continue. And the Bible says, what is for you? Our life. Or it says, Taik, your life. The Bible says, the Lord shall follow the Shalom. Not like in our words, it says, the meat shall follow the Shalom, referring to the host, the Pharaoh. We say on the Pesach, we meet also have a lot of sin with this life, right? We go to Tzavik of the Paul says, Baruch Shachalim Shalom. The Lord says, Baruch Shachalim Shalom, almost making a bracha on the food rather than Baruch. Technically, you let us say Alamazah, because everybody understands the Baruch just mentioned his name. That's how he describes the basic learning word in the law is that the tent is how many people are being examined. 100 since this day. Now, see that, he just says, they're all the same. Everybody says, Baruch, so the Kiddush are coming to life. So what did we do with the word Papilas? We learned that even the babies in the mother's stomachs that the Shira, that we had Zaps, it's right. We learned that from the word Mikvars. Rav Chama was in the rich Genesis house and tried to find 100 people, finally get to say the special secret for 100 people. They told him, Rabbi said that last time people, it doesn't matter 110, they only say the Lord will give you. Says Rabbi, the rich goes to his house. There's a lot of people there. They were thinking mention. You'd split up and make a stop for some people. Because the rich goes with very active people. Different groups. Get away from it. Why not listen to the rich goes? Because we're so loud there. It's hard to concentrate. The big people that would be one of them eventually go. They do that middle man. They can force the third one to start with Zibun. But it's not Yoitz. One of those is the Rabbi Bar Papa, that had the trouble that he said, Baruch was Hashem, and he never finished off the word HaGavarba, which is like the same word for that. And the education, the answer, Baruch Hashem, HaGavarba, Rabbi said, pass you the book. You have a black cloth and a cup that doesn't change his clothing. Why are you getting out of the place? When the halacha is like Shmuel, they don't say HaGavarba, you say HaGavarba. And everybody agrees that HaGavarba is better. Why are you getting something? Says the Mishnah. But if you some of the groups, it's the other people. It's started as one of the ones in on. Another halacha, if you have a cup of wine, that's not the diluted. In those days, the wine was very strong. They diluted water. You know, where we are going. What does this? What's the Shah Mishnah? The Korean Mizabi already discussed this. Number of people. One shot is even if they just sat down, never be like they didn't exercise, they didn't eat at all. They did not get it up. It's considered a pick it up and split. Or they all were eating. They were eating from their own bread. Plus, pick it up and leave. Shot is you had 9 people, 3 groups of 3. And one person from each group went to something to make the group. That group cannot separate. The Rabbi says that's only if the original group from the Zimmer, that once the original group from the Zimmer, their key of a Zimmer disappears, dissipates, no longer. The examiner reads a raya from the bed. There's a bed that was covered, and somebody stole part of the bed. The rest of the bed was covered. And even though you found the part that was covered, you reattached it. The Zimmer comes back. It's so over here. Once the original group says, Zimmer for you, that feels makes the super years of dissipate, and that feels different. If there are 2 groups far from each other, but there's a waiter in between, that waiter is inside the 2 groups that are using together. When we're discussing wine that wasn't diluted, what rub do you make on that? Wine, my point is, when you realize you make good hands, and you can wash your hands with it. And I'm saying, no, regardless, is that you do not, they make good hands. What do you do? Wine is something to make medicine out of it. And you should not wash your hands with it because that's disrespectful to the food. Ultimate men, what's that much profit make special kiddush or simon on a cup of wine, that wine should be diluted. Because it's a mitzvah when I'm going, we know it's better wine, because it's a mitzvah to make the best. So 4 halachas that are set by bread. You should not throw bread. You shouldn't make bread disgusting to the point where you can eat, such as putting guamitos or bringing a cup of wine over it. Wine might drink on the bread, you won't put it, or leaving a dish on the bread. The dish spills on the bread, you won't eat it. Just a fruit. No, this halacha of not throwing bread is only by bread, not by food. And only by food. If it falls on the floor, you won't eat it, it will be disgusting, you won't eat it. Gemara tells us though that by wedding, you're allowed to pour wine in different types as long as it doesn't destroy. It's not considered destroyed. Not the chassan and halal, as long as they're not destroyed and they don't become disgusting. And finally, if you're eating food and you realize you didn't make a bracha, what do you do? Well, it depends. If you're drinking, you just swallow. If you're eating food that is disgusting, take it out of your mouth, deciding you're not making a bracha. Take it out of your mouth without it being disgusting. Take it out of your mouth. Make the bracha. Wonderful. Bracha Dafnala is the same. If somebody has bad breath because he ate a lot of garlic, should he eat more garlic? This is Rabbi stuff. If somebody forgot to say bracha in the middle of eating, you shouldn't continue eating. You should stop and make a bracha. This is Rabbi. If so, even if you finish your meal completely, you should make a bracha after the meal. If you're right from the person who cannot make a bracha before you spend on a mikvah, he's about area or something there. You should make the bracha afterwards. So you should make a bracha after you finish eating. The Gemara says there's no right from there because the person who's a ger should not make a bracha. Only time you can make a bracha afterwards. But the person who's eating would have made a bracha beforehand, and since he didn't, he lost his opportunity. The Gemara discusses this very interesting thing called espargos. It's made out of wine and cabbage. And it's extremely dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. There's 2 types, 2 varieties. One is made out of wine, one is made out of beer. One that's made out of wine is very good for lungs and very bad for the heart. It's good for your heart, eyes, skin, very bad for your head, intestines, and everywhere. If the wine is old, it's 2 years old, then it is good for your intestines. If you drink the wine variety, you should eat immediately afterwards bread. If you drink the beer variety, you should eat immediately afterwards whatever that beer is made out of. Made out of dates, eat a date. If you're used to drinking this, it's really good for You drink the wine variety, not spit afterward, because that becomes unnatural. The body, the beer variety, you should spit, and you have to spit. Therefore, if you're trying to be clean, you should spit in front of the king. Why does it? Shmuel when Elisha was talking to Surreal, a very prominent Kamala, and Surreal said you should be careful with three things. First of all, don't allow someone else to dress in the morning. Don't allow anybody that didn't wash your own hands to wash your hands in the morning. Now, when you finish drinking asparagus, give the cup over to the person who gave it to you, otherwise it can be extremely dangerous. There are gangs of shaitan that are waiting to attack humans, and they just wait for you to mess with one of these three things, and they'll attack you. Or there's a gang of Balak Kabbalah. Either way is very dangerous. I'm sure Rabbi was told by the Balak Kabbalah the same exact thing. But the third thing about asparagus was split. Kabbalah didn't tell him about asparagus, but he told him that be very careful. Don't come to women who are coming back from a funeral, because I myself, Balak Kabbalah, sit between them, dance through with my sword, waiting for somebody to come by. If you see women coming back from a funeral, you should jump 4 hours, 8 feet away from them, run across a river, do whatever you have to do to get out of there, hide behind the wall. And you should at least say the possible you got the fault. There are 10 halachas that are set by a special bracha. You should wash the inside, you should wash the outside, you should use undiluted wine that will be later on diluted. You should have a full cup. So if you do, you'll have nachla b'livid tzarim. Other shadis will have other than I said. But you should do etor, round your cup, either with talmidim or with other cups, fill those cups with wine, 21 shots. Etor means in addition to your head covering, you should wear a special head covering just for drinking some Muslim kiddush, which brings the halacha, that's what you should do, some sort of hat, or some are even makbid on wearing a jacket. You should lift up the cup of wine with 2 hands, or somebody else can put over 2 hands and drink it to your right hand. It should be above the ground, at least a deva, and above the table if you're using the table, 1 deva. Gaze into the wine so that you can concentrate on the bracha and finish. It's amazing. The Rebbe was only back on 4 out of the 10. On washing the inside and out, that should be full, that should be undiluted. As points out, the Rebbe was also back on a 5th one, that should be in your right hand. And the Rabbi were very back on an all 10. Therefore, we should also, if we can, be back on an all 10. The Lord discusses if the cup is too heavy, or if it's Shabbos or Sheminish Chanukah, that is really low, but it's heavy. Then you use your left hand to help you out. And since we don't have any conclusions, you should be not use your left hand at all. You should try to send your wife wine from the special bracha the Lord does this for. I'm not going to have a kula as a guest and honor him with Simon thinking, oh, kula, give some to my wife. But listen, I don't have to because you drink from the special bracha, that's enough for your wife. Yalta, Nachman's wife, was very upset. She went ahead and she broke 400 barrels of wine. Nachman tried to calm her down and said, look, just take a little bit of wine from the barrel. Push it from the barrel. She doesn't really get out of the You're talking silly talk like a peddler that just talks here. Another 2 halacha the Torah says, once you look at the question of Rabbi, you're not allowed to talk anymore. And if you drink a full cup of wine during the meal, not drink the second cup, that's called sunnah. Not drink some other than the second cup. It's dangerous to drink here. Anything in here is dangerous. When it comes to giving some Muslim halacha, you should always sit down, even if you're walking, if you're standing, if you're eating, you should always be in a sitting position so you can concentrate on giving some Muslim. That finish, Perek, now we're going to begin Perek, Eilu Kar. We have a very long Mishnah which discusses many machlekes in Shabbos Sila. We're going to go into all the machlekes in later on in the studios, one by one. We'll mention that briefly here. And all of them, the halachas like Sila, we have a machlekes in Shabbos Sila. If you make, according to the Sila, you make the bracha on the wine, then you make the kiddush. First, you make kiddush according to the Sila, then you wash your hands. You wipe your hands on the towel, you put the towel on your cushions, not on the table, like the shower. First, you wash your hands and dry them, then you sweep up the floor from the crumbs or the table from crumbs. You only have 1 cup of wine. And that cup, you want to use it for a bella temperature. So, what is the quarter? According to a silo, you take 2 ner, candles, then besamim, then kirkus hamazon, then havdalah. And they still say, you say the words, which mean the different colors in fire. If a person forgot to bench and he walked away, he should And the Mishnah says, in general, you don't make a bracha on a candle in the summit of the guy, the person, and that of Avodah Zarah. Because a Muslim can be said until the food is digested in the body. That's what exactly the shir is. If you hear a half a bracha from a Jew, you know what bracha is referring to. You're allowed to have some other, but if you see it says half a bracha, you don't know if it says bracha is God. It's hard for example, you don't say something at all. First, Machlekes between Rishon and Silla is what comes first, Kiddush or Yayin. It still says you say the bracha on Hagafen and then on Kiddush. The reason is because the wine is what causes the Kiddush. Without wine, the Shalom is not Kiddush. And the wine is further. Use wine for Abdullah, use Hamazim, Kiddush. Therefore, wine comes first. It's two reasons against the Shabbos, two reasons. And Allah is like the Silla. What's the big reason that Allah is like the Silla? We know. A Basra even said that Allah is always like the Silla. It's very possible, says the word, that this is before the heavenly voice came out, and it's possible that we don't go by a gospel. The Shmuel says, when it came through the Lezer, and he said, Allah said, Lezer, we don't listen to gospel, have a wonderful day. Bracha is not being base. If a person only has one cup of wine and he has to do Havdalah, and he wants to eat a meal and do Zimun, what should he do? Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Havdalah and use the one cup of wine for both Birkas Hamazon and Havdalah. But what is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does Birkas Hamazon, then he does Ner, then he does Samim, and finally he does Havdalah. Who does this go according to? This goes according to Misham. How do we know? Because there's a big machlokes to Rabbi. What is the machlokes between Beisilo and Misham? Not to be too confusing, everybody agrees that Havdalah is all the way to Ner. And in Rameir, everybody agrees that Ner is first. Machlokes between Misham and Beisilo is in the middle. Do you say Birkas Hamazon and then Besamim, or do you say Besamim and then Birkas Hamazon? And in Rabbi Yehuda, everybody agrees that Birkas Hamazon is first. Machlokes is only is Ner before Besamim or Besamim before Ner. Now, if you look at this list over here, where do we see that Birkas Hamazon comes first, then comes Ner, then comes Besamim, and then Havdalah, like we said in the Brisa? The only one that says that is Bishamai, according to Rabbi Yehuda. The issue is that you see Havdalah is all the way to the end. Havdalah is equal to Kiddush. And in the Mishnah, Bishamai hold that first you do Kiddush on Friday night, and then on the wine. And over here is the opposite. First the wine, then Kiddush. Havdalah. The answer is the difference between bringing in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When you accept Shabbos, you want to make it as early as possible, so you make Kiddush first, and then bury prayer Gavin. When the Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make prayer Gavin first, only afterwards you do Havdalah. Are you required to have a cup of wine for Zimun? They still say yes. Shammai is a machlokes, a two-way machlokes. What Beit Shammai hold? The Brisa says specifically that according to Beit Shammai, you don't need a cup of wine because the Brisa says that if a person was about to finish his meal and he brought a cup of wine, he should make the bracha on the cup of wine and drink the cup of wine before he benches. So you see that according to Beit Shammai, you don't need it. But in the Mishnah, there's no hefra. It's possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine before benching. But it says in the Mishnah that he makes a bracha on the cup of wine. It's possible that he just takes it a little bit, put it in his hand without touching it, without taking the rest of the cup, and he tasted it, and then he refilled the cup, and therefore he's able to be Yitzhak Bo. Now we're going to go into a sugya of Tuma and Tahara. Very interesting sugya. You know that a corpse is a Tuma. The person that touches that corpse becomes an Abba, one step lower. Abba Tuma, who touches food or film, they become a Rishon. A Rishon touches another food, becomes a Sheni. And that's pretty much it for food. Unless your Truma, which becomes a Shlish. It's one exception to the rule. Usually you go down one madriga, one class of Tuma every time you touch it. But when it comes to mashking, the 7 liquids, let's say water, wine, a person who's a Sheni touches that liquid goes up a level. It becomes a Rishon. And it has the power only with Rabbanan to be metama something else and make that a shame. Therefore, we have a machlokes in our Mishnah. What comes first? Do you wash your hands on the Netilas Yadayim and then pour the cup of wine? Or do you pour the cup of wine and then you wash your hands? What's the matter? According to the Shammai, we're concerned that the cup will become tummy. The Shammai hold that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside of it is tummy. Outside means only to the Rabbi. I'm concerned that if your hands are tummy, not washed, then perhaps they will touch the cup. And your hands have liquid in them to touch, or the cup has the inside, it has wine that came off the top. Your hand, it's the shiny, touches that wine. That wine in return becomes a rishon, which has the power to be the top of the cup. And I'm not allowed to use a cup that's not the same shine. But we still say you're allowed to use a cup that the outside is tummy. My concern is, says they still, that your hands are going to become tummy. You're not allowed to eat with tummy hands. That's why we wash the hands tonight. So if the cup is tummy, you wash your hands, you have moisture on your hands, you didn't wipe your hands perfectly. So that moisture, by touching the cup, will become a rishon, and that rishon will make your hands ashamed. And that's a problem. Now, we're not concerned that your hands are going to touch a tummy cup, because a cup cannot make hands tummy. You need the water and you need the moisture. And hands without water cannot make a cup tummy either, because a sheni doesn't make a shlish. Another machlokes we learned in the Mishnah. When you wipe your hands on a towel, what do you do with the towel? You put it on the table, or you put it next to you on the couch on a cushion. What's the difference? According to Beis Hillel, the table is a sheni, and the cushion is a sheni. So there shouldn't be a difference, but there is a difference. If you put it on the table, I'm concerned, say myself, that the moisture in the towel will make other food, the combination will make other foods on the table tummy. I'm not concerned that my hands will become tummy, because that is not something that we find in the Torah, that just hands become tummy, and the rest of the body doesn't become tummy. Where food becomes a shame, that's in the Torah. Yeshana is saying differently. I'm concerned that your hands will become tummy. Therefore, put the towel on the table. The table cannot be a shame according to Yeshana. You're not allowed to use a table that's a shame according to Yeshana. Therefore, put your towel on the table, not on your cushion. Another machlokes you find in the Mishnah is you have to sweep the floor before you wash or you have to clear the table of crumbs. For the Shabbat, machlokes, are you allowed to use a shamish, a waiter, who's an amaris and doesn't know the halachas, that doesn't pick up the larger pieces of bread from the shammai? You are allowed to, because you're allowed to use a shamish that's amaris, and therefore have to be concerned that you might leave larger pieces, and the water from your ma'afarim will drip on it and ruin those pieces. And so say, I'm not concerned, because they're only allowed to use chacham, and he'll remove those pieces. Halacha in this case is like the Shabbat. Unless you switch the shitas, you say that what the Shabbat says is what the Still said. And therefore, the entire Mishnah and the entire parak, all the halachas would be like Beis Hillel. There's a machlokes between Bisham and Beis Hillel. Do we use, according to Rabbi, do we use the word oire? Bara means in the past. Hashem created light in the past. Oire means right now he's creating, or perhaps it also means in the past. And that's machlokes Bisham and Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi Yosef, that can be, we say Yitzhak with oire echoshem. Doesn't mean he's creating right now. It means he created Shishis vibrations. Therefore says, because everybody wants to say oire. But machlokes says, the word ma'oire, does ma'oire mean that light, how many different colors does the fire have? According to Bisham, it has one. According to Beis Hillel, it has three. Ma'oire. You don't say ma'oire, you say ma'oire because it has red, yellow, and green, or whatever that other third color is. The halacha is that a candle of a guy, you're not allowed to use the light from it for Havdalah, because he did it this with it during Shabbos, which is amazing that he did it for Malach on Shabbos, he used it for Malach. The summer of the guy, you're not allowed to use if they're coming off of some sort of big party. Most of the parties are for Sarah, having a wonderful day. Bracha is definitely discussing mainly the adult candle and the stomach. A candle that was lit on Shabbos, but beheter, before a woman was giving birth or a sick person, you're allowed to use it for Abdullah. A candle that was lit before Shabbos and burned through Shabbos, you're allowed to use it for Abdullah. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a guy and used on Shabbos for Isurim for the guy, you're not allowed to use it after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos a guy lights a candle from a Jew, or a Jew lights a candle from a guy, you're allowed to use it for Abdullah because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other side, if you take a candle on Shabbos from one domain and place it in another domain, you are chayiv because you're taking the old flame and moving the old flame into the new domain. So why is it that it's also to use a flame that a guy lit from another guy's candle? That's just the xera that you might use the original guy's candle right after Shabbos. There's a concept that the flame must be for light and not for any other purpose such as heat and cooking. Therefore, if one sees a very large flame coming out of a furnace, well, it depends. If it's the beginning of the process of heating up stones for lime, then you don't make a bracha on it. If it's at the end of the process, and you're using that light, that fire for light, then it's mutter. What about the light in a shul? Very much depends. If they lit up a candle in honor of a important person, then you can't use it for Abdullah. If it's there for the caretaker, even though there's an important person there, but the caretaker needs his own light, you could make a bracha. If there's a full moon that the caretaker doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, you cannot use it for Abdullah. If they brought a candle into this bench for Abdullah, Rabbi says everyone should say the bracha themselves. Because if one person makes the bracha for everybody, that can cause a big bittul fire. Just like if somebody sneezes in the middle of a you don't say bless you because that's bittul fire. This whole argument, they say that one person should make the bracha for everybody because of the concept like one person makes kiddush for everybody, and for everybody. It's better that one person should be mighty everybody. A candle that was lit for the dead depends. If they would light that candle during the day in his honor, then you cannot use it for Abdullah. But if they're lighting it to see the way, then you do make a bracha on it. Perfume, a fragrance for the dead to counteract the bad smell, or for the bathroom, or for your hands, do not make a bracha on it. But if a person has perfume in his store because he wants to attract customers, then you do make a bracha on it. A city that is mostly goyim and a nice fragrance comes out of that city, you cannot make a bracha on it. It's probably desire. Therefore, if you have a city and a minority of the women that are Jewish use the fragrance for sorcery, for kitchen, and a minority of the Jewish women use it to put fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't count for Abdullah, and you have a minority that are goyim, the total amount could be a majority of smell that's not for Abdullah. If a person smelled a nice fragrance that comes from Avodah Zarah, and he decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it, that is an Avodah. There's two conditions when it comes to the flame of Abdullah. First, you must see the flame, and you must benefit from the flame. Seeing the flame means it cannot be behind a corner. And benefiting is machlokes. Rabbi says you don't have to physically benefit from it. You can stand at a distance as long as you could possibly benefit from it, and it's not digging out with the aleph. But Rabbi says no, you must stand right next to it, and you should be able to differentiate from the light different points. Rav says that you don't have to search for a candle on Shabbos, like you would search for an esrog and other mitzvahs. If it comes to you, easy, great. If not, not. We learned in the mission that if a person forgot to say Birkas HaMazon, and he walked away from the place that he ate, according to Beisil, he doesn't have to go back. According to Bishami, he does have to go back. But Beisil admitted to Bishami that if he did it on purpose, he walked away. Amazing, he must go back. What tells us? There were two talmidim. One was not like Bishami. He forgot, he walked away, but he came back. He was awarded with a pocket full of golden coins. Beisil, the other talmid on the other hand, did like Beisil, but on the amazing part. He walked away on purpose and benched far away. He was eaten by a lion. The Gemara tells us an amazing story about Rabbi. He was on a trip and he stopped to eat and he ate, but he forgot to bench and he got back on and he continued on. He said to himself, if I tell them that I forgot to bench, they'll laugh at me, they'll say, bench right here, Hashem is everywhere. So he lied to them and he said, hey, I forgot at the rest stop a golden dove. Please go back. So they went back and he benched. And the Gemara says that he found a golden dove. The reason why he used a dove is because Klai Yisrael is literal to a dove. What saves a dove? Its wings. The mitzvah is saved Klai Yisrael. The Mishnah tells us that as long as the food wasn't digested, it's still saved from Hamazon. What does that mean? Rabbi says, as long as you're not hungry from that meal, you can still bench. Shlosh says, if you walk 4 parsecs, the time of 4 parsecs, 72 minutes away, then you can still bench. If it's more than that, you can. And that's if you eat a very large meal. But if you eat a small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty from that meal. If you're still thirsty, then you can bench. The Mishnah tells us that if a person heard a part of a bracha, you can answer up. It says the Gemara, obviously he's not trying to be yaitzik, or just hamaitzi, or kiddush, or whatever it is. Because if you only heard part of it, that's not enough. What it's saying is that since you heard part of it, you're allowed to say amen. Because typically you're not allowed to say amen if you don't hear a bracha. Since you heard part of it, so you know what bracha they're referring to. You can say amen. So my point is, what is better? Is it preferable to lead zimur, or is it preferable to answer the zimur? One of my Manoma says it's preferable to lead. In fact, the Brisa says you get sachar before the person that says. Okay? And the other Manoma says no. It's like a war. You send in the lesser soldiers first, and then you send in the elite group to clean up. So the amen is more important. Children that are taught to say a bracha, so they repeat the bracha over and over, do not say amen to that bracha. But a child who's laning or is reading that Torah, you can say amen to his bracha. The Gemara tells us very interesting names. Rabbi, he says that a person that's used to washing his hands should not bench until he washes his hands. Says Rabbi Zivai, that's not true. You don't have to be careful with that. Comes along Rabbi Zerubbai and says that hands that are mizuam, meaning they are dirty hands, one should wash them, otherwise it cannot bench. Says Rabbi Nachman in this lashon. I don't know Zivai, Zivai, Zerubbai. I don't know who these people are. All I know about is a price. In the price it says, from here I learned that you should do Mayim Rishayim, should wash at this time, and Mayim Afrayim. And then when the pasuk continues, it says, Keep Hadash, you're referring to oil. You should use oil on your hands. Ani Hashem teaches us we should bench, bring some mazon. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is happening down on a brand new parak, which discusses many different types of brachas, which we say in different situations. The first one is if a person sees a place where Miracle and Mace have his forefathers, he says, Baruch, Sha'asa, Nisim, Rabsir, Baruch, this points out. The entire paragraph, we say Baruch, it means Baruch Hashem. And this we learn from Yisrael. If a person sees a place where they uprooted by Zara and their shop is brought down, it's higher in Israel. This is a special possible. The person sees mountains, hills, rivers, seas. He says, Baruch, place of inspirations. He says he sees the great ocean. He says special bracha. Baruch says Hayam HaGadol, as long as we didn't see it in the last 30 days. The person sees rain, or he hears great news. He says, Baruch HaKev HaMidim. He hears bad news. He says, Baruch Dynamis. The person builds a brand new house, buys clothing. He says, Shafiyanu. There's no use of davening for something that already occurred. It's called a tefillah shav. So if your wife is pregnant and davening, she should have a boy. That's a tefillah shav. You hear her screaming and saying, I hope he wrote something. That shouldn't be something for your family. It's too late. That's a tefillah shav. If a person walks into a very dangerous city, my point's whether he says 2 brachas or 4. One when he comes in the city, one when he leaves, or 2 when he walks in, but as he gets in, he sees that he's safe. He says the second bracha, and the same thing as he leaves, he says the second bracha when he realizes that he's safe. You make a bracha on the bad, just like you make it good. You say, Kriyish every day. The Chol HaBavcha, you do the Tzar, you get some pleasure. So, Chol Nafshka, you just hope it takes away. Or the Shama, the Chol HaNefesh, the Shaka, even if it's going to take money, or the Nefesh of Hashem, keep measure. All the measures that the Lord gives you are for your good, and you don't. Because it is certain to act like in front of the Eastern thing. It's a big notion. You're not a walking thing, it's a big issue. Walking stick, your money belt, and dust on your shoes. should use the information that happened to explain that certainly can't stay in the base Hamikdash. In the first base Hamikdash, they say every prophet should answer a very interesting question. Baruch atah Hashem, Eloi Yisrael, Adon Olam, Baruch, for instance, atah Hashem, Kohen Adon. You can't believe that there's only one world, there's no world above, so therefore it's included. You say, Olam, this world, Adon Olam to the next one. When you ask your friend and you say, hi, how are you doing? Good morning. You use Hashem's name. Just to really so you know this word is. Ace last is Hashem cares for yourself. It's in certain situations you break the rules of the Torah in order to make peace with your friend. A miracle that occurs in the creation recognizes the you to say, Rafa, having to control the murder between cases or spaces of a lion, or a bird that was saved from a wild camel. Also, the mace is very thirsty, and the river, whether you pass that place, you mention both reasons that happen. You say the bracha Baruch also, this is what I'm saying, you come to the place where Kriyas Yamsuf, or Eber Yarden, or the Yericha, the next Yericha, where the wall of Yericha was swallowed by the ground. Why did it fall? Because the width of the wall was the same as the height of the wall, so it's impossible to come over. Iron, where it tells us the story of his mace. That Klaisrael walked in the desert and the Marine wanted to kill them and they didn't. They dug holes in the wall of the mountains and did it. And the Arai flattened out all the mountains and destroyed the Marine. One or two people, Ace, Five, they were Mitzrayim, they were behind Klaisrael, the Sufa at the end. And Klaisrael passed and the mountains went back to normal. They realized what happened to the Marine and they told Klaisrael. Klaisrael said, Shiva. El-Gabay means Al-Yam Ish on the back of the man in his merit, Barad, so Hakas Barad stopped in midair. And later on, when Yeshua needed the Barad to kill the enemies, he came back to them. There's the stone of Oikel HaHasham. HaHasham made some sort of calculation. It's how he shows parasite to parasite. He lifted up a mountain of that size and was about to kill them. He put it on his head and carried it. So the Gemara that Rabbi made a mix, that the ants dug a hole in the mountain, and slipped right over his head and got stuck on his head. He tried to lift it up and he couldn't, because it says the pasuk that his teeth came out, he laughed up. They came out long, crooked, and he couldn't get the mountain off. At this point, he was very quickly, Rabbi, who was 10 times high, had an axe that was 10 times long, and he jumped up 10 times. And all he did for each was break off Moshe's ankle, and he hit him with the ankle and was able to drop him and kill him. When you see the amount of salt from bloody spider, that's a disaster. So you don't say a nice broth, you say part of that. When you see blood, you say it's part of the surface, that's upset, mad, angry. So you have to remember, so you can see blood because of a broken. It says there are 4 people that must say, the Lashon is going on with Chassadim Taik. Based on the Rishon and the Rif, we say, Hakimel Chassadim Taik. That is, the people that cross the desert, the ocean, or a sick person who's ill, or somebody came to jail, they say, God, the people, the 2 out of 10 must be Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda says the world was sick and he was healed. Rav Chana and 9 other people visited him, and they told him, you know Rav Chana, the Rabbi, eventually Baruch from us instead of giving you the ground. And he said, Amen, and he said, because they said, Amen, we going from Moses. There are 3 that need special protection. And they are people that have a bad mask, a sick person, or who can just give birth, some say even somebody that's mourning, and there are people that have, because of jealousy or shame, they are dangerous, because of the power, some say, and finally, there are 3 people that are so into the longevity of something because they do something at length. And that is, they have a long davening before it's their tomorrow, or they have a very long meal. They have a lot of company, a lot of 4 people that's company, or they spend a lot of time in the bathroom for medicinal reasons to have wonderful. don't have a Beis Hamikdash, so it's our table. 4 people to our table and feed them. The Gemara tells us there's a list of plenty of different things. One of them is sitting in the bathroom in a squatting position. But we said they hope the bathroom is a really good thing for civil reason. Says the Gemara, yes, you sit on the toilet like we are today, that's good. The lifting, stay is good, but squatting is not good. The Gemara tells us that it's about the piece of normal woman who would feed her life. It seems like you're making a lot of money, you're so happy, you're probably selling a pig, probably a loan jar. He says, no, I swear that I don't do that. But my house, living cement, you're looking for bathrooms, and maybe stop for each one to check my body. In other words, it's a good thing to go to the bathroom. There are two things that shorten a person's life. If a person refuses to be turn his name into a life, so you don't do it to get your person. A person who refuses to leave the Simon when it has to leave, and a person who uses his position as a rabbi and uses it in the wrong way, like Yosef Tzaddik was punished for almost 10 years of his life for every time that his brother said the word. Your servant, our father, and in Christ. There are three that need Rachamim, a good king, a good ear, and a good dream, which we have discussed in the series. There are three that Baruch himself decrees, that is, the famine, the answer of famine, that's a lot of food. And the leader of the Rosh Hashanah. Baruch doesn't, somebody in the position to lead the word, doesn't lead the word, you agree that you can sallow the place for no reason. If you consider these different conditions, it's not enough. So that's Vaisra. Vaisra said the same thing. If he's good, by the way, it tells only 50 years old that he's good. So you wish your opinion, but his role is certainly good for us. Wish our opinion, some say was actually testing the salad. He reversed the words of his Baruch and said, Sal first make a hard then the Kalim, and then the Mishnah. Sal said, Wish your opinion, you do it for words, he called his guy's name, Wish your opinion. Are you sure that's what Hashem said? First, you have to build a house, then you put the vessels in there. And Moshe told him, are you sure you're not going to sell hell? Are you sure you weren't in the shadow of Hashem? You're not going to come up with yourself. It's all a tremendous chachma. You know how to take the letters that Baruch used to create the world and see your place here. Baruch, the Gemara says, only gives wisdom the people that have wisdom. And here comes the amazing sugya of dreams, a very lengthy sugya. It says numerous quotes regarding dreams. First of all, the worst dream a person can have is dreaming that he is in a fast spasm. A dream that nobody can decipher is great. It's like a letter that hasn't been opened. Once you open it, then the problems start. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100% as you dream them. A bad dream is better than a good dream. When a person has a bad dream and he's sad about it, that sadness is actually part of it. It doesn't away from the dream. On the reverse side, a person has a good dream and feels good about himself, that actually takes away from his sachar. A bad dream is worse than any politics. We learn from Yosef Tzaddik that not everything in his dream comes true because he's talking in his dream about his mother that way, and his mother was alive. And we learn from Yosef Tzaddik that sometimes it takes 20 years for a good dream to come true. A tzaddik such as Rabbi never dreams a dream. In Russia, like a political, never dreams a bad dream. It says in the Pasuk, "Sooner or left for God." Learn from this Pasuk that even a tzaddik dreams a dream, don't forget about how he wakes up, and therefore it's not considered a dream. And the Pasuk says, "When they get really rebel on the left off, referring to when a person comes back from a long trip, he should not find his wife in a state of suffering either." Any person that doesn't dream any dream at all for 7 days is considered bad. The person that's really worried about his dream should go for the 3 people that they should do Chagas Chalai. They should make this Chalai better. They should tell them, I saw a really good dream. And they tell them, Chalma happy, it's a great dream, it should be good. And the Shulchan should seal it with 7 seals, 7 steroids that is good. And they should say, read the Sukkim that are in the reverse, read about redemption, because that we say, Gemara tells us, be friends. I mean, by my super Rabash, we stick together. He says, why don't we each say the same thing that the others have never done? So the first one got up and said, you don't know what the dream means, and you're worried about things. So you should talk about it. You should say that you wrote something today on Monday. You wrote something that says, I'm yours, my dreams are yours, etc. Very important. You wrote something, and You're supposed to finish on that Yotzai with everybody as you're saying Amen. But if you miss the vote, and they don't say Amen on your Yotzai, today you're supposed to say, Adi Babari, shows up in the Guru, Adi Shalom, your Yotzai, Shikasa, Babling. The second one gets it. Whoever is afraid of the Ayin Hara should take his thumbs and go so, grab the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, I need money and money, I'm so and so. It's very Yosef. I'm a descendant of Yosef. If you're not, but the right descendant, you probably have some Yosef blood in you, and therefore Yosef Tzadik is descendants who don't have Ayin Hara. If you worry about your own Ayin Hara, try to steer at your left nostril. And then the third one gets up and said, the sick person should not announce and tell everybody about his disease on the first day. But after that, he shows that people should die for him, and through the davening, as Rabbi is one sick, and he told his Rabbi, don't tell anybody the first day. But after that, he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rabbi, davens for Rabbi, and whoever hates Rabbi should be happy that Rabbi is sick, because when an enemy is happy that somebody's sick, that disease disappears. Shmuel says that when he had a bad dream, he would say to Pasuk, Chalem show me that Chalem says, listen, they're not. On the other hand, when he had a good dream, he'd say, and he'd continue his question, Chalem show me that they were what? Chalem said, not they. In fact, it says in the Pasuk, Chalem that were what? You should consider dreams. Rabbi had the contradiction. Consider dreams of Chalem show me that they were. He said, well, the dream comes from a malach, and you know it's true. It comes from a shitty, you know it's false. Rabbi said, like the 24 people that knew how to answer the language, they knew how to decipher people, they went to them, and each one gave different opinions about the dream, 24 different ones, and all 24 came true and even dreams to harvest and have a wonderful day. Bracha is definitely involved in an amazing sugya of dreams. Behind me is a mural that a rabbi Goyen Bar Yeshua Pesach himself and gave me as a gift. Picks all the dreams of today and tomorrow's daf. One tells us whatever you think during the day, that's what you dream at night. One tells us two stories. Where Goyen came to Jews and said, if you're so smart, what are we going to dream tonight? The Jews inserted something in their mind during the day so that they think about it and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said, you're going to be captured by the Persians and you're going to use a golden staff to raise the sheep. That's what happened. Or you're going to use a golden grinder to grind the dates. Mar tells us about Bar Hendi. Bar Hendi was a great interpreter. Depending, if you paid it, he gave you a good interpretation. And if you didn't pay him, he gave you a bad interpretation. I Rava had 22 dreams. We're not going to go into all of them. But the bottom line is that whatever he interpreted to Rava in the negative, he interpreted Abai in the positive. Oh, Rava, your wife is going to die, your children are going to die, your kids are going to do terrible. The king is going to accuse you of breaking into his palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rava of breaking into his palace. Then he told him, you're going to get whacked on the head by two clubs. In fact, Rava walked into the shul, saw two blind people fighting and trying to break the fight and got hit twice. You were about to hit him again. Rava said, stop. I only dreamt. So you get hit twice. He interpreted Rava's dream that he's going to divorce his wife. Two pigeons flying away is a symbol of divorcing a wife. And finally, when Rava paid him, he told Rava that the fact that the wall is falling down means he's going to have unlimited amount of properties. Abai's house fell down. Now all of a sudden he throws Abai under the bus. Even though Abai paid him, he said Abai is going to die. You're going to call Abai's Talmidim. My house is falling. Your parents are going to go everywhere. And all of a sudden I saw my dream that my head split open, my brain fell out. No, that's just the feathers that he pillow. And finally he tells him, I dreamt that they're saying hallow and it's trying to get the regular hallow. So he tells him that means you're going to have these. The Gemara says both Bar Hendi and Rava were without them bark and shit. And Bar Hendi remembered that Rava's going to have an ace. He said, why should I get a boat with Rava? If the boat sinks, he'll have an ace. I'll die. So he jumps off the boat. In his hurry to jump off, his book dropped and Rava peeked in his book and he saw it says, all dreams are interpreted based on the interpretation. Rava looks at Bar Hendi and says, Rasha, why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife and my children and my business. I forgive you for everything, but do not forgive you for killing the daughter of Chisda, my wife. And I gives him a curse that his head should split open and his brain should fall out. Now that's a very difficult thing to happen. But then he said, if Rabbi cursed me, I better do tshuva. Let me go to Golis. He goes to Rome, and he opened up shop in Rome, and sure enough, a customer comes, he's the head of the treasury, and says, I dreamt that a needle is in my finger. He says, my head, you pay me, and I'll take the interpretation. He says, the treasurer, no. He says, I won't interpret. The next day he comes to him and says, I dreamt that I have words between my fingers. Pay me. No. The following day he says, my entire head is working. He says, my head, you don't have to pay me, I'll tell you what's going on. The king's clothing are worried. You're in charge of watching it, but you know they're worried. In fact, that's what happened. They took the treasurer out to kill him, and the treasurer says, well, our head knew about this, and he didn't tell me. They took our head and they tied his two legs, two cedars. We bent the cedars down, tied his legs, let the cedars go, and our head's body was split in half. His brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also knew how to interpret dreams. Bardoma came to him and said, my two jaws fell. He says, Shmuel, don't worry. That means that the two Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell off. So that means that the Hebrew of Baruch fell away. My hands fell off. So Rabbi Shmuel, that means you're not going to need us anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I dreamt that I'm going to die in honor. I'm not going to make it to Nissan. He says, no, that means you're going to die in honor. And you're not going to have a son, Rosh Hashanah, beside you. The Gemara tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shas. It's Taik, the king. Rabbi Shmuel says, I dreamt that I was pouring oil on top of olives. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means that you had relations with your own mother. I dreamt that I grabbed a star. That means that you kidnapped a Jew, and I swallowed a star. That means you sold the Jew and you reduced the gold. My eyes are touching one another. That means you have relations with your sister. I kissed the girl. That means you have relations with your sister. I stepped on the side of a shadow of my das. That means a relation with the Naira or I saw a shadow above me, but it was under me. That means that there are relations the wrong way. I saw ravens around my bed. That means you have many women. I grabbed onto 2 pigeons and they flew away. I sent away your 2 wives without giving them anything. I killed an egg. That means you steal from the dead bodies. It says this is okay. Unbelievable. I agreed to everything. I did all. So those things I mentioned. But I did not steal from the dead. At that moment, a woman comes and says, that coat that you're wearing, you stole off the dead. Finally, this is incredible. Why would Rabbi Shmuel help them? I'm not sure. Because Rabbi Shmuel, I dreamt that my father said, he left me money for quick. So that means that he left me money to feed in your city. In fact, his money. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of either peace or of Torah, and Rabbi says, of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pond, it's a sign of peace, as long as the pond doesn't have any meat in it. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down, and we can't get into it because it's very lengthy. But each one you have to say a specific pasuk, and not a different pasuk that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a bird, about a pot, about grapes, it's supposed to say special sukkah, about a shayf for a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or not. If a person dreams about a reed, he should anticipate chachma. Dreams about wheat, plural, you should anticipate enough to understand. A person dreams about gourds, hearts, and wax, it's very good for a dream. Gourds are dreamt only by people that have Kirush Shamayim. There are 5 things that are said about an ox. If you eat its meat, you become wealthy. If it gores you, your kids will be great at learning. If it bites you, you'll have Yisurim. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long journey ahead of you. And if you ride it, that means you're going to climb to greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. If you're dreaming about a donkey, you should be waiting for Yeshua. If you're dreaming about a cat and pen, if it's called a cat Shimra, then you'll have a nice song. If it's called in your city Shimra with a yud, then you'll have something bad will change. If you dream about the white grapes, it's a good sign. Black grapes, it's the right time, it's a great sign. If it's not in the right time, not in the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, that's a great sign. A red horse, depends if it's moving nicely, that's a great sign. If it's galloping, that's a bad sign. And finally, if you see a Yishmaeli in Aaron, that's the son of Avram, Yishmael, then you should know that your tefillah will be unstable. If you see a camel in your dream, that's a really bad sign. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi Zav Nizai will continue with dreams since we have over 150 different dreams of turban. We are going to go over the 8-minute allocation. If a person sees a camel, that means he's supposed to die, but he's going to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's a great thing. If he sees 12, that's even better. If a person dreams a name written down, with one nun, he'll see a nest. If he sees names of two nuns, like Chanim and Yochanan, he'll have multiple nisa. If a person sees the word hesped, that means he will have a on him, and they will redeem him from Shemai. If a person sees himself saying, Shmei Rabba, he's promised to have a Rabba. If a person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's heroic to have the Shin on him, but his generation is the cause that it's not. If a person sees Tefillin, then that means he'll grow in godless. If a person sees that he's davening and he didn't finish the davening, that's a great sign. If there's certain illicit relations that a person dreams of, on condition that he didn't think about these people beforehand, didn't know these people, or in the case of his sister or his mother, he knew them, but he never thought about them, he dreams about them. It's his sister is Chochma, his mother is Bina, Naira, Murasa, is Torah, Ashes Dish, will be Ben Olam Haba. If a person dreams of the Shechsaminim, he dreams of wheat, it's peace, barley is one of any Averis, if a person dreams of grapes, that means his wife won't miscarry, grape branch is Mashiach. A fig means that this Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big, his business will expand or multiply or grow. If it's split, then it's Tamchachim. It's a sign of Torah. If he's Amor, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, that's the light of Torah. If a person sees a date, the Tamu Chatayim, he won't have any Averis. If a person dreams of a goat, he'll have a great year. 2 goats will have 2 good years or more. If he sees Hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll inherit one. If a person sees an Esrog, now we're going to the Arbamina. If a person sees an Esrog, that means that Kosh Baruch Hu thinks he's beautiful in front of Kosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a Lulav, that means he's one heart with Kosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a goose, that's a sign of Chachma. And if he has relations with the goose, that's a sign that we come to Rosh Hashiva, like Rav said he dreamt. If a person sees a chicken, it's a sign of having a bed in Zachar, multiple chickens, multiple days Zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means he'll have a beautiful garden and sink on his life. If a person sees eggs, or any round thing that's closed, like a nut, or a glass cleat, or a cucumber, that means that his request is suspended, but if it breaks open, then his request will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into the city, his things will be taken care of. If he dreams that he's shaving, that's a good sign. And if he's shaving his beard as well, that's a sign that good things will happen to his family as well. If a person is sitting on a small boat on top of the waves, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he's in a very large boat, his family will have a great name as well. If a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow. And if he goes down, that means he's going to be the opposite. Rabbi and Rabbi say, no, once you go up, even if you come down, you're still going to be great. If a person is ripping his clothing in his dreams, that means currently exerted din. If a person is naked in Chutz La'aretz, that means he's stripped from all Averis. Or if he's naked in Israel, that means he stripped himself of all mitzvahs. If the cops grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they chain them up, he'll have double protection. If a person sees himself in a marsh, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. If he sees himself in a forest, he'll be the head of the Rosh Kallah. If a person sees himself with a snake, that's a great sign. That means a lot of parnos. If snakes don't have to work for their food, if the snake bites, he'll have double parnos. And if the snake, if he kills the snake, that means he won't have parnosa, even though Rav Sheshes said that his parnosa will double. That's because Rav Sheshes ripped it and he wanted to give a good interpretation for himself. All liquids are a great sign besides wine, which if he's a Talmid Chacham is a great sign. If he's not a Talmid Chacham, it depends. There's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says, if the person sees Sefer Malachim in his dream, that means he'll rise to greatness. He sees Cheskel, that means he'll have Chachma. Yeshaya is in Chama, Yirmiyah is Puranas. The person sees Tehillim, Shir Hashirim, David HaMelech, Ben Azai, that's a sign of Hasidus. The person sees Mishnah Kelsh and Rabbi and Ben Zoyma, that's a sign of Chachma. The person sees Eov, Kinois, Achav, and Shmuel Ben Elisha, that's all a sign of Puranas. She sees Megillas Esther, Yonah Dayoma. That is a sign that will have a nace. If you see Rabbi Ben Azariah, that's a sign of wealth. If a person sees metals in his dream, that's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude if he sees a hoe, a mattock, and a axe with a handle. Those are all items that you can do great damage with, so it's a bad sign. All fruits are a great sign besides dates that are not ripe. All vegetables are a good sign besides the heads of turnips, which resemble a club like we had the other day. Rabbi got hit with a club. All colors are great besides the color blue, which if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad medical sign. There are three things that go into the body and you don't benefit from them: cherries, inferior dates, and unripe dates. There are three things that don't go into the body and the body benefits from it. That's bathing and anointing oneself and going to the bathroom. There are three things that have resemblance to Olam Haba, and that's Shabbos, the sun, and the bathroom. There are three things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, or a good voice, Rashi means of a woman, and good sightings, like nice pictures, buildings, and good smell. There are three things that expand a person's mind, and that is a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, and beautiful vessels. There are five things that are one of 60. Fire is 1/60 of the Gehenna. Honey is 1/60 of the man. Shabbos is 1/60 of the Olam Haba. Sleeping is 1/60 of death, and a dream is 1/60 of a nevuah. There are six things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, carry, sleeping, and dreams. Six things will heal a sick person, and that is cabbage, the womb, intestines, diaphragm. Some people say small fish, beets, and dry pennyroyal. That things will cause a person to become sick again, and even worse. That is, if he eats the meat of an ox and a bird, if you eat roasted meat or an egg, if you shave or you eat cress, milk, or bathe eating nuts and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like swords, but that's the large cucumbers. Small cucumbers, the Gemara always says, the Rabbi Antonidas always had small cucumbers on the table. They were very wealthy, even in the summer, even in the winter. If a person dreams about a dead person in his own house, that means a sign of peace. If a dead person is eating or drinking, it's a good sign. If a dead person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything he removes is good besides shoes. Anything he gives you in the drink, that's good besides if he gives you dirt and mustard. If a person sees Avodah Zarah, the Gemara mentions Markulis, he should say, Hashem has Rahmanas even to those who do against his will. If you pass by a place that Avodah Zarah is uprooted in their scroll, you should say, to shame, just like this Avodah Zarah is open, from all over Israel, the Hashem like the name of Lecha, and you should return the hearts of these people to do tshuva. The Tanakh says, don't say that because they are mostly Goyim, or Shmuel says, even Chutzlar, since all the Goyim are going to become Gerim, unless the Rabbi should say that there as well. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi is that one class. First of all, first name, the Russian, and the first Shankar, less than just like every human face looks different, so too every human mind thinks different. Therefore, you see 600,000 Jews who make special drops of Hamarazim. Often knows exactly what's going on in each and every one of those 600,000 minds. When you say, when the Torah saw 600,000 Jews going up, not leaving right. No, he added another bracha. Baruch, Baruch, English, Shake. All these people serve me. Others, they want to give a loaf of bread. They have to perform electrical functions out the field, they have a seed, etc. We want to clothing, they have to perform 70 functions. I can just walk to the store, buy a loaf of bread. All these people that created clothing for loaves of bread. There's a good guest and a bad guest. The good guest mentions and type of food you serve them. Thank you for the great meat, wine, rolls. And I know you did this all for me. A bad guest doesn't mention the food, he just says thanks for the peace, for the drink. You didn't do it for me, you did it for yourself. And what about his father Yishai, when he came with 600,000. When he left 600,000 people. When he spoke, he spoke with 600,000. But in Chutzlaretz, don't make the bracha of because when you see a gadol, Chacham Yisrael, he makes special bracha. Shachalak is Chacham Yireo. When you see a Chacham or a guy, you say Baruch Shenotzam B'Chachmasa, the husband. When you see a Jewish king, you say Baruch Shachalak B'Chachmasa, the non-Jewish king, you say Baruch Shenotzam B'Chachmasa, the husband. The religion says a person should always try to see Jewish kings, even non-Jewish kings, so you can compare the two when Mashiach comes. I'm saying just to mark us the story with life. He went to see the king, and it's still he came to make fun of him and said, you can't see anyways, what are you doing here? He says, look, I'll show you, I understand more than you do. So the first troops walk by and there's a lot of noise. The troops say, oh, here comes the king, says, there's just not yet. The second troops come, here comes the king, not yet. The third troops came, it was in silence, and the troops just, here comes the king. Because that's how we do it with the Torah. When the Torah comes, it's complete silence. Before he comes, there's a lot of wind, there's earthquakes. When he comes, complete silence. Then the king came and he says, Rabbi, says the Tuki, why make the Rabbi can't see? He says the Gemara either. The Tuki's friends opened his eyes out, or the Sheish looked at the Tuki and he turned the heat of both. Another great story. Rav Sheilah gave Malchus to a Jew, a Goya. So he wanted to the king and said, Rav Sheilah. The king is summoned Rav Sheilah and says, why did you put this in your own hands? He says, Rav Sheilah, because he was Goya, but not me. He says, the king of so she killed him. He says, no. So once we got there to Israel, we're going to kill people anymore. And he said, do you have a witness? He says, yeah. You ought to pay and testify that this guy indeed was running down. The heart of the wild walks his own up, and she starts to refresh. He says, he's one of us. He says, I'm paying a chef for giving us such a great king. You know, the great judgment says, the king, oh, you love the kingdom. Take this bag, take this stick, and do it for yourself. Whoever needs, we'll dish it out. He says, Lord, we're leaving the palace, and this snitch, Jew, tells Shayla, one of the powerful, sends witnesses for light. He says, Shayla, it wasn't a lot. You weren't quite a Hamon. That's considered a Hamon. And Shayla noticed that the guy was turning around. He snitched on him once again. He said, he took the stick and he killed him. Because he was a royal. Mordor says, since you received by this concept of Chashim HaKolon Sidarkim, the Chashim HaKolon means my separation. So Rabbi says it's in front of the house. Back Duro, Rabbi Shimon says as he sees in Mitzrayim, Rabbi says it's not the fire. Batafaris is the son that stood still for Yeshua, and Rabbi says not the fire. Netzach is the fall of Rome, and Rabbi says it's Yerushalayim. Ahoy is the born of Ireland. He says it's Midosh. B'chol HaShamayim is Sisrael. There's all Shayla, who says Rabbi Shayla. He's a young woman in the future. All the right. That had a congregation of the size of that huge job. If you see houses of Israel that are settled, you see the Rafa or Hatzim Kulabana. If they are in a rubble, you say Bar Dynamics. If they're in Persian houses, you say Base, Game, South. In other words, it should be uprooted, and when they're incorporated, they'll become a section. So the Gemara, a story, all the refugees there were walking by the rubble of the house of Rav Chaim. The refugees there in the stomach says, look, how do you decide to remove your body? So they say, how can I on that side? In this house, there were 60 bakers day and night, 24/7, giving out food to all the food doors. That people coming from all over. If someone had his hand in his pocket, so that if somebody has some money, they didn't have to be embarrassed for those few seconds that takes to stick your hand in the pocket. You put wheat and barley on the outside of the house in the days of famine, so nobody should be embarrassed. They can take it all night. How should I not decide? So Mullah tried to console him, and he said, the house of Tzadikim was destroyed. The Rebbe says the house of Tzadikim are going to be rebuilt. He wasn't consoled. So he said, listen, you know better. You're just a servant of God. And if you want this home, that means I'm going to destroy it. So it's yours. It says in the Gemara, if a person sees a paper, a cemetery, or just a grave Nachman used to say, and end all. And say, see, graves, say, Rabbi says, if you see a friend that you haven't seen in 30 days, you should say Chef Yom. It's more than 12 months, you should say, Rabbi say, it's 12 months, you know, that's dead. You should work down in how many days, we don't really say this brother. But one of the story of another great story. They were walking and he bumped into a new greater Rabbi. It's a big dog. So they sent two brothers out. First of all, Chef Yom, they haven't seen him in 30 days. Second of all, they said that Chef Yom was supposed to be around. Said you're a do one more than I'll say third brother. Let me say for because you are equal to 600,000 people. Look at 600,000 people. What are you so smart? You made something up. They looked at him and he died. Of course, he said in the Mishnah, you see different types of people. So one of the says the Lord, you see a Bahamim, somebody that has major freckles. This scarred face, you say, the Shana Hamrios, special profile. That's if he's more recovered. Have to get on his life and say, Naina Evans. You see a Kushi or a white person, very white, or a very heavy or elongated face, a warty face, you see, Shana Es Hamrios. If a person doesn't have hands and have feet, or is blind or has a kid that's matted, it's one piece, and you say, Person sees an elephant, a monkey, or an owl, you see, Shana Es Hamrios. You see beautiful creations, you see beautiful trees, you see, very lovely. The definition is seeking. What's seeking? It's a Shabbat. Some say it's a time of flying star. Says I know all the types of heaven, like I know the splits here in our God. I just don't understand this Shabbat. If this Shabbat goes by Exil, then the world will be destroyed. And if we see that goes by Exil, that's just its glow. That's one shot. The other shot is there's a person that's torn and you see through it. Or the shot is the Shabbat comes this way, and another star comes towards it. That other star backs up. But for us, it looks as if the Shabbat is continuing. That's why it seems like totally doesn't have a wonderful day. Rochas Dachman class, we are gearing up a brand new reception of Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have or watch the full 45-minute daf, whether it's on YouTube or you download our app, whether you receive a WhatsApp. I guarantee you it's a lot more smiling, there's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute daf. The Gemara tells us that there are two constellations, Ash and Kima. If we wanted to make a Bible in this world, we remove 2 stars from Kima. And in order to stop the Mabel, he replaced the 2 stars that you got to keep with 2 stars from Ash. The question is, why did you just replace it with 2 stars that you Since the part is a concept, you cannot fill up a pit. You take dirt out of a pit and try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt missing. Or, think that a prosecutor or something that caused the Mabel cannot stop the Mabel, cannot become a defender. Instead of the mission that we see an earthquake, so make a bracha. Says the Gemara story about Katina was walking by. He was a person verses with the dead bones. And he said, I wonder if the Bayu knows why we just had an earthquake. Says the Bayu, of course I know. So the Bayu thinks about lights from goes, he sheds 2 tears. And those 2 tears made the earthquake. He says, Rav Katina, that's not true. He's lying. Then they should be torn. He says the word, the reason why Rav Katina says he's lying is because he wants to follow this argument. But in fact, Rav Katina was right. And there are 2 earthquakes. Thunder is from the says the Gemara, and it's going to show up either through clouds that bump into each other, or when clouds pour water one into another, or a says when the lightning strikes the hail on the cloud, and that creates a sound of thunder. Then the rain to Gemara says, we like this shot the best. But other shots in the Gemara is where the wind goes through the hollow cloud, so when wind goes above a barrel, it creates that sound. The Mishnah says if you see winds, very strong winds like tornadoes and hurricanes, you make a bracha. It says Abaya, We have a tradition that hurricanes do not start at night to give people a chance to escape. They can start in the day and go into the night, and they also don't last for 2 hours straight. There's always some sort of break. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, you say, Rabbi says that our certain lightnings are terrible and not. That is, if it's a single lightning, if it's a white or yellow lightning, and if it's a cloud that comes from Myra that comes around to the north, or two clouds that seem like they're going to bump into each other, that's the time they have to die. Pretty sure the lady says the reason why the boat created thunder is to scare people and to take out their crookedness in their heart. When you see a rainbow, you should not bow to it as long as you're bowing to the rainbow. Rather, you say, Baruch Zucker Abris, what it made. A person looks like he's not going to give us another Bible. You never repriso of the kind of Amaro. Rabbi says that when there are winds and lightning and thunder, mountains, rivers, all those make two prophets. Rabbi says that when you see lightning and thunder, you can make either or. But when you see mountains, you can only say, place of my separations. You can't say she could be crossing on the island because this particular mountain is not in the entire world, whereas lightning exists in the entire world. It's called the clear sky. It's the fire that happens after it rains the entire night and then comes over the wind. According to Shul Levi, say place of my separations. The physicist says that once there's a place of English, there's no such concept as a clear sky. The Gemara says, when you see the sun as it was created at Shishis Memorations, in other words, the sun was created on Wednesday, Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. The only time that the sun will be back in that position is every 4 years, since the year is 365 days in the quarter, divided by 4 for the 4 seasons. Each season is 91 days and 7.5 hours. In order for the sun to be at its position at 6 p.m., that can happen only every 4 years. But it can happen at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday or Tuesday night, early Wednesday, that only happens every 28 years. If we wait for 28 years at the same time, that Saturn, which is also created at 6 p.m. on Tuesday night, Wednesday evening, it has to be at that exact time that Saturn was created at 6 p.m. That's when we say in the Halloween morning, so that everybody gets together and says it, but that's because Shemesh, that's when a quote created the sun. The same, the Lord says, it's a rough, if you don't, the stars, the moon, the solar, the zodiac, make rough place of precious. It says on the great ocean, whether it's the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, you say a special bracha when you see it at least after 30 days. You have to wait at least 30 days. You say a bracha shabasa is done. You also make a bracha on the 4 rivers mentioned in the Torah if they are no human intervention. Once humans divert the river, you can no longer say a bracha. On the river, you see grass by the Euphrates, by the bridge, so you can say bracha from the bridge and up the river, but not downriver. At a certain time and place when they diverted the Euphrates, you no longer say bracha. That goes is the tree part of Hanukkah. There are lighter waters, easier to drink, and clearer. Grass is part of rubble. And it says rubble, the people finds that they're very sharp because they drink the water of demons. The reason why their faces are red is because they do shamish v'yoy, and their eyes wander because they live in the darkness. If there's a lot of rain, say the rule is, any time that the rain or anything is good for multiple people, there's a partnership, even if other farmers that own fields, you say, not own a field, then you say a very long bracha. It says, Rabbi, they say, all the way up to they say, when you say Shafiyon only when something happens to you and only to you alone. But if you have a son, you say, I think I made it because your wife is also a heaven. When it's an inheritance, you have brothers. So you say first dynamics, but after you say on the inheritance. And finally, when you drink an additional wine during the meal, you say there are other people joining the meal having a wonderful day. Bracha is not sama. According to everybody, if you buy random clothing or any vessel, clean, make sure you are. The question is, what do you really have done exactly? This is the second time around that you buy it. All depends. If you bought it for the second time, according to the first version, don't make a bracha at all. You had it because you inherited it. So not just something you do by buying it. So according to Rabbi, you don't make a bracha, and according to Rabbi, you make a bracha. But according to the second version, if you had this fleet, you had this garment already from inheritance, and this is the first time you were buying it, even Rabbi agrees, you make a bracha. The argument between Rabbi and Rabbi is whether you make a bracha if this is the second time around that you're buying it. According to Rabbi, you make a bracha. Rabbi even in such a case, make a shach. If you have a situation where something bad happened, but it also means something good, for instance, your crop was ruined from a flood. But the flood is good for next year, for the next crop. You're still going to die in the MS, even though you did something good. The same thing with birds. When you have something really good that happened, but it includes something bad. For instance, you found something in the street, but it's possible that it's bad because the king will find out about it or come and take it from you, and that will cause you great aggravation. So the Lord says, say, I think I'm you learn the Mishnah that a person's wife is pregnant. It's a tefillah shah. If you don't just die and say, I wish it's a boy, it's already too late. What about the fact that later David just switched her baby to be Bina from a boy to a girl? That's a nace. We don't discuss this. It's also possible that was within 40 days. In 40 days, you could David, as we learned. Within the first days of pregnancy, you David that it should be a pregnancy for 3 days. For 40, you can David that it should be a Zachar. 40 days to 3 months, we daven that the baby should be squashed by another. And from 3 months to 6 months, we daven that it should be a miscarriage. From 6 months to the end of the pregnancy, we daven it should be a good birth. And we learn this throughout Shas, that if a woman fertilizes first, it turns out to be a zafar. We must say that in our story, we're talking about that the man and woman both fertilize something, and therefore it's the daven that should be a zafar. What does the story about Eli Zabin heard screaming coming from the city? And he said, I'm sure and certain that it's not my house. Morris says that when she was walking one of the streets, and he noticed that his student was shaking out of fear, and he said, is it possible that you sinned and that's why you're shaking? He says, no, I'm not going on the puzzle. Actually, other than fucking coming, the person should constantly in fear. So usually you didn't understand the puzzle. This is talking about prayer. You should always be fearful that you're committing prayer in their as we clear over. Learn to the Mishnah that the Nazi says if you go to a dangerous city, you should make 4 brachas. One of the 4 brachas. You walk in, right before you walk in, say, you run through the house, you should definitely say, said, Mashallah, you should be in the city of peace. Once he gets into the city, he says, Maidan for the fall, Mashallah, it's not in the city, Mashallah, thank you for bringing in peace. It's about to leave, he said, as he runs through the Mashallah, or sessions, 8 of Mashallah, I shall leave in peace. Once he's out, he says, just like if we out in peace, after the fail the shalom, but we say it's a there, it's the fail shalom, it's the shalom, it's the shalom. What it says, this is in a place that there's no judge, there's no court system. In a place that there's a court system, there's no reason to daven, everything will go according to the law, as long as you keep the law. Says the word, no, or you can say, but perhaps even a place that there's a law, court system, nevertheless, you should daven, perhaps you won't find someone to testify to you. In those days, the bathhouse was a very dangerous place. The only way to get the water was to suspend the water on an upper level and have fire underneath that floor. And occasionally it would collapse. So you have to say a special davening that you can do it, if you believe it or not. You can say, you're Rasim from Elfa. I should really proud of this. That's the lady said, but the others say, if you this and others like it, that should happen to me, but over. If you hear me right about and if something really bad happens to me, if it's sussing a part of the body, it's basically meaning. Rabbi says, I'll put them to the stuff. You should never open your mouth and say something negative like that. And when a person leaves the bathhouse in one piece, you should say, wait on it, some honey in order to see the time the Gemara says the story of those in the bathhouse and the floor without help, and under them, it was a base of safe, on the floor of the base of safe, under the woman, people by the devil holding out. If you go into floodlighting, you say you run from privilege and courage, this is something that you focus. This is not doing it should be for medicine reasons. Writing, after writing, kill, writing, him on over. Of course, the Shlema, he was home. Part understood that one should not try to kill himself. One should die. It says a bayah, but that's not true. The Pasuk says, the Rabbi Yuradim, that the Torah gave us permission to use doctors and medicine. The person like said, Baruch, the person in those days would go to the bathroom, tell them Allah that a company person would say, you guys wait out here for me. Say, this happened with the button, relation, sure, see, I don't person, they would do that. Since it's a body, this is it. We go with our Allah. Rabbi says, don't tell them Allah to wait outside, because perhaps they'll give you good. So you say, Shamuni, watch me, as Rudy help me. Some point, I'm getting away from it. Goes out, or brings the whole language of Ashri Yotzar, as we know. And then I can say, Krishna, as we know, say, and then say the bracha of the condition. First one says, I'm the Gemara, say one shot, say has four and other functions. Wake up, say like God, Shamash the Santa be, it's a year of the stir, say I should not sound like self-being, which is referring to stir, or the mind that was like French. You open up your eyes, you say, you hear him, you yourself in your bed, you see how you swim, where your clothing, say how you moving, when you stand up, see like moving, when you get onto the floor, say bring our down, when you start stepping, you say I'm making it at the door, and you tie your shoes, you say sorry, you put on your belt, so you place it your Kura, but it's hovering on your head, you say you place it on your throat, you say beside him, it's where you feel it, yeah, say the money after the comments, you should really shine, say it's us to it, there are those who say one brother. Wash your hands, you say this and that, wash your face, you say I'm average, and neighbors have a body, you say you're not such a lady, you say Sarah, or who should be consumed the word Pharaoh, that means to Sarah, which means to that's us. Or for the Hashem, Goyim, not a day, Goyim is a solid technology. A person must make a bracha on the bed, just like this, or good, medium, this simple should be happy. He says this is one of the story. He used to say everything on the course does is really good. And he once went to a place and told me with vitamins, when it's field, and he had a booster candle, and the doctor was his alarm clock. Or in the middle of the night, he came to a candle, and his booster. And then a light came into his candle, and his doctor, and he said, oh, not to the point of time, everything's repressed. In fact, soldiers came, and everybody kept it, and he said, wonderful thing. Is not some kind of poetry. It's a few words. It says the most by Yitzhak, two youths. These are congregated men with two Yitzhak. It's a rather it's flame. Two inclinations. It says, revolution and passing. They're so animals. Great destruction and fight people and all that. They don't have an answer. Therefore, the two youths one comes. This is the problem. You should fear him, and you should fear your Yitzhak. But here in Allah says, the other region was created two faces. In other words, Chava was back to back with the Rishon, and before we separated them, we described the Shmuel. When it says in the Pasuk, Selah doesn't mean which side, meaning Chava was back to back, but what does it mean? Other regions, the tail, before we snip off his tail, we bring the Chava. So the Gemara, a beautiful thing that we know, if you want to create a Chava like the animals, individuals, and then you decide to do childhood is happy. They always yearn to be together. Rabbi says that it says the possible it's sarcasm, which is a contradiction. The created man last than the first meaning. He created man last, but man is first for destruction of brothers by the Bible or destroy before he destroyed the animals. It says it wasn't easy or wasn't that then on the Madomar that says that it was a tail. The explanation is that is just heal that wound where the tail was. If you go back to back, there was a real surgery, there's a lot of flesh that was broken out of it. I eat that little meeting. One of my daughter was making a tail. What did he do? He built a chava. He did her hair, he braided her hair, he did her makeup, and then he presented her coloration. According to what this means that he created her like storage, more storage to hold the baby, wide on the bottom and narrow on top. But other work became the best man, so to speak. He created happiness and simcha at the wedding. He went to their parents and was the one before nevertheless it was necessary at times to do so. Yabalacha. You're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to the family. And even if it's his wife, it's also. But if he's trying to find a woman, he should bring something to your side. So from here we see that if the woman have a word connected or the one in front, it's not to be impacted. The law is that a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has to hear about some claim on Israel media, he's not going to be saved from the attack. But no, that relationship is father. Woman almost says he was an Amora. Says that you look after each day. Says, wait a minute. And she also says, the shot is that he went with his wife's advice. So he went with his wife's advice. Rabbi has the same. Walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman, so you don't have the effect. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind a Zara, that you have the Zara. And walk behind the Zara rather than walk behind the shoulder that you want to have. That's disrespectful. Unless because you have a good reason to carry something heavy on a donkey, use another opening the shoulder. Running at the Gemara says we have a picture in our mind what the Yitzhak looks like. The Gemara says no. So it looks like a fly. And it sits at the opening of a human's heart. A human being has one can give him good advice on the right, and the left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart understands, the tongue articulates, and the mouth finishes off the words, the supplements. You can even have food. One time is to speak and sing. The lung absorbs liquids. The liver is angry where the gall throws it in a trap into the liver and comes to the liver down. The spleen collapse, the intestines sleep. The gizzard grinds, and the nose breaks off the being of the reverse. The intestines in the nose. When the intestines are the person in the nose goes to sleep, you have big problems because both intestines in the nose go to sleep when they both wake up a person, the person dies immediately. The interplay, which rolls into the graph, which rolls shine, and mediocre people, mediocre both says Rome here, mediocre says a higher. You are mediocre, how can anybody survive? Says Roma, the world wasn't created only for the worst of the worst were the best of the best. Thanks for showing me something only they could appreciate this world, otherwise the world won't appreciate it. The person needs to know whether or not he's a complete savage. Says Rabbi, this world was not created for people like after Russia, or it's a big lights, or community studies. The Muslim says the whole nafsha function. Love is wrong with your entire soul. Meaning that's the people that love value more than money. But people that love their money more than their body, that's what it says. People like that, it says you can give up. The nafsha function, you should give up your body, even if it's harmful. There's something that means you must give up your body. It says more story. The kingdom of Rome decided no more Torah. He was still the only place that he gave Josh's brothers his promise. Aren't you worried? He says, when the kingdom will be worried about it. I'll give you a mushroom. The fish reported they're going to be caught in a trap. He says the fox come on the land and they'll say you say the fish. You know, you're a smart one. We can barely survive in the water. How are we going to survive out of the water? How are we going to survive in that period? Our life. Want me to stop learning prayer? right eating hours of water or nothing. The word tells us that people wait for very people death, they'll prone to the coldness flesh. And as would come to flesh, it's a Krishna is a couple of masters. How can you become a chayil when you're in such pain? Such pain? What do you mean? My entire life I was waiting for this moment. I just wanted to know that I was wishing for this moment that you came to me. How did you die? The question is, it says, the Rabbi says, I wish I could die between my bed. Allah has been born to spiral. This is what happens though. The people are spirals in life, and the people are the greatest human beings that ever lived. What said, Cult of the Taik, which people is invited in the other level. We learned in the Mishnah that a person should not be lighthearted and lose callous road should become the French conversion, not the sense of the French conversion. It says more that's not from a place that can see French conversion. There's no offense. And at the time, which according to Rabbi, one is not allowed to use the bathroom when he's facing Yerushalayim, even if he's on the floor, even if but you know, in the time of study, there's also anywhere, but not in the moments that you need to go. Whether that Kamo in Eretz Yisrael, you're not allowed to use the bathroom, no matter which way you're facing Yerushalayim. In the Gulf, you're not allowed to use the bathroom. It's also facing Yerushalayim. If I'm saying that if you are able, you're allowed to, Jesus says at the time of the examination also, according to the first price of the place that you can see this examination, that is no offense. And after the football, you are allowed to use the bathroom anywhere you want. Or the second price of in a place that you can see a closer, a fancy tribe, it's older, a wonderful day. Roughly, that's how it makes the Lord tells them to keep us stuck in the bathroom, it's meant to be short, and you learn to read it off. You don't face the face of English. You reveal yourself in a sitting position. When you use your toilet paper, you use your left hand, not your right hand. Because the prayer was given with Rabbi's right hand, comes with your right hand. Your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. You show the signals of the timer of the truck called prayer with your right hand. And you write the prayer with your right hand. It says, but that's the Rabbi. Isn't that Azos, the one with that with the Rabbi? It says, Rabbi, Hoyradi, look at that sorrow. I need to learn how long it's in fact, but Azos, Rabbi, snuck into the bathroom with Rabbi, but didn't learn anything new. The same enough there was a whole moment. Gemara says the famous story of Kahana hid underneath Rab's bed, and he heard Rab first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally he struck him. And Kahana screams out from the bed, Rabbi, it's emotional to somebody that's starving. He says, Rab, is that you, Kahana? What are you doing here? Get out. It's not their clearance. He says, Rav Kahana, where are you? Rav Kahana observed. Person who uses snakes in the bathroom, but we say from snakes, scorpions, and trade and some say even from bad dreams. It was a famous bathroom in Ferio that had a very bad reputation. Even if two people went there together, they would be damaged from the Basikim. Rabbi Abi and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of snakes and they were quiet in the bathroom. Surin can be overcome with shtika, meaning the person who doesn't complain and accepts the surin upon himself and davens for the surin. The Lord tells us that Rabbi was brought up by this woman who brought up a small sheep. He goes to the bathroom, accompanied Rabbi in the bathroom, so it should be damaged by the shading. And the reason why she didn't do a goat is because there are shadings that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with the goat. Before Rabbi became Rosh Hashanah, what was Machpelah, his wife used a bell to scare away the shaitan. Once he became Rosh Hashanah, his more susceptible to the shaitan, so she created his wife, who was the daughter of his, and created a window, and she put her hand on Rabbi's head. If there's a fence, one is allowed to remove himself right beyond the fence, even though other people can hear it. And if it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. Another lesson in the Gemara is if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And if you can see him, he must listen himself all the way to the end. Shalom about people who watch oil and fruits for the hers that that's shouldn't come and touch them. The Gemara tells us, since they have to be nearby so nobody comes to touch, they made it cool that they said they could relieve themselves right beyond the fence or in a place where they could watch the oil as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. Or there's a story, there's a person who gave a husband to his children, and he said on that person who said, wow, he was such a sanua. He's very modest. He says, how can you say that? Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's what you can tell the person is sanua. Now, why was there nothing so makbid on their husband? He says, the Gemara was lying to your husband about the dead. They punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, is this guy really that good? They punish him and they punish the people that hear the husband and the person that gives the husband. As long as the people agree with the husband, they get punished. The Gemara tells us that punching sheep is at night when he goes to the bathroom the same way because during the day, if he uses a corner, he goes to the corner during the day, he uses a corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day. The Gemara says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early morning and evening when nobody's around, rather than go during the day when he has to go out really far to the bathroom. In those days, it was normally the opening before they went to the bathroom. The Gemara says it can cause great damage of the tissue. So once you do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position, if he does it in a sitting position, you should say this whole thing of etc. And as he says, a person should not sleep on the ground. Some explain that means without clothing. He should not sit on a beat to make it off. Sleeping and relieving oneself in the bathroom is great when done by Abuna Shafar. Our Torah would sell words and sayings. But one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink when you're hungry and thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel that you need to go to the bathroom, and don't wait too long. And sell your figs. When you hear that bell, even if sell your figs, even if it's fathers, you want yourself. Very interesting. Notice it says, Harner the Roman. They were talking about Verona in Rome. Abaya says, when it comes to Talmidim and you go out into the fields, for whatever reason, be careful not to eat the sides. It's maybe women, or some say men, that are relieving themselves on the sides, and it's not their parents. Or there was a story of Abba went to the bathroom and made a snorting noise as if to ask the person in the bathroom, it was Sapro. And somebody in there, Sapro said, come on in. So Abba afterwards told Sapro, why did you talk? You're not allowed to go to the bathroom. Or since Sapro called him, Abba had an emergency and it was very important to have him come in. Another story, Rabbi was in the bathroom and Roman pushed him out. In fact, he once says the snake came and took out his insides and killed him. And said Rabbi Elazar, it's a puzzle. The ethic Adam Tafnaf, I gave you another man instead of you, you also read it Edom, or Roman. One of them got shown, he went into the cave, and David had an opportunity to kill him, and he didn't. And the Gemara says, once he says, but it's talking about the third person, not the Rebbe. And the answer is, it's a butterfly was shown to use extreme measures of sneeze when the bathroom. So a cave within a cave, a fence after a fence. And you make a sukkah surround someone with a heavy clothing in order to be tzanua. All the Rebbe did was cut his coat. He was punished because he embarrassed his mavaza clothing. So later on, when he was really old, they tried to warm him up in clothing. It didn't work. Hashem said, Rebbe said Hashem, Tehillim says, Hashem is sikha, Hashem tricked you. Hashem punished the Rebbe, tricked up David. Everybody knows that he can't place for the points. The Rebbe didn't have a place for like that. And what happened is the game of 70,000 people died. How long did it last? Just a few hours. From the morning when you shut the Talmud until the street is on top of the Talmud. That's nice. After the Shlomo told him Aleph, he invested in them. And in fact, he took Abishai and Sriya and killed them. The Torah says, Vayinachem. Rabbi says, Vayinachem. One comment was broken down, so to speak. The Rav says, that's one quarterback. The Shul says, it's not. Rabbi says, it was the Kesed Kippur, and Yonah says, he thought about the Misa Mikdash, and that comes down. You learn the tradition of a person should not make the Misa Mikdash a shortcut. So I'm saying, Adam and Kifna, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes to the shul, not in order to make a shortcut, or to daven, that's okay. If there is a shortcut where the shul was built, you're got to go through there. We learned from the Mishnah that you're not allowed to spit in the Beis Hamikdash. From the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Beis Hamikdash. You're not allowed to spit in our days on our bikes. And if you do this as if you're spitting in the eye of a Rabbi. What it says, but the shul realizes in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes and spit. So too for the shul. Always got some people in the Beis Hamikdash itself. They didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem l'kein strong in Olam v'ad Olam. In terms of the Zuk, they added the word v'ad Olam. They said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis l'seis Hashem, the favorite part of the Sefer, referring to Rosh Hashanah, doing Averis. If you do Averis, then it's Eis l'seis Hashem. It's time to speak of Hashem. Or you can say that you possibly refer to the favorite part of the Sefer. There are times that you have to be over and require. If you do an Avera, sometimes in order for Eis l'seis Hashem, says the Gemara, Bill Azalkin would say, in a generation where people are gathering, not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an honor. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over. If they despise Torah, expect to keep it yourself rather than having to design a Torah. Like the Gemara says, also referring to Torah, you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no man, step up and be a man. This is a bio. If there is a man, in other words, there's a double that's passing, and even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right to pass. If only for the following statement, we learned in Torah B'Sefta the word. Like the Torah says, it says the pasuk, the folder of Chachatoveyu, Yasher B'Sefta. Meaning, in every mundane step of our daily life, you can eat a slice of pizza, and you mean to fill your stomach. You take a nice snap just for your enjoyment. You can do the same exact action and just stick up your fork into it if you get some time rather than not get some time at all. You say, I'm eating this slice of pizza and I have energy, I'm sleeping, I have energy to be with Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son that it's easy, clean. And also, or give an example like teaching how to sew. Rabbi says it's not a good idea to have too many friends because then you're going to become one of them. You should not appoint a man to charge you your house because people have a day just almost labor and slums. The reason why Parshas Nazir is ready for wine as opposed to the Parshas Soita because the Soita was nishal over you. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to drink wine, I want to do Nazir. So Rabbi says the reason why Parshas Soita is close to the Parshas Nazir you have to give over 10 of everything you earn. Because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come out to the plane to deal with your wife's cycle. And you may need to come out to Meiser. So if you're so poor, you'll have to accept Meiser on. But if you give Meiser, you promise that you become wealthy. The Muslim Prophet says if somebody has a sort of, and rather than complaining, things Hashem says, Baruch Hashem, promise that it's because of the love. The person lightens up, takes his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to learning the mitzvahs, even one mitzvah, when he needs help when it comes to a day of Tzar, he won't be able to stand up against it. Such a Gemara, an amazing story. Chanina, who was the son of the brother of Rabbi Yeshua, he went to Florence and had a community, and he started doing Dibur Hashanah. He started saying, this year we're going to have two others. And Allah is the only person who show that before. So he sent messengers. He said, Yosef and Kitar, and the grandson of Zechariah ben Kital, who were Mishamish to Yosef Kitar. So he was really excited. He said, what are you doing here? He said, we came to learn Torah from you. So he announced to the public, he says, these two are good Adam. Once they got that Ashkaba, everything they came in and said, they said, he said, come, they said, come, and he said, what do they say, Oscar? He says, what are you doing? He said, here was, I'll give you a question. Told everybody, these guys are nobodies. They're fake. They're lying. He says, too late, you can't tell us. Because you already announced that we're doing that. And then he told Rabbi said, listen, either you come with us or you denounce the Torah. And they told Rutanina, if you don't listen to us, we're going to put you in Khairah. Why would they so much? Because it says the pasuk that Ibra Chodesh is only in Israel. It says Tzivah Itzis, only from Yerushalayim. What kind of how are they able to say on something that's coming that it's hard because they realize they don't, they might go to Tanina. When Rabbi saying went to Rabbi Yavno, went to Golos, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Nechemia, Rabbi Eliezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda was always the first to speak. The learning, he said that the oil of wine was 12 mil out of the mouth. And it says, anybody that yearns to see a Prophet would look at it. If 12 mil is considered a Mavak Hashem, certainly that coming will go from city to city, country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil. When the Torah also says, called Moshe, I would like to discuss the source of Torah and Allah with you. With Qanim, let's be joyous with each other. And he says, Rabbi, I want you to return to your Moed. And if not, it's not good that we and Yeshua today, please return, and if not, we would have Yeshua being instead of you and a fab. So much Rabbi Nechemia, Yeshua says, the Pasuk Sharas, Moshe and Yeshua. We want to discuss the word Haskis and Shema. I know him as 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. It says the Gemara, because every single day, Torah, it's as if it's just given today. And the Gemara says, if a person has a Krishma every day of his life, this is once, it's as if he never said Krishma. Because of this concept that Krishma, Torah, is a given to us every day. If you don't do it, it's as if you never did. The other pshat is Haskins. You should learn in groups of people. Do not learn by yourself. You learn by yourself. You preserve the sword. It's a theft. And it makes you dumber. Another pshat, Haskins. You should tame yourself to Torah. Shlomo says, the Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he pulls himself home. Another pshat, Has means be quiet. Listen first and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rabbi says, first you have to know the whole Torah, and then you delve in deeper. Also says, mix follow. Whoever vomits up milk, his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream from the top, to be able to pass it along. Mix ask, you sit down, and if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, you don't answer, you will be able to differentiate between Damkar and Damkar. Those are the second time they don't answer. Then you'll be able to be great in Kimi Mamanus, which the Gemara says is nothing greater than Professor Mamanus. It says the Pasuk, if not saying, if you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, it's going to uplift you. If you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, you'll look at that. But when people come to ask halachas, you'll be quiet, you won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day. Rochel Daf Samach Dalet. Yes, it's the last daf of Sefet Rochel. It's an amazing accomplishment. Finish the first Sefet Shas. You should take this opportunity to be committed. You're going to learn Sefet Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Sefet. It's a very, very different style. You're going to love it. If you're not part of the Shir, looking for a Shir, you can check us out online. Over 2,000 people are watching the Shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Rabbi Stefanski or Rabbi Shabbat. We have an app, 8-minute daf. And we are on Torah anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went to Yavna, first when he spoke about the importance of taking the oath, and then we have Rabbi Nechemia, Rabbi Yossi said He says the pasuk like Desai Badoini. It says don't despise that Badoini the mitzvah. Why not? Here we need to they invited us in. Don't forget all the people that we trying to us. Yet we have to have first time. So he says the Gemara about Feinberg. If you invited them talking to people who give you money, certainly the Lord will love you for that. Leslie, the son of Rabbi, he says, Uzzah touched the Arid, and he died. He tried to touch it, and none of them was very scared. So he took the Arid and put it in David's house. What did David do? He cleaned it off, he dusted it off once in a while. And the Torah said that by Yikar Hashem, Hashem gave him brachas. So certainly, if you take care of the Chacham, and you feed him and drink, certainly like Baruch Hu will pay back. What bracha that Baruch Hu gave him? That his wife Tamais, she had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had 6 doublets. They had 6 children in one shot, for a total of 62. With David's 8 children, at 62, it's at Taik. So the verse says, if you push the time will push back. Don't force it. For instance, the Gemara says, Yosef is considered Sinai, somebody that pulled out all the prices. Rabbi was a maker part. He was very sharp. And we were looking for a ship, they decided we need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything, all the prices. She finds what all the does, they ask for Yosef to be the Rosh Hashanah because he started this, he was told that he would die after being Rosh Hashanah for 3 years. So he was strong. Rabbi was the Rosh Hashanah for 2 years. Rabbi was lifted with Yosef the Zohar. 2.5 years, he was lifted. You see that now you're Rosh Hashanah. Taking things when it's supposed to come. You don't lose out. In fact, even gain that. The Gemara tells us the unbelievable humility there is a pen. Although he was supposed to be the Shiva, but the first 2 years when Rabbi was Shiva, he acted with humility to the point where instead of the blood letter coming to his house to make his dime, he used to go to him. The Pasuk says, the famous Pasuk, Yadfar Hashem, Yom Tzara, Hashem will answer in the day of distress. He said, Yadfar, strengthen you, Hashem Elokei Yaakov, the name of Yaakov. Why does it say the name of Rabbi Yitzchak? Says the Gemara, one was the beginning. He has to carry them most of the strings are helping him carry them, but he has to be most of them. Yaakov, who bore the 12 Shvatim, he raised them, he did most of the lifting. He has to take care of them. The Gemara tells us that if a person benefits from a Suda of a Chacham, it's as if he benefited from the Siva Shemim. A person says goodbye to his friend, he shouldn't say Leif Vishal or base, but rather Leif Vishal. When he's dead, he departs from death. He says to the dead person Leif Vishal, rather Vishal. Though Rabbi told his own son Avshalom, Leif Vishal, and Avshalom dying, at least what he said, Moshe Rabbeinu Leif Vishal, Moshe Rabbeinu went up to the highest level. A person who goes out of the shul into the base members to learn Torah will be Zaychel to receive the Shkuna. It says in the Pasuk, gave him the Taik, they'll fly one step to the higher step. The Lord does that. The Chacham doesn't have peace and rest in this world and not in the world of God. He's constantly climbing madrigas that he can't rest. The famous ending, which is brought down to 4 different chapters, and the summit is Baraya, Prophets, Nazir, Yevamis, and Jesus. Honor and let honor come in. The Chacham married to Shal Baraya, and he's come up and he's peace in this world. Shalom, Nayim, Limudi Hashem, Rashal Baraya, 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 builders, and Shalom, and with that, we finish there, and we finish the second surprise. Positive.